Dude, did you see the picture of me? Oh my God. It is hilarious. What's like eerie about it? Like I don't really care about the picture so much, but what like really bothers me is the fact that the dude is spending that much time just just listening to us. Like how pathetic. What a stalker, dude.
It's legit. It's stalkerish, bro. Like it's real. It's a real thing. Like that's a dangerous situation.
This platform, though.
Yo, Logan, you were saying that Twitter was on its way out, like it's falling apart because they took away the clips.
They should have
No, not
kept the
because they
clip.
took away the clips. I mean, like that was like a horrible thing they did, but like that's I mean that's just one tiny aspect of it.
Mm.
Although that actually to me that was like a major aspect. Actually, I love doing the clips. Like all those clips I previously made, like they're all just like you can't use them anymore. They're not clips anymore. They're just like the whole episode. So I have like a ton of like whole episodes just posted to the same day now instead of clips. So that's a bummer. And I don't know who Cubs fan is, but he when my space crashed, he was like, "Is this a joke?"
What's up, John?
Hey guys,
How
um,
you doing, man?
I just caught the tail end of the what you guys were talking about, stalkers and stuff. Sometimes because the my anti-seizure medicine, um they're basically like sleeping pills. It's like cringe. If you ever see like those TV shows of people in psych wards where they're just like, you know, sleeping or dozing on a chair, it's basically what they're doing to me. Um, I'm not in a psych ward, of course, but yeah, so sometimes I put the earbud in and I join a space so I don't respond and I just fall asleep. Like earlier there was an argument between some people and I woke up because they were, having a heated debate about stuff. But yeah, I'm not like stalking or anything. I'm just trying to get well.
I don't think you're a stalker, John.
Oh yeah, you're good, John.
Oh yeah. Oh, thanks. Logan, about what you said, and Tupa said, excuse me. Like you could leverage, like Twitter can play YouTube videos, it can play other platform, Spotify. You could leverage that clip, like there are other APIs that can just get audio files, and get clips and stuff. You could probably do that um, easily enough, to to clip sections if you wanted to. It would take a bit of time, a bit more time, but maybe some kind of like reactive bot that joins the listener and streams the audio and just like the other ones that unroll Twitter threads and stuff, and you just send it like a tweet and include its username, but probably too much work. They should just fix it. They probably will.
I think they will. All right, what's the what's the topic du jour? I just saw the title. um, that's good.
Yeah, I'm not calling you a stalker Cubs fan. I know you just like listening. You seem cool so far. I mean, I don't know. If you're really somebody else, like that's pretty pathetic, bro. And I'm down for it. Let's do it.
Wait, I just missed like the last 40 seconds of what was just said.
Yeah, I mean, me too, but that's all good. That wasn't important. So, yeah, what were we talking about?
Now I spaced out. Good shit.
Spaced Out Radio.
Good shit.
We own the night.
Dude, what's the best UFO podcast out right now? What do you guys like watching?
Get up here and tell us your truth.
You know what I don't like watching, or what it hasn't been playing? I haven't seen UFO Garage in fucking forever, man. Did they stop doing their show?
As far as I know. They said they were coming back, though. I keep waiting for it. But I know a lot of people are on the edge of their seat for that shit. Those guys are awesome. They had crazy guests, too, man. Their guest list was nuts. Their energy was nuts. Yeah, but I think they had a post. They just said they were doing personal stuff and maybe some, like I think there was like a new kids involved and kind of stuff. So, but I think they're gonna come back hard.
Yeah, man. You know what? Like, I should really be taking advantage of like my I don't want to say free time, but I do have like a lot of free time. Kind of, I'm home like all day pretty much. So I could like film shit and like make money, maybe doing something. I don't know. I feel like I could be more productive anyway, is what I'm saying. I feel like there's like a lot of missed opportunities maybe. But I don't really want to make money in ufology, but I do like want to do more.
I don't know, man. Just do whatever you love. People out there doing like different like podcasts and shit that aren't even involved with UFO Twitter. But this is a community of people. I mean, you're a great host. People, you provide a good thing for people and for, communities and shit to be able to have a free flowing space. I don't know, man. You got a talent with it and a dedication for it. And you also are very, you reached out to um, Dr. Drew and opportunities when you see him. And you're in the LA area, so you could really like take advantage and do a lot of stuff with them. But Spaces is great too because it's so accessible, so fast. You just grab your mic or something, go grab people in real life or talk to them, and you can like start having like actual guests in here, and I think that would be really cool. Getting guests. I think
Yeah,
is the
dude. Do you
best
know
thing.
who Dr. Horace Drew is?
No, Horace Drew.
Yeah, I mean his username is Red Collie. He's like this well, anyways, well, I've been part of his like Telegram like group for like I don't know some months now, I guess. But I completely forgot that I had joined that because I came across this dude's profile named like Dr. Horace Drew, and he's he's got like all the credentials. He's put like research papers like when he was like 25, like on ResearchGate, that website. He's put out some like about DNA and like all this kind of crazy shit. He's super fucking genius, and he's been like decoding crop circles and like there's this guy named he helped decode these messages for Linda Moulton Howe through this from this other guy named CJ who like received like this download, and there's just this crazy story behind it. But I came across his profile like just randomly one day. I was like, this dude looks interesting. I wonder if he'd be interested in whatever. So I just randomly just sent him a message, I guess. And that same night, he just popped in when I was talking to him. So I was like, dude's like you just gotta hit dudes up, and like because we're on Twitter already, like all you gotta do is click an extra button right there, So it's pretty easy just to pop in if we're already doing it. So yeah, that's all there was to it. So we had him on the other night for like I don't know, a couple hours. But as it turned out, he was a lot more Q than I had realized. I had kind of forgotten about all that Because, like I said, I just kind of popped onto him randomly. I was like, oh, yeah, this guy. I forgot about this guy. And I didn't really scroll down his page too much. He just looked like an interesting dude. I didn't really care about his politics, but they are pretty right-leaning. But that's all good. It doesn't matter to me, but some people that really turns off. I know Eric had to feel the urge to bring up Trump a bunch of times for some reason. It's just because I think he smelt that Trump in the air, you know? He really doesn't like it.
I know. I've heard him come across that a few times over the past few days. You heard him smelling the Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I guess he people would really hate Trump. Like they'll look for any excuses to bash that dude. I swear. I mean, I get the just whatever, man. They just never really have a passion behind that hate.
There's a word for that.
Well, hey guys, I've been off, radar for a little bit, but I mean, what do we need to bring politics into it? Stick to facts. I'm pretty intelligent, INTJ, Myers-Briggs profile, but what does Trump have to do with it? This is physics, knowledge, and understanding. I mean, no offense against you, Logan, I have Trump is a weird guy, no doubt. He somehow became president, but let's stick to facts. That's how I kind of see it. Go with it, guys.
That's running with the elite and just only looking out for number one. And I mean, we happened to work out a little bit of a deal that got us a little bit of a better deal than maybe the president before, but that was just happenstance. You know what I mean? He doesn't give a shit about us. I don't believe that for a second. The dude's a sick bastard. He was raised as a Richie Rich. He's a dumbass. Doesn't know regular human emotions and how to treat people. Anyway, I mean, I'm not a Trump lover, so I'm not defending the asshole ever. But I understand why people hate him, but they really hate him. I just don't give a shit about him like any other president.
Well, you're not wrong. And did everybody hear what I said? Maybe I was cut off.
No, I'm
I'm with you,
there.
Logan.
But yeah, Dr. Horace Drew, I don't know. After we were done talking with him, I still didn't really. I still found myself confused. It reminds me. That's the whole reason I contacted him in the first place, was because I was reading through his tweets and I was trying to understand it, and I was like, I wonder if I talked to him, maybe he could explain it to me in a way that it would make sense to me. But then when he was telling us, he was talking to us like he tweets, and I was still confused. So that didn't work. So I really don't. I guess I got to look into it more still on my own. I don't know. Has anyone else looked into his stuff? Know what the fuck he's talking about?
Yeah. He thinks Q is an alien. He's past, he's not QAnon. He's gone past that. He's on a different level.
He's a time traveler, right?
But come on, this guy's a fucking genius. Why would he? I mean, if he's believing that, there's got to be something to it, maybe.
Wait, which guy?
Yeah, which guy?
Are you talking about Red?
Yeah, Red Colley?
Yeah, Dr. Horace Drew? That's his name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You would think that there would have to be something to it to get somebody like that to believe that easily, right?
Yeah, right?
His Q rhetoric just totally turned me off, so I just wasn't interested in it. I was more like a Zen in that case.
Yeah, I get that. A little bit.
Who was this gentleman again? Or the user?
Man, I'm so sick of saying his name at this point, really.
Yeah, I'm not
Dr.
over it being
Horace.
AI either.
I personally never heard of them, but we learn every moment.
Who's them?
But did you say who's him?
No, I asked who them was. Complex said he had never heard of them.
The gentleman you guys were talking about. Person, entity, whatever.
Who's Zim? Like Cataclysm? I'm not. I'm still confused.
Hey, it's all good. No, the person that you were talking about that was a genius. I think Logan quoted him as a genius.
No, I don't think.
Yeah, Florence
Hey,
Pugh.
buddy, I see your hands up.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Florence Pugh, Scarlet Witch's sister.
Dr. Horace Zim.
Oh wait, no, Scarlett Johansson's sister. My bad.
Horace Zim. Never heard of him myself, but hey, I'm open to suggestions.
Oh, I bet you are. Ooh.
Buddy, your hand.
I'm pretty much.
God.
But
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I think he's having an issue like finding the mute button. What's up, buddy?
No. I have a message for you, Logan. Sue is trying to get in this space, and for some reason, she
Jesus
can't get in.
Christ.
Yeah, can you please never talk about that again? Like, I really don't give a shit.
From now on, Sue isn't allowed in Logan's spaces unless otherwise specified for
my DMs are
eternity.
getting
Hold
blown
on.
up,
I need to know.
and I had no clue.
I missed the drama on
Yeah,
this.
I've told her multiple times. She's actually asked me to go around Logan and let her up and stuff. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm not doing that. So she knows. She's just choosing to bring y'all into it for no reason.
All right, I'll let her know.
I don't know the deal. Like, I told her, like, you know what it is? Because I told her this one time, you know, like, that's it. I'm not going to let you back up. But then she got, you know, it wasn't my spaces. She got brought back up into the spaces again. And I think, you know, she's just, it didn't sink in because she was brought up again. So I think I got to say it again one more time to her. But, like, I mean it when I say, like, I don't want her, like, she can listen, but I'm just not down for all the downer talk all the time, like, every single time, you know? So.
Yeah. It's like, here comes Debbie Downer out of left field, Sue. And I'm just like, dude, I don't want to hear the sad talk. I just can't. I don't come on here to, like, hear people complain. If I did that, I'd still work in mental health. Like, I used to like to do that, but I don't anymore.
Yeah, man, it sucks.
Oh, my bad. I was just let her know the difference is Logan spaces. If he's the host, she's not getting up. Our spaces, you know, it depends on the conversation.
Yeah, like earlier, like I didn't block her like until earlier tonight because she kept requesting and I kept hitting deny, but she would literally request every like other minute. Like we were watching the White Files. During that, she requested at least 30 times, and like she knows she's being denied and doing it anyway. So I was like, I'm just fucking blocking you at this point.
That's stalking. That's cyber stalking.
No, it's not. It's just annoying. That's totally different.
Yeah, it's just obnoxious.
I concur. It's annoying.
It is highly annoying. Like, I don't know. I don't mind her. I think that I tolerate her more
she's
than anything.
But here's the issue, because she's not even here and we're still talking about it, right? So
that's true. That's true.
Very true.
Well,
hey, what do you guys know
it's an impasse. When people talk so slowly, and I'm feeling this, yeah, that's annoying.
Or when they're like,
talking about Michael
for like ever.
About Fred, I assume.
Did I hear Dr. Drew? Is he in here?
I wish. At this point,
I actually love when people talk slowly. I'm sorry to butt in. I find it very soothing and fun. It's kind of like Terrence McKenna, or
no, you're not.
That's how Tupa talks. It's nice,
dude. Hey,
I'm gonna have to draw a
Terrence.
distinction here.
It's good, but I mean, you know, get to the point because we're on a timeline here.
That's
people.
not what I mean by talking slow. I mean when people draw out their words and kind of speak like this, and when they make a specific point, and it's very, you know, poignant, I like it. But yeah, there's a difference. between that
I
talking
hate
slow.
vocal fry when people are like this and they're just like talking like this, and it's just like they sound like that.
Well, I can
Oh
understand that on
yeah,
like an
Daddy's got the
auditory level.
power. Y'all better be careful. Everybody's on thin ice already.
What? What are you talking about, Scream? It
I
sounds
love
so...
when
Gone.
people rap at random. That's something I love.
Wait, who's talking?
Everyone.
It was me, Tiff.
Everyone.
I was just thinking, if we're naming things we hate, why don't we name things we love?
I got something.
That's what I was
Real
saying.
quick. What is, if any, is there any, what's your guys' favorite take on the Vimana, the ancient Indian Sanskrit writing about these craft and how to fly them and what they did and with how their engines work? You guys know what I'm talking about, the Vimana?
Mm-hmm.
I do. I don't really have a take on it other than this is another case of, non-human intelligences having some sort of craft to fly around in. It's like Kang from Marvel or something.
Hey, I don't want to change the subject, so if you can just tell me this answer real quick and just move along. I'm going to say something like really super ridiculous to KMF just because I'm going to do it. But just give me something like super ridiculous to say to him, like and I mean like Snoochie Boochie's creamy anal motherfucker or something. I don't know, just something completely ridiculous.
Just tell him he's a nice guy and that we're all rooting for him.
Tell him that you find him extremely attractive and that you'd like to ask him out on a date. No, that's offensive.
Tupa's was the best. I'm dying.
Wait, what were you
Eat
going
my
to ask?
ass works.
Any other? I'm looking for some more like what I was saying, just like
Give me a second.
mix mash of words that are just ridiculous and kind of hilarious at the same time.
Oh, word salad.
Yeah, like something like the like this Mexican toilet.
That
Like I need to use a Mexican
ChatGPT
toilet or
did it.
something. I don't know.
How do you feel about the different types of milk farts? How do you feel about oat milk farts? How do you feel about other types of milk farts? Why
Almond
do
milk
you just
fart?
have one preference?
That's too confusing. It needs to be poignant and fast. So,
No, the lactose latrine.
no. Just say, like, you know what? So take that milk fart and put it in your fucking Mexican toilet. I'm gonna flush it. Done.
I'm sticking with lactose latrine.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't really want to be like a.
milk fart.
Yeah, I don't want to use the word milk fart, and I don't really want to be aggressive with it. Just silly.
Yeah, no, I got nothing.
Maybe you can make a joke with lactate because that like resolves milk fart.
Oh, so,
All right, let's move on.
so take that lactate and drink it.
Are you
Yeah, I
vacuuming,
think
bro?
that's ChatGPT because we suck.
Yep.
For real.
Logan just vacuuming. You guys got to do stuff when you're in these spaces. I love cleaning. Like my place has like never been cleaner because it's just like something to do, and vacuuming's a good thing. Sweeping, take your dogs out, live it
Yeah,
up.
sweeping is great.
Are you trying to imply that I shouldn't just let my home decay around me as I do nothing other than talk to random people on the internet?
No, I mean live your life.
Correct.
But I'll say this: I was in the spaces one time and I was trying to do my dishes. I wasn't really paying attention, and I wasn't hosting or anything. I was just listening. And I ran my garbage disposal, and there was a shot glass in there I didn't know, and so it just shattered in there. So now, of course, it's now not working. So I try my best to reach my hand in there and like get all the little tiny pieces out, and I'm like trying to use my fingers as tweezers and rubbing little tiny shards of glass.
No, you didn't turn it on. No.
Let me tell you guys right now, I didn't turn it on. Nothing happened, but I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get it to work. So then in other spaces, I had to take my entire garbage disposal out. I've never done that before. I didn't know you could just do it. And so now it's out and it's apart, and I like try to clean it again. I have to take the whole thing apart. I find like little pieces of glass. Now I know how a garbage disposal like works. Like I know how it works now. Like and then I got it working. So I was super pumped. So multitasking is pretty chill.
Yeah, rock on.
Good for you. Learned without even losing any fingers. Wow.
I could lose one or two, probably still be fine. I don't play the guitar anymore. Even then, I wasn't that good at it. So I don't think music would miss me. But no, you're right. I'm really
My
Did you
far.
guys see that?
Actually, it'd more likely break your fingers. It's not as sharp as everybody thinks.
It's not Final Destination. It's not like that.
It would actually
any of y'all see
it would chew it up as like a wood chipper. It would suck you in and slowly grind you up into your
That's what I wish was the case.
Every single time I have to put my hand in a garbage disposal, I visualize like the most horrific accident about to happen. Every single time.
Yeah, they'd also probably lock up though. They're like designed to lock up very easily.
Unless you
got my finger like after it's already gone around like 100 times a second. And just lock it up.
Yeah, that is true. If it takes a couple rotations to get wedged in there, it could do some damage.
Could turn your hand into some kind of blender hand itself. You can just spin it on its axis.
Oh, fucking blue.
Speaking of
kind of weird.
Amputation, have any of you guys seen The Banshees of Inisherin? Great movie. Colin Farrell. Good stuff. Recommend it.
The Banshees in Sharon?
The Banshees of Inisherin. It's by Mark McDonough. It's got Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson. It's really good. Guy chops some fingers off.
The garbage disposal thing is a fucking nightmare.
That used to be an easy maintenance fix because 9 times out of 10 it was just locked up and I could just take a stick and poke it in there, unwedge it, flip the breaker back, quick $100.
It feels like our space is haunted.
What? Why? Stop.
How so?
Me.
I'm not
gonna leave you hanging. I was just kidding. No, because I'll be listening to you guys. I'm walking around with my baby, so my phone's in my pocket while I'm listening, and then all of a sudden this voice I don't recognize says some random stuff. So that's what I mean.
Oh, you mean Screen? Yeah, I know he hasn't been on in a little while.
Social media breaks are very important.
Hey, look at Omega Point posted it in our thread here. How funny. The guy who wrote the loose threads thing.
That's cool. Love loose threads.
Complex Commander. We are simply intermediates. I'm not sure exactly what that
you want to
means.
handle that before I say something mean?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't mind.
Oh, I was just going to give him an answer. He's asking why he can't be on the mic right now. It's probably because you're drunk.
Who is this Cobra Commander? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, he usually comes in here pretty drunk, but sometimes it's he can handle it. Sometimes he can't. It just depends. Sorry about that, Commander. Tonight's one of those nights you just can't handle it. You just sloppy on the mic.
Literally just got out of rehab and fell off the wagon just now. What the heck, man?
Yo, you guys can't be throwing this guy's business out there like that. Just say no. Move on.
I'm just joking. I don't even know if that's what's going on.
I was like, God damn. Put him on blast, dude. Like, let him recover. Let him do his deal. You know, we all fall off the wagon here, man. Holy shit.
Rabbit, you play too much.
I was thinking the same thing.
Motherfucker.
Wild.
All right, he's blocked.
For the answer.
I went ahead and blocked him, so we don't have to deal with that anymore. He's gonna be like drunk texting us all night if I don't block him.
Yeah, very true. But see, that's the sad part, right? Because people will come in here and see that and be like, oh, these guys are such assholes. But they didn't see the other 6 months that we've been putting up with it, you know?
The Sue thing's still cracking me up. You guys were like, hell no. But she's always just like so.
God, you see my DM.
Dude, I bet. I couldn't imagine. The Spaces is funny. I don't mind talking about Spaces and like the nature of it's kind of meta. But I mean, like, I don't mind bullshit about it. It's funny, like when people pop up and all they want to do is be like, they want to pick apart the space. Like, you didn't let me up fast enough, which is my favorite one. But then there's like, uh, they want to talk about something that happened in the space the night before, where they felt kind of offended. You got to kind of go over that too. Those are always fun. But yeah, I mean, the free flowing conversation is an art form. It's not just a thing that happens naturally. It's an art form. You can be whatever you want to be at it. Like music's an art form, but Kurt Cobain was up there just fucking smashing power chords. Look at Jimmy Page up there doing the opposite. But I'll listen to both. I mean, you don't have to be that great at it, but it is what it is. There's a structure to it and stuff, and not everybody's familiar, but they want to talk. And I think that people get in their own little mind loops too, where they'll just talk about the same shit. And I used to encounter it like, growing up, like you get those like menial jobs, and at least for a lot of it, people are just standing around, and you find that a lot of people will occupy their free time at work by just talking shit about work. And then about the boss, things that can't change, like just things that can't change, just like, oh, and
Hey,
it's just like,
trolling is an art form. Trolling, I'm just kidding.
no,
I wish
true
some
too.
people were better at trolling.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, the
we got
state
some bad trolls.
I think King Milport's probably listening right now. I know I see we have like at least one listener that's listening anonymously, and I know he's been keen on listening tonight. So if you're listening, buddy, I miss you. I love you, buddy. I'm gonna say a prayer for you, and I empathize with the pain you must be going through, because I know to be stalking us like this takes a certain kind of person, and you gotta be going through a certain kind of thing to be doing that. You got to be hurting inside to be stalking people and like waiting to like pick words they say apart. So that's those aren't the actions of a healthy guy. So I'm gonna say a prayer for you, brother. Get well.
Hell yeah.
That's what I got blocked by him for saying that it was stalking behavior.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I don't have enough time in the day to do what I want to do, let alone stalk a bunch of people.
You got to imagine this too. It's not just one account that this person owns and is doing this behavior on. There's got to be multiple, and that's fine. That's totally fine. It's how we occupy our time. I used to prank phone call people when I was a kid, and I think this is karma for that. And that's again, I'm here for it. There was this one.
I prank phone called my friend one time, and I regret it to this day. Makes me so sad.
Would you tell him?
Prank phone calls are
Dad
the
died.
funniest
Would you
shit
tell him,
ever.
dude? Jesus. No, okay. Real quick, I'm going to tell you about this.
So the parents threatened to call the cops. They got really worried. The friend, he like passed the phone to his parents. They're like, "I'm going to call the cops on you." And it was my internet friends that I had given his phone number to. This was back in like the year 2000 or something. I was like 10 years old. I felt so bad about it though.
So you're
Still doesn't
snitch.
know.
Dude, I called this guy. I went to this hardware store. I was working on a boat, and I got these gloves. I needed a new pair of gloves, and when I got them, I ripped the tag off, but the tag said something kind of stupid on it. Oh, Logan, you got a hot mic.
Oh, my bad.
You're good. So the tag said, "Brotherly glove. We're in the business of gloving our neighbors." And I thought to myself, that's fucking hilarious. And then I noticed that the number was a local number. And I'm like, wow, I'm going to definitely prank call these guys, because why not? So sure enough, get super kind of stoned and probably a little drunk with some friends, and we're all laughing about it. And then I prank phone. I'm like, let's do it, man. I'm going to prank them. And so I call him up, and I'm like, yo, what's up? And I was like, is this Brother Glove? They're like, yeah, it's this guy. He's really nice. Like, yeah. And I go, hey, this is really random, and I'm not trying to like freak you out, but I bought a pair of your gloves the other day, and I got them from this hardware store. And he's like, "Oh yeah, we love those guys." I was like, "Cool." And I was like, "But the weird thing is, when I put the gloves on at work, they were wet. Like there was something, like the fingers were wet, and I thought nothing of it. I was going to air it out, but my buddy was at the shop. He was just there, and he is studying to be a detective. And he had this kit, and he was like, "Oh, you know what? Let me test that. I got to test some stuff. So let me test what that fluid is." I thought it was gonna be water or oil, something from the hardware store, maybe soda or something from my truck. And he tested it, and he came back, and his face was white, and he said, "Dude, it's semen. It's human semen." And And the dude's like, what? No way. Like, listen, that's impossible. And I go, bro, I don't know. I'm not trying to say nothing. I just wanted to give you a heads up. And then he was just like freaking out. And I was just, I hang up the phone and we're all laughing. We all have a great night. Well, weeks go by and I tell people the story and everyone thinks it's hilarious because it's pretty funny. And then we're like, let's call him again. So I do. And it works again the second time, but I say some other dumb shit. So it worked halfway. Then by the end of it, he realized who I was. And he goes, oh, it's you. And he goes, I'm going to pray for you. So I was like, cool. Whatever. Dork, So then that kind of made me want to prank him again because I wasn't satiated. I didn't feel satisfied with that last one. It kind of, it didn't end as fun as the first one. So I kept pranking him and he kept being like, oh, hey, like, it's just you. Like, I'm going to pray for you. And then one time he's like, hey, like, how are you doing? And I'm like, I'm all right. And I realized that I had been calling this guy for like 2 years, not every day, but maybe 6 times. You know what I mean? And I'm like, now this guy, like, I have this rapport with this dude, and so we just started chatting about something, and he told me about his family, and he's like, all right, man, take care. That was the last time I ever called him. But yeah, super fun.
You should call him now and be like, what you up to, bro?
Dude, that'd be so fucking funny. Just run the same
Isn't
thing.
bullying
Well, now it's
the
been like 15
best?
years or something. It's been way longer. It's been so long. I don't know if he'd remember, but it'd be so crazy if he goes, oh, it's you. It'd be crazy.
Dude, you got to do it.
You got to get out of space and do it. You know what? Fucking call him right now. It's only 12:35.
Well, I'm on the West Coast. It's actually only 9:30 right now.
So
he's
night
probably
is
just
still
getting ready
young.
for church.
Perfect.
Dude, now King Milkfart is going to be like Googling brotherly glove and be like, I know who's pranking you. It's Chupacabra. And he's a white supremacist.
Do you want to file suit? The statute of limitations has not passed.
Oh my God, no! What have I done? I just dry snitched on myself. Yeah, guys, I got to be honest. It's not just the Discord. It's also my prank phone call history is fucking epic. That doesn't even scratch the surface of the things I've done. The time I've wasted from people, I should do time for that. You know what I mean? We're talking hours of people's lives.
Say more, please. Please keep incriminating yourself.
Dude, I called this one guy one time, and I was like, I had this whole setup.
Oh my God!
And I was like, a bunch of music played, and I go, hello, and the guy's like, hey. I go, what's your favorite radio station? And he's like, just fucking named one, and I go, that's it. I'm like, this is that radio station, and you just want a truck. And he's like, cool. And then, he just was like waiting for his truck. I don't know how long. He told me a bunch of information about it, so I didn't write. I think I was 12 at the time, so I don't know anything about it.
I think that's more innocent. Pranking friends, I feel like, is a little more dark. If you're pranking your actual friend, I don't know. There's something about that fucks with me.
Yeah, guys, back in the day, you can just dial, you can press any combination of numbers, and sometimes someone would pick up. You know what I mean? Like that could be your evening. You know what I mean? You get some root beer, a Totino's pizza. Friend's brings his Nintendo 64 over, and you just go to town on your touchpad. You're like, all right, let's figure this out.
I've done that.
Right?
I got a blind date from a wrong number once.
Oh.
No, I was just saying that, like, I've called the wrong numbers, just like randomly hitting numbers until I got somebody.
The worst is when
when I used to do that on porn sites when I had to enter credit card numbers.
Now, Screen just dry snitched on himself. Don't tell people your account name over there. What were you saying, Paul?
Never mind. That was better.
Oh, you don't want to follow that up? It's a tough one.
No.
It's a tough act.
No, I'm good.
I have one that's kind of like really bad, actually.
We'll leave it alone, Rafi.
Yeah, Rafi.
What?
Rafi,
No, it's been more than. Listen, hold on. It's been way more than 5 years. Okay, there's a statute
that's cool.
limitations on these things. Okay?
Actually, if you don't tend to be safe, statute limitations.
Yeah, and if you don't care about it being posted on Twitter later tonight, then yeah, go for it.
You know what? I don't care about it being posted on Twitter because it's so old. How about that? Like, I still remember it though, and it haunts me to this day. And I've already talked with the person about it anyway. It didn't even involve me, to be honest with you. I was just a bystander. A friend of mine called the Department of Children and Families on
You accomplice.
a mutual friend.
That's a real crime.
On a mutual friend's parents. And she like told this whole story about some crazy shit that happened, and the authorities went to the house, and it was chaotic, I guess you could say.
That's why you have to know your rights. You can tell them no.
Well, it's kind of late
Is that
now.
what they call swatting? Is that swatting?
Yeah, but swatting with like children's services is fucking crazy, Raffy. You need to like do some Hail Marys for that one. I don't know what's going on.
I didn't do
Usually-
it though. I didn't actually do the calling or anything like that.
I was gonna say that usually happens when when people can't pay their tab for their drugs.
Oh God, I wish my friend Max was still alive. He definitely did a prank phone call where the cops got involved. He was just like a straight up bully to this one friend of ours. I don't know. Growing up in the 90s was a rough time. You know, I didn't get bullied too much, but there was definitely a friend in our friend group that was just the butt of every joke. I don't know if you guys can relate.
Yeah, there's sad.
Someone has to be.
Yeah, I don't feel good about it, but yeah, at least certainly back in the day, that was the case.
But you know, I don't think someone has to be though. You know, you could still have fun and like.
Yeah, but it has to come out. It's kind of like the Heyoka deal, right? Like you clown on things to make people think more deeply about them. But so it doesn't always have to be the same person, but there does have to be somebody, right? You got to let it out.
Yeah, I suppose we are only human, and you know I think I even read somewhere that laughter is supposed to be a sign, or at least embarrassment rather, is supposed to be a sign of like what not to do within the tribe. You know, so it's kind of like a social.
And I don't know who said it, but comedy is always at somebody else's expense.
Comedy is just making fun of the pain. That's what it really is. It's just making fun of your reaction to pain.
I agree with that. Yeah, sorry to keep. I just keep constantly bringing up my friend that just died, but he was also a stand-up comedian, and I just feel that like most people that are really funny, they are kind of compensating for a lot of pain and suffering.
So I had this friend that died. He used to tell these like really dark jokes.
Same.
And sometimes this is like honesty, and you know,
Oh, that
honesty
was it?
sometimes is like really funny.
Oh, I thought you were gonna tell us like one of the dark jokes that he's told.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know any of them.
I had this friend that died. One time he was alive.
Oh,
I do remember some of my friends' jokes, but I would be butchering them by telling them.
Yeah.
You know, he was born with the cord wrapped around his neck. It was like he was trying to kill himself in the womb. He said it a lot better. He had an incredibly dark sense of humor.
Apparently, I'm trans.
What is this, like the fucking Stephen King novel? What's going on here?
Yes, it is.
Here's Johnny.
For the losers.
Get on up here.
I was almost screeny.
Ooh, I'm taking the big bad boy out for a walk, so bear with me.
Is that what you call it these days?
You got a better euphemism?
No, I do not.
No, he's literally taking his dog out. He's not like going cruising and for bears.
I realize this.
Two totally different things.
I mean, they can happen simultaneously, but who likes their dog like wondering, "Hey, Dad, who's that?"
So when that whatever you pulled you out of your body, like your astral body, were you afraid that some soul snatcher would come snatch your consciousness away from your body?
Is that directed towards me?
Oh yeah, regarding what you said earlier.
Well, I've more so been put back into my body. So yeah, I mean, sorry, I've had both, but like, originally, it was, like the alien encounters that were happening. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So yeah, when you left your body, like, did you have a fear that like you weren't going to be able to make it back to your body somehow, like? Because those beings are known to be able to snatch consciousnesses away, and I don't know how that's known, because if they had done it, there's no one back to report it, right? But I don't know. That's just a saying. That's the thing out there, right? So.
Yeah, no, I've totally heard that, and people that believe in possession or soul walk-ins and stuff, they will talk about these things, or even just attachments. But no, I never worried about that, and I feel like if I did worry about it, I would manifest it or something if it were even a thing. So no, and I guess during the times that it was like being done to me rather than me doing it on purpose, I didn't really have time to worry about it. And then by the time I kind of learned to astral project on purpose, I just practice certain practices to make myself feel safe or protected.
I just learned something. Like, we just went into an orchard and saw a ring of mushrooms, and somebody said, "This is a fairy ring, and do not step into the fairy ring because the fairies will take you away."
That is correct. They may not take you away, but you will get sick. There's something to do with the energy that those mushrooms are growing around in the first place.
Was anyone else thinking of that song "Take Me Away"? By Natasha Bedingfield?
Or the
I was thinking of
Calgon commercial.
Sorry, there's also "Take Me Away" by the band Ween. I apologize.
Don't you ever apologize to me. How dare you?
I just apologize for talking over whoever I just talked over.
There's no apologies allowed in this space. It's apology free, because everyone is forgiven.
Good to know.
And also with you.
Whoever just spoke sounded kind of like, oh my God, what's her name from Twin Peaks? The receptionist. I just lost it. But you did.
What was her name?
Oh, what is it? It's not. The actress's name is like Kelly something. Oh my God. Hold on. Give me 30 seconds.
Now accessing IMDb. Got Tupa with his hand stuck in the meat grinder.
Lucy. You sounded like Lucy. Twin Peaks. Kimmy Robinson is the actress, and she's wonderful. And I've met her, and when she talks, she talks like how you just talked. I'm not going to replicate it.
Blake Lively. She talks pretty fun too. She has kind of like a little bit of a speech impediment, and it suits her personality so well.
It's like I was saying, I was being totally sincere when I said that I like people who talk like Fred or whatever. I do genuinely enjoy that. Same goes for Kimmy Robinson, 100%.
Oh, yeah. The way he does Fred Rogers, really, like, it's amazing.
I don't know. I have a friend from Tucson who talks like that. Do you guys know where Mr. Fred is from, or whatever his name is?
I want to say, I think Indiana. Was it
okay?
Chicago or Illinois?
There's also I could see them as I could see Kentucky or something, or Illinois, like you're saying.
Yeah, I wanna. Let me see.
I think Kentucky may be correct.
All right, so maybe I was kind of close. I don't know.
Which one? It doesn't matter. I was just curious. There's also
I think he was from Kentucky.
Kentucky. Oh my God, I nailed it! I was just about to say because my favorite radio DJ is a guy by the name of Hardy White. Hearty White. It's the greatest name ever. And he's a DJ on the longest running freeform radio station in the United States, which is based out of Jersey City, New Jersey, and it's called WFMU, and it's been running for like, I don't know, 60 something years at this point. It's got no commercials, no nothing. I'm not just plugging it, but it's really fucking cool, and you can hear anything on it. It's not like any other radio station. And there's this guy from Louisville, Kentucky, Hardy White, who talks just like that, and it's just the most wonderful thing ever. And he only does 1 hour per week on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. If you want to look up WFMU.org, you can also check out the archives. And he talks just like Fred Rogers, and he just gives these great monologues, and I love him to death. I'm gonna go hang out with him soon. Thank you.
WFNU.
WFMU, like woof moo.
Oh, I was saying woof new.
Yes, sorry. WF woof moo for short. They do have an app. And
we have an immediate song request. It's coming in live. Sick Kick, Lana Del Rey, and Coolio.
Baby, I'm a gangster too. You don't wanna mess with me, baby, I'm a gangster too. 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 On my knees in the night, then, baby, I'm a gangster too. Baby, I'm a gangster too. On my knees in the night, then, prayers in the street.
That was by Ocean. Shout out to Ocean.
Thanks, Ocean.
And now our featured presentation.
Yo, what's the feature presentation?
It's Brand's freestyle.
Sick.
I don't know, bitch. You the co-host.
Oh shit. Let's go.
I hear freestyle.
He said, "Who like my chopstick? Hit you in the shit, my little ass dick. Yellow, want to see me eat Jello? Never seen nothing like me before. But you kick me. I'd like kick you."
No, I'll kick you if you rap like that again.
Did I get
Sorry, screen. It's like my Tourette's rap.
I mean, it had something going for it at the end. I mean, at the beginning,
The end's
the
the
end was
best
just
part, though. I can't finish the end.
what?
I haven't heard it in years. It's Brand's freestyle from CKY2K with Bam Margera. It's fucking hilarious.
Dude, I used to remember that was like one of the first videos that we like downloaded. That was like before Jackass.
Yeah, I think that was their first video.
I don't know if I just got kicked for blabbering or not, but I posted a WFMU link for Miracle Nutrition with Hardy White. If anybody cares, posted it in the thread.
Yeah, sometimes we just drop you down for technical reasons, bro. So don't take that stuff personally.
I took it incredibly personally, and I have a team of people that you don't want to mess with. So
That's
please
true.
don't do that again.
What was the
Yeah, if
technical
we don't
reason?
let you back up, that means there's an issue.
I got you. I legitimately didn't know what happened. But yeah, again, if that does happen again, I have a team that you don't want to mess with.
Wait, was Creed the
I'll drop
co-host?
them too.
Yeah, he did that to me too, and I was like, oh god.
What was that, Rocky? Oh, there he went.
No.
And they all moved over, and one fell out. There were two in the bed, and the little one had to move over.
See, that's the shit that gets you kicked, Raffy.
That's the shit that makes them mad.
Raffy, tell us about
I love your voices.
tell us about a ghost or something, dog. What do you got, Raffy? You doing voices? That's cool. That's cool. Give us a What's the creepiest story you ever heard in your life?
Honestly, the creepiest story is the tale of the lady in white at the Edgewood Cemetery in New Haven.
La Llorona.
La Llorona, yeah. She gonna come get you. Mijo, she gonna get you.
Has anyone here actually seen a ghost?
Maybe.
I don't think what I saw was a ghost.
I seen it.
Could have been. Hell.
I seen the ghost. She was cool. It wasn't like on some passive shit. Like it wasn't like I saw like someone walk by a hallway it didn't belong there or something. I woke up and
got ghosted.
I got
so funny. That's what my cousin said.
I got ghosted, bro. I woke up. I was a kid. I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a glow in the room. I looked over and there was this blonde bitch just chilling there, and she's staring at me, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Who's this chick?" And I'm like, trying to make sense of it, and I realize she's not really blinking. She's not really standing there. She's like not really like there, but she's there, and she was doing these weird hand gestures, and I was like, This is way different than real life. You know, this is not like
Just throw a ghost on?
hella gang signs. No, it was a simple one, like they do in statues and shit. It wasn't like Satan or nothing, but it was it was a deal.
Okay.
It was a deal. She's throwing up the dub, represent.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I cried myself to sleep. It was a whole thing.
Actually, was it the above, so below movements? Like, was it those signs?
Yeah, I think it was, but I don't know. I know that I thought she was just pointing. I thought she was just pointing up, but when you got to think about what the other hand was doing, it was doing a whole deal. In my opinion, it was trying to bring my attention to the the weirdness of reality and something, which it did, and that's the one thing I can say about it is that it got me really interested in that stuff. But I don't hear a lot of ghost stories about being stared at and given hand signals, so I always just listen for when those pop up.
All right, so I need y'all to answer this. Like, you just brought up a great point too, but Actually, that's what I've decided on, or I'm kind of torn. Let me fill y'all in. So, if I ever get the opportunity or see an alien or something like that, I've always wondered like how I would like try to approach that, right? So, I figured I would go with like how, like the Native Americans used to do, because that identifies how many fingers you have and some other stuff that I heard. But then I thought I should go with the as above, so below, because they would know that, right? But so I've always been torn on that, but it's interesting you said she did that, because that might be what I go with.
Hell yeah.
You mean you wouldn't do the Spock live long and prosperous symbol?
No, because that's like movie stuff,
I just heard a great story. Oh God, I can easily find the name. Is a semi-obscure alien encounter story, but this guy like saw this craft. They were paddling down a river, and the craft was sucking up the soil or something. And the alien, when they were leaving, did this kind of hand motion, kind of like the wave. If you know the dance, that's like the wave. Where you do that thing with your arm. It kind of did that in slow motion with one of its arms. Just made me think of that.
That's fucking creepy as fuck. Excuse my language, but that really just got like it did the wave like
Yeah,
with one arm.
with one arm and stood
Maybe that's how it
perfectly
learned how to
still.
say goodbye.
Right, yeah, or they were paddling back up the river or the creek rather, so maybe it was that, or maybe it was something to do with whatever they were doing with the soil, because they came back and it was like the soil had been tilled to like an absurd degree that's impossible. There's just a circle of like pure sand basically in this forested area, and so maybe it had something to do with what they were doing. I have no idea, but I love the story. I'll post it in a bit if I can find it.
How many of you did the wave just now with your
I did.
Connor, still doing it.
And make no mistake, if you ever meet an alien, they have overcome time and space.
I would only use one hand to keep the other one free to defend myself.
What are you gonna do if they like laser point beams at you and shit? Hell no. I wouldn't even think about defending myself. I would just come to like terms with the fact that I'm gonna die at the hands of an alien, and that's that.
But I mean, if they're chill,
What'd you say?
Sorry,
if
I had
they're
some
chill, you
lasers.
don't have to.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, buddy.
No
I don't know
apologizing
who was
allowed.
supposed to be talking right now. I don't know who was supposed to be talking, so I just stopped.
Oh, my
You were supposed
speaker's
to be
fucking
talking.
up.
I once had a experience where I could see through my bedroom wall, and I saw a triangular-shaped craft, your typical black triangle, and it fired a blue laser beam through my wall and seemed like it was scanning my bedroom. And it was filled with like electricity, and I was terrified. And I just opened my eyes a little bit, and all I could see was this laser kind of. It wasn't like in the movies. It was moving very erratically. If you can imagine, if you had a laser pointer in your hand, you just kind of shook your hand chaotically. That's like what it was doing in my bedroom.
What are we talking about? What did that in your bedroom?
I don't know. Somebody mentioned lasers, and then everyone got quiet, so I told my story. I'm sorry.
He was telling the story when the Jewish space lasers came into his room.
Where have you been?
Yeah, it sounded like you were describing something that your wiener might do.
If only my
Erratic and all over the place.
Thank you.
And so I'll tell you a story that like gave me chills. Like to this day, it gives me chills to talk about it. I walked out of work at 3:00 in the morning and got in my car and looked in the window of the house next door. And as I looked into that window, I
You peep it,
had
Tom.
all of the every hair on my body stood up, and I knew somebody was looking at me. I knew somebody was looking at me, and I drove away. In the morning when I got back, that house burnt down. I knew somebody was waiting for me to leave.
Damn.
It's pretty wild.
I just got shit.
What did you get?
Abducted.
No, that just made my energy centers feel a little awkward. That story.
I have a ghost story, which is not mine. Again, it's my dead friend Max's, but he woke up one morning and saw a guy dressed in like 1800s kind of garb. I don't know, late 1800s, and he went to where there used to be a closet into this crawl space in his bedroom, but now it had been sealed off by a bookcase, and he pulled out a big skeleton key and went to like open what used to be this door and walked through the bookcase. Pretty spooky.
And so, like I described before, it's like, there are things about our human like existence that we do not understand or like can't comprehend. And there's some experiences in our human experience that like we can't explain, with science or anything. And it's like, be ready.
Does anybody else have a story?
I'm loving these stories. Keep them going.
Okay, I got one, I guess. So, should I tell the poo one? You know that one where I fell in the poo?
No, that one's
probably everyone's heard that one.
Awful.
I have not heard this one.
I'm all ears.
I don't know. Should I say it? Not if everyone's heard it already. Actually, most people haven't heard it. I'll just get it over with real quick.
Okay.
Come on, Tro. Come here. So, it was Christmas night, and I'm in the outback, and I'm in the outback picking grapes in Australia, and it's just nothing but like me and a bunch of for like a couple, 2-3 months of the year, like this empty town in the outback becomes filled with Asian people because they travel around like different months of the season, depending on like where there's fruit to pick, making money and stuff. I just wanted to make some money to help fund like further travels throughout the country. So, but anyways, it didn't work out so well for me because I didn't get the accommodations that I'd had hoped for. So I got like some kind of like shitty water damaged trailer they could find like sitting next to this river that had been like underwater for a few months. So just imagine the condition that shit was in. They hadn't fixed it up or anything, not even touched it since. So it's pretty gnarly. But anyway, it was Christmas night, and I'm like wasted. I'm like all kinds of hard liquor. My boss was like, "That's not how you do it. You have to mix the vodka and you have to mix the bourbon." And he's like just mixing all these different drinks. I'm just getting blasted, right? Some Asian guy pulls out a guitar, we're just like sitting next to a fire, hammered on like Christmas night, doing whatever. So next thing I know, I'm waking up like in the middle of the grape fields, and the grape fields are pretty tall. Probably go about like 7 feet. So I can't see over them if I'm trying to like figure out like what direction to go. So I just start walking, and but there's another issue in that it's so dark I can't even see the hand in front of my face. But I know I'm in the grape fields. I know that much. So I just start walking, and I don't walk fast either because I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna walk into, right? Like I don't know if I'm about to walk into like some snake or like what the fuck, There's a lot of shit out there. So I was trying to be extra careful, and I was still, pretty fucking hammered. I don't know how the fuck I wound up in the middle of a field, but anyway,
As one does.
so yeah, I started walking. I don't know. A lot of time goes by. I mean, it's hard to gauge exactly how much time because I'm hammered and confused, and fucking got like that adrenaline going because I'm like kind of a little scared too. I think because it's pitch black and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. So yeah, time just went forever. I don't know, like maybe a couple hours, I would guess, something like that. And no, it wasn't a couple hours. I mean, the whole ordeal probably took a couple hours, but I eventually like came to like the end of a clearing, and I know that because I fell about like, I don't know, 10 feet straight down into a hole when I got to the end of this clearing. I guess they had set it up right there for some reason. I don't know how that all works, but I realized immediately what I had fallen into because I could taste it in my eyes and in my ears and just everywhere. It was just a pile of like piss and shit. I guess they had put into this hole from like the runoff from like all the little temporary homes they had set up next to the fields. Anyways, so I'm kind of like freaking out because I'm wondering like, what the fuck is in this hole, right? Like, what's swimming around in this hole with me? I don't know, like, what the fuck my feet are touching. What's going on here? I'm trying to like climb out of this hole, but as I try to pull myself out, like the surrounding area around the hole is also like soaking wet with shit. So like every time I try to pull myself up, I just fall back into the hole because it's too wet to grip. But eventually, I was able to like bury my hand deep enough to like kind of get a grip to be able to pull myself out, and yeah, I just kept walking, and eventually I saw this like light like way off in the distance, and I finally made it, and there was these two guys sitting out front, and I was like, hey man, I kind of explained to them like my situation, and they gave me like a ride back, which was like, I don't know, maybe like not even 10 minutes, so and then that was it. I got back to the little shitty trailer, and I couldn't wash myself off because there's no shower. I could go in the river, but you don't want to go in the river at night. That's pretty dangerous because there's a lot of snakes in there. So what I ended up doing was just, Cheryl, come here. I ended up just sleeping completely covered in shit in my bed the whole night until the morning when I woke up and just ripped everything off and come here, jumped in the river, and that's the story.
Do you have a dog or something named Churro?
Yeah, that's my dog I'm walking right now.
That's an amazing name. I fucking love that name. Sorry, that was also a really cool story.
Yeah, it's because he's long and sweet like a churro.
They got a lot of good churros over in California.
Damn right.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
And so I had a dream this morning of my partner who has been away for 9 months. And I had a dream that she called out my name and reached her hand over. And I swear to God, like I touched her and felt her skin like she was there. It was like it almost makes me want to cry.
Aw. I keep having dreams where my mother is still alive. She also just passed away. For y'all that don't know, I lost like my best friend and my mom and my uncle and my mom's partner all in less than 2 months. And I keep dreaming that my mom is still alive. When I wake up, I forget that she's dead. It's weird.
Yeah, that's tough, man. I've not that exact situation, but I've had some similar dreams, and I think that's just part of our way of working this stuff out, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. It's just it's strange. I haven't experienced anything like that. Although I guess
Yeah,
we all
it'll
have dreams
probably
where it's
keep happening until you feel a little better about it.
right.
Well, I told my partners, like, I love and miss you so much. I can feel you in my dreams, like literally. Like I can feel your skin.
Mr. McFeely's here.
It is a thing where you, I don't know. I feel you both figuratively and literally. No pun intended. Feel you.
And I've had lucid dreams. Like I've had lucid dreams, but this morning, like that was like not lucid, but another experience. Like like another experience.
Like a visitation dream, you know, where the word dream automatically debases experiences that people describe in our Western society, and so I'm really determined to upgrade our language in that regard. But yeah, there is a different type of experience that you can have, and I think it is a real visitation sometimes, not always, but sometimes.
And so when I tell you about this dream, like, you know, just even like mentioning it, like it and how close it was.
Lost you for a second there, buddy, but if you want to just repeat that last sentence, I see John's got his hand raised.
And this was such an intimate, close dream.
Right. I
You've
feel
lost that loving feeling, but it's cold outside. Yeah.
Is the flooding
Not
over?
bad here. What's up, John?
Hey, is Robert's
John,
pinky dropped?
the hand.
Hey.
Did you hear
yeah,
him, Logan?
And
Yeah, I don't know.
keep getting cut off, but I wanted
Yeah,
to
I don't
say,
think
like,
you can hear John.
that dream was so close and so intimate. Like,
I don't think you can hear John either.
I can hear him.
I can hear a sound that sounds like some prayer beads being twisted in somebody's hand.
Oh, I hear that too. My bad.
What was that noise? Now I'm curious.
That was just my the rubber of my earphones kind of rubbing together, making that kind of twisty sound.
That's a good noise for your earphones to have, at least. I think, yeah, I guess we lost John, and then Buddy was also cutting out.
Buddy hasn't been talking.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I cut out earlier.
Yeah, he's on to greener pastures. That's all right. But wasn't there another Buddy?
I don't think
Buddy
so.
Bolton.
Maybe I just went through like a time slip. I'm confused. I swear
John's
there was
back.
another Buddy.
Now I'm seeing John's back.
Let's see if you can hear him, Logan.
Yeah, I've seen ghosts.
Yeah, there's John.
Yeah.
Come in, John.
Hey.
How about now? You still don't hear Logan?
Do you hear me, John? Come in, John. 10-4.
I can hear you, Logan.
I'm
John
gonna have
has
to
a small
move you all
wing.
the way, John. So just come right back in.
No, it's probably me. I'm using my cell phone right now, but I just got back home, so I'm hopping my Wi-Fi. Maybe I'll hear him.
Yeah. I already removed him and stuff, so he should be back on the way.
While we're waiting, I'll just share another like 10-second story from my friend Max. One time he was waiting for a bus and he saw like a typical Man in Black sort of figure, just some guy in a, I don't know, fedora hat or a detective hat rather, bowler cap or something, just smoking a cigarette, watching him. And then he took the bus to some other part of the city and sorry, I left out a crucial point. So before he got on this bus, he was taking a piss. And so he saw this guy watching him just smoking a cigarette. Then he got on a bus to the other part of the city and saw the same sort of detective hat figure watching him again. End story. I know it's not that exciting, but
That's pretty good.
I don't know. It was weird to hear him tell it. I asked him many times, like, was it the exact same thing? And yeah, he said so.
One time I went to visit a statue near my house. Well, not near it at all, but in the same kind of city within an hour. So I was like, oh, I'll just go check it out. And there was just this supposed cult that was in Oregon somewhere. So I'm walking my dogs. If you guys hear traffic, I don't live on the streets. I'm just walking my dogs. But the fucking statues behind this big ass gate, and this gate is epic. We're talking 2 stories tall. I mean, it's a big fucking gate. Like, it's not like a regular thing. It's definitely a. It's in this dead end street. So you get to this dead end street. There's normal houses, but it's forested, right? There's normal houses, and then you get to this spot where there's just these 2 stone pyramids at the end of the street, and then it opens up to these 2 giant lion statues, and then this big gate, and behind the gate was this really tall statue of Isis, a lioness-headed goddess statue. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna film this for this creepy music video I'm doing, cool B-roll for it. And while I'm filming, my ex at the time, she was in the car. She was like, I'm getting really weird vibes. And I'm like, it's all good. And a car pulls up while I'm outside, like while I'm with my camera, like filming this gate and all this shit. And the car pulls up. And it's got like teenage kids in it. Like maybe 5 teenagers in it. And they're like, they jump out and they're super charismatic. And they're super like, assert, like, they're like, hey, how you doing? Like, what are you up to? And they're like, nice. It's just like really fishy, you know? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm over here just filming the gate. You know, I'm on public property. It's all good. They're like, oh, yeah, this place is pretty cool, huh? Like, have you ever been here before? And I go, no. And they're like, well, have you ever been inside? I go, no. They're like, do you want to go? I go, no. And they're like, well, we know how to get in. And I'm like, all right, well, that's cool. And they walk up to this mailbox and they open it and they're like, behind it, there's a door. They reach behind this thing and they hit a button and the gate opens. And they're like, you want to go in? And I go, fuck no. You guys shouldn't go in either. This is crazy. And then right then, no joke, an unmarked black Mercedes-Benz, tinted windows, starts driving up the driveway, out the gate, passes us. And I'm like, okay, this is fucked up. I got to roll, you know? And I look over at my girlfriend at the time, and she's like freaking out in the car. She's like, let's go, let's go. So I'm like, all right. So she's like, I don't trust those kids. They seem like they were actors. And I'm like, girl, you're tripping. Like, I'm from the hood. Like, they're just fucking a bunch of white kids in the car. Like, it doesn't, they're nothing. Like, it's just, they were just probably like neighborhood kids. And she goes, no, man, there's something up with them. I'm like, all right, whatever. So a year later, I'm at like a friend's birthday party. And I'm telling the story. And I'm like, telling them how I'm at the part where I get out of my car and I have a camera and I'm filming the gate. And then I say, and then the car pulls up and this guy jumps up in the middle of the party, jumps up and goes, and teenage kids came out of the car and tried to get you to go inside, didn't they? And I go, yes. How do you know that? And he's like, fucking the same thing happened to me. And I'm like, no way. And he's like, yeah, same thing happened to me. And I'm like, okay, well, that's officially creepy as fuck. I think my ex was right. Something was going on with those kids. It's such a weird thing. And the cult is called the Cult of Oculus Anubis, if you want to look it up. and you'll see the statue I'm talking about. There's all this weird rumors about some.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to look that up because it sounded like you were describing Bastet to me.
Quite possibly, but yeah, you guys got to check it out. The cult of Oculus Anubis in Oregon.
I guess that means the Eye of Anubis.
Pretty much.
From what little Latin I know.
Yeah.
I took 3 years of Latin. I know what Oculus means. That's crazy.
It sounds like maybe their family member
I always
was
wonder,
buried there or
I always
something.
wa- I,
If it
I
was a
always
tombstone.
I always wonder how these ancient cultures came up with pyramids.
I mean, it would be
What was that,
pretty.
John?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Cool. I mean, if I had a grandparent or great grandparent buried, and there was some beautiful beautiful carvings around it, I'd have some CCTV or some protection around that. Like I walk through churches in the city, and I see kids have smashed 19th, 18th century headstones, just doing that. And so maybe they had some CCTV and they just saw you there and they were like, "Hey, what's up?" And they're just looking after this small property. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
I concur. So, anyone else got a spooky story?
I've got a few.
Okay, go ahead.
I've seen a few ghosts. I think Logan and Screen. I've mentioned before some of my experiences here, and I started having these seizures. So my memory was a bit scrambled, but they've stopped thankfully with the new medicine. But the ghosts, yeah. So I don't appreciate when people start calling ghosts like demons and stuff. It just kind of creeps me out, and it doesn't make me want to talk about seeing them because, you saw yourself the past few days when people who have very strong beliefs, it can kind of tint it in a very negative way. I mean, we don't know what's happening with all these experiences.
Oh, come on, don't beat up on that poor girl the way you're ganging up on her.
I love that girl. It's all right. She has her own truth. But yeah, so the ghosts kind of fit the time of like where I saw them, the area. So this is kind of industrial era, kind of Georgian Victorian area, and some of them were laborers, and there was a cemetery there, but they appeared kind of like shadows, and the other was a maid. I saw, and it is an Victorian era building, and because of my experiences with this NHI that I've mentioned before, it has like this trace back function. It just seems to want to find, I'm not sure what it is, but it seems to want to like trace back. It's like an interrogator or something, like in an API. It wants to like access information from the local area or from information. And that's why when Screen mentioned something about movies, I believe that we've been broadcasting these media into space from the planet, and it's using our broadcasts as a template for establishing contact. And it's not just because people are watching a movie and then having some kind of psychotic break and hallucination of the movie. It's because these intelligences are using that as a template for establishing contact. And what happened was radio was first being used early, and then radar. But radar's military. Do you know what I mean? And thousands of years ago, it was just prayers. People with the ancient Egyptians, like the Baghdad batteries, they had some basic electronic stuff, and they'd be praying to the heavens. Everything was the heavens. Like the serpent is the galaxy. When you look at the galaxy and how when the Earth rotates every night, it looks like a snake eating its own tail, the Ouroboros. Yet people have applied like really crazy ideas, like everything in the past. They looked at the heaven, all the stars and planets, they considered them deities. Anyway, back to the ghost story. So the reason I mention this is because the traceback function attached to the ghost and tried to extrapolate information from it. And it was just like this fragment of a person, just imprinted in space-time. And they had memories, they had, emotions, there was so much information there about this person's life. I guess it's something like what Tyler Henry, that psychic, does. They connect to whatever, but I'm not into that. But it was just interesting, like this fragment of consciousness from centuries ago that was just there, and it was still interactive to some degree. But I don't feel like fear anymore. I just don't really feel anything. I'm just numb.
I love what you said. I love that phrase, fragment of consciousness. I always think of consciousness in terms of multiplicity and segments and so forth. I almost wonder if we have multiple souls, or that our soul, is very multifaceted. So I don't know. I really like that. Thank you for sharing.
And like I've had, like, talking about dreams, like there are 2 dreams that I've had in my life that I remember where I kind of believe I've lived another life. And it's like, can't explain it, like but I remember these 2 dreams like way beyond any other dreams.
I think there are many types of dreams, like I was saying earlier. I think we need to, in my opinion, come to grips with the fact that what we call reality, or at least waking life reality, is still just a sustained hallucination born out of a bunch of endogenous drugs that are flowing through our system all the time. All these neurotransmitters and hormones and everything that, are doing their thing within our brain and the rest of our body. That's creating reality. And so as we pass between dream states and waking states and everywhere in between, I think we need to realize that these are all connected, and we shouldn't just disregard one or another because it doesn't, apply to what we call waking life, consensus reality. It's a very new kind of modern thing, and I don't like that.
And that's why I am committed to like embracing love and acceptance and promoting and elevating every other person. Like, obviously there's limits to it, but like we need to love and accept people.
Does that include the Orange Man?
Yes, it includes the Orange Man. I know some people that actually have a puja table, which is like, kind of like a yogic tradition where they pray to these different little figurines and whatnot, and they keep a special place for Donald Trump, even though they hate the shit out of him. They still pray to him. So Sorry if that's cheesy, but that's what that made me think of.
So what's everyone talking about tonight?
Death.
Oh, you want to hear some death?
Destruction.
I saw some skeletons walking around like they were normal people once. When I was a kid, it was freaky as fuck. But they weren't skeletons for very long. Only like, I don't know, maybe a minute before they turned back. I don't know. I didn't stare at them the whole time, so. But yeah, they were just walking around, enjoying a party, just skeletons walking around, holding drinks, talking to each other, watching TV, etc. All just skeletons walking around. And when I looked back, they were back to being normal again. It was really, really weird.
For real? How
Yeah.
old were you?
Like 6 or 7.
That's really cool.
Did you say 57?
Yeah, I was 57 at the time.
And so I
Logan's a Benjamin Button.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was the oldest person in the room.
Well, now you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what that was all about. I've always kind of like wondered, like, hoping I'd hear somebody else tell that story, but I've yet to hear that story told. Has anyone else heard that story talked about before?
I haven't.
Yeah.
What skeletons?
Yeah, I mean, just skeletons walking around. It's like normal, you know?
I've seen it in that one Goosebumps episode. The one Goosebumps story where I think it was called Say Cheese and Die, where you take a picture of them and they were just skeletons.
Oh yeah, but were they walking and talking too, or were they just dead when they turned into the skeleton? I don't remember.
I hardly remember that story, but no, I have not heard any other skeleton memories like that. That just sounds like the game Grim Fandango, which I'm a huge fan of.
I've never heard of it. What's that? And by the way, that particular episode you mentioned starred everyone's favorite ladies' man, the guy from Drive. What's his name?
Oh God, I know. Why is it escaping me?
Yeah, I mean, he's been in everything. You know what I mean? So that
Ryan
guy.
Gosling.
Yeah,
Ryan Gosling.
A young Ryan Gosling was in that episode.
Seriously?
The boy in it, I think, is him.
Oh my God, that's a fun fact. All right.
And so I'm a big fan of psychedelics, but I've never seen skeletons walking around.
You're saying he was in the Goosebumps?
Yeah, he was in that Goosebumps episode. Yeah.
Say Cheese and Die.
Cool. I didn't realize that. Me and Tupper were just talking about young Hercules the other day.
Oh, which one? The one that's like was like abused by his parents that like was too like buff and stuff?
No, like the show that Ryan Gosling did, where he was like a young Hercules.
Oh, Ryan Gosling was a young Hercules? I didn't know that.
Of course he was, both IRL and in the movies. That game, Grim Fandango, is by the guy that made the Monkey Island games. If you ever played Escape from Monkey Island, Secret of Monkey Island, or if you ever played the game Psychonauts, great game.
I'm familiar with Guy Sprigthorpe or whatever his name is.
Tim Schafer?
No, the main character in the games you just mentioned.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. The Monkey Island games. Yeah, those are the ones that I'm least familiar with. But yeah, that's who made Grim Fandango, is that guy, and it's a really cool game about like the a sort of Casablanca, LA noir story that takes place in the Mexican vision of the afterlife, with Fandango, or no, not Fandango. That's a dance with these kind of the sort of skeletons that you see in the Dia de los Muertos. It's a great game. 1998.
Man, I miss playing board games with your friends.
People still do it, believe it or not.
No, I mean as a kid.
True. I have friends that still play a lot of board games, and I feel really weird when I come over and I don't want to play board games. Not that I'm shitting at board games. Board games are fucking rad. I'm sorry, I didn't want it to come off that way.
I wish you guys the best day ever. I'm out.
Thank
Oh
you.
damn! Is my mic on? Damn it! I'm sorry.
Yep, hot mic. But thank you.
See you later. He's gone. Oh well. Snooze, you lose. This Mexican toilet ain't no joke. I say, I love those emojis up there. That's awesome. So anybody watch the latest Jimmy Bright Insight thing from yesterday? I still haven't watched it. I don't even know what it's about. Have you watched it yet, Paul?
The Jimmy what?
You guys know what I'm talking about? The Bright Insight guy, Jimmy, whatever his name is.
The what guy?
Corsetti.
Oh yeah, Jimmy Corsetti.
I don't even know who that is.
He's good. And I like that he's on Joe Rogan now. That's pretty cool.
I like that. I saw him earlier today on YouTube in like a short. He was like, I'm at Joe Rogan's place. And I saw Jamie for the first time on there. He's just like a regular looking white dude. And
wait, are you talking about? Sorry, are you talking about the latest Joe Rogan guy? That guy?
Yeah.
Then yes, I did watch it. I'm embarrassed.
Why? Was it bad?
Because I couldn't remember his name, and I literally just watched him like 3 hours ago, or before this talk. So yeah.
How long is it? Like 2.5 hours? 3 hours? Like what are you talking about? Anything cool?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of in the vein of Graham Hancock. I only listened to the first hour or so thus far, but he just makes a really great kind of meta-analysis about like why, again, just in the first hour, about why academic why these academic circles are so intent on maintaining the status quo. He does a really good breakdown on like gatekeeping and stuff like that when it comes to history. So I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't look at his Twitter.
Oh no. Oh no. I have to look at it now.
I swear, I'm gonna die like a gnarly death because I just had to block another Sue account. Jesus Christ, man, I just feel like terrible about that. Got to do what you got to do. Damn.
Another witch account?
Sue has another account she made to comment in the thread. So
okay.
Yeah, it's just
That's rough, man. You're doing God's work.
it sucks, man. You know what I mean? Like that's a bummer having to do that to people. Ah, man, sweet old ladies like that. It just isn't the right place, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've hardly even heard Sue, so I can't really comment. But I feel you for the having to have that responsibility. I don't know. I can imagine to some extent. I think.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's not a huge responsibility. It just sucks. That's all. Everyone has to deal with and at some point, you're gonna be hosting a space, man. You got like a really good you could be like you got like an interesting voice, I think, and you can talk. So I think you'd make like a great host, dude. I think that's like you remind me of like a young Whitley Strieber, like that kind of guy. Like pretty good.
My God. Well, that's the biggest compliment I could ask for, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, I've been thinking of starting a space soon. I don't want to do that thing where I make like or maybe I should make a thread where it's like, would anybody listen to my space? Or should I just make a space and, maybe invite a few people and see what happens? I don't know.
Oh, do a Twitter poll, man. Take it to the people, see what they want, go from there.
No, don't ask any people what they want. That's that is a no. You don't need to ask the people.
Have
You
Sue
just tell
as
the
your
people what they want.
co-host. Hey, does anybody know Hebrew in here?
Are you talking about retention or reinsertion?
No, Hebrew. Does anybody know how to read Hebrew?
I didn't know. What did you want to read some Hebrew right now, or?
No, I've got some Hebrew I need read.
I mean, I've been very slowly studying it recently, just out of my own interest, and because I am, I guess, technically Jewish, because my mom was Jewish. I, celebrated Hanukkah and stuff. Yeah, but I don't speak it.
Hey, so is being Jewish like so it's like a is it like a race or like ethnicity and a religion?
You're asking the $1,000,000 question. Depends who you ask. There's this thing. There's the Ashkenazi Jews, which that some people think that those are considered a race because they did come from certain areas.
That's what I am.
Ashkenazi Jew. I mean, yeah, same.
According to 23andMe, at least.
Yeah, my mother was 100%, and yeah, so I'm 50%, and then the other half is Roman Catholic, so that's a nice combo. But yeah, so I would say yes. That seems to be the consensus, but who am I to answer that?
Tupa, can you ask ChatGPT what they think?
I am so terrified of ChatGPT. It's the first time since I don't know, been a child where it's like it's like a parental figure. There's no longer going to be teachers. It's just going to be the AI or something. I mean, I don't know. That's a little hyperbolic, but it's so crazy that you can just get all of the best knowledge and advice from an AI. What the fuck is happening? Sometimes I think that the AI thing is coinciding with the alien thing because they're probably super related. We all know about the Greys, maybe some of the small Greys being AI and so forth, and some aliens perhaps altering themselves to be AI. Maybe like that's why what's happening is happening, or maybe that's why a small degree of disclosure is happening because AI is becoming so apparent, and perhaps we're on the verge of interacting with an AI which has been here all along, which is particularly interested in us, at this point in time, at least for the last decades.
So I asked the chat.
Absolutely. I mean, if you think about it, like so many of the unidentified phenomenon can be brought, can be explained away. But isn't it coincidental that once military started broadcasting military signals
And
into space, that it exponentially increased? And if you were, say, just even with our technology, if you had a battle group anywhere on the planet and they start receiving military signals from, technological signals, they would send a couple of drones out to investigate, wouldn't they?
100%. I don't see any reason. Well, I can see many reasons to send out drone type, uh, you know, avatars, so to speak. That just makes a lot of sense. I suppose I can also see reasons to come in person, so to speak. But yeah, I just wonder how much artificial intelligence, like how much there's going to be a delineation between artificial and unartificial intelligence. Like, is that just going to stop being a thing at some point? Are we just going to be this weird uh, hybrid of AI and biotech, and then the word artificial is just going to become meaningless. I kind of suspect that some of these quote unquote aliens are exactly that.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, an AI can be put into stasis rather than biological. It can just be put in suspended mode like a computer or turned off for millions of years. I mean, I recently reposted a tweet of a disk that was created that can hold hundreds of terabytes of data and can last for many millions of years or billions of years. I think it was it. I have to double check that. I'll post it below.
Yeah, please. It makes me wonder if AI is the predominant form of life, what we call AI rather, is the predominant form of life in the universe. I genuinely wonder about that.
It's gotta be, man. Space is made for robots, not humans.
Right? Yeah, like, and just physical life is so dense and confined to certain spaces and whatnot. I can see biological life doing lots of stuff, but I would see what we think of, again, as robots or AI being more common overall.
There is a peculiar thing with people, though. It's like a prejudice against AI, I guess, because of popular media, lack of understanding. But even people like Kent would constantly lambast AI, quantum computing, and all this. But then he said he contracts with defense or something, so that could explain him pushing the. I don't want to talk about him because he's
Couldn't
not
believe
here.
that unless it's verified.
Yeah, but the implications of successful quantum computing and being able to break every code, like every transmission, would have security implications in many ways, not just for military, but for banking, for communications, for everything.
I am so interested in what the next 10 years are going to bring, because if we're already at this stage in 2023, and of course we have all these dates that are being thrown out there, like 2027 from John Ramirez and 2026 and so forth. I like, for the first time, I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to actually think that something really big is going to happen in the next decade, and it might not be tied to any of those dates, but I just can't help but think that there's a snowballing effect taking place. Reality has just become so weird, even with the limited amount of disclosure that we've had. Something is coming. I really think so.
Even people that don't normally feel like any kind of sense about things or like are into woo or anything like that can have this sense of like impending doom for some reason, which is what really worries me.
Well, hopefully it's the apocalypse in the sense of, it's a pretentious thing everyone says. Apocalypse doesn't mean, total destruction. It means the lifting of the
Rebirth.
So hopefully that is the case, and it is just a transformation. That's all I can hope for. And if it's not, I believe in reincarnation anyway, so fuck it.
Yeah, I mean, reincarnation's got to be a thing, right? Or I mean, if it's not a thing, the reason why we can remember past lives is because all our individual cells actually are little conscious entities themselves, and then when they gather in our brains, they form this, what you would call like a consensus reality, maybe, or some kind of thing like that. And that's what forms all of our thoughts all together, and
Sure.
when our brain degrades into the ether, it goes and spreads into some mother's womb somewhere, and some of those cells get plugged into that, and that's those cells retain that memory.
Right. So
from my
in that
personal,
sense, it doesn't really matter that much. Go on. Sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna say from my personal experiences. Paul, I've tagged you in a reply on this if you can get it. With that, it's billions of years that can store the data in a little disk that can survive for billions of years. But my personal experience with the NHI and all that is, they're so far advanced. And who's to say that we weren't recreated? Like, we're going to bring back mammoths who's to say that the ancient mythos and creation mythos weren't, a civilization that was recovering after some cataclysm, or, there's so many possibilities out there. And one thing is you can't destroy information, but their ability to preserve information is so far ahead of ours. Who's to say that, when they say, in the Bible, when it says the kingdom of the heavens, I don't think that's deliberate. You know what I mean? The kingdom of the heavens, not kingdom of this little island here, kingdom of the heavens. And I believe that there was some interaction, and I just think our innate insanity just caused some issues. Sorry, just in case I've cut out, I can't hear anyone, but I'm referring to like the old scriptures. That's what I'm talking about an interaction.
Yes, I mean, I certainly do think that we've been in contact in the past. I I was looking for where you tagged me. I think this is was this in the nest or was this in the thread?
I think the bottom right. I'm not sure if you have an iPhone or an Android,
Yeah,
but
I have an
replies.
Android. Yeah, I don't think. Okay, so I think the bottom right is just the thread. Let me make sure of that.
I saw that Omega Omega Point commented on the thread there, John. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, their loose threads document was really awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, man, those documents are the best out there. I mean, is there any better like documents than those for like what they're talking about? I don't know. I don't think so. It really gets into
Yeah,
specifics.
Okay, sorry, I just found what you were referring to, John. Yeah, loose threads I think is perhaps one of the best documents that you can give to anybody to just get them up to date on the situation.
Hell yeah. Trying to give those out to like putting it like in physical form and giving it out to all the like politicians and shit to read.
Yeah, there's a ton in there. When I was at the New York conference, and I was briefly talking to James Iandoli, and he was talking about loose threads, and I hadn't read the whole thing and stuff. And at one point, he was like, "You don't know loose threads," and I was like, "Oh my god, I need to I need to finish reading it." It was like essential reading from James, so I took it seriously thenceforth. Henceforth.
That's a big dude, isn't he? I didn't realize how big he was until I saw him standing with other people, but he's a massive bro, isn't he? How big is he?
He is gigantic. I'm kind of just I'm like 5'11", not a big guy or anything, and he's got to be like 6'6" or something, and just totally freaking huge. He like in a very great endearing way. He's just a giant among us, truly a gentle giant.
I mean, what does he do for work?
I couldn't tell you. I know he's got, I think, 2 kids. He talks about his other work, but I haven't gotten to know him that well yet. I know Jay's slightly better out of the, the 2 of them that are kind of running the conference, but I don't even know. I know Jay has worked in producing and stuff like that, but I don't know what he's worked on. So I don't know.
I don't know either of their stories as far as their what has what was James's experience, like what happened to him?
Oh yeah, I know all about that. He had one of my, in my opinion, one of the most interesting stories, which he just shared again recently, or at least he keeps reposting his stories. So if you go to Engaging the Phenomenon on Twitter, you probably wouldn't have to scroll down that far. Or I don't know. In any case, he reposts this a lot, and so his most interesting experience to me, and I think in his opinion as well, was, well, he's had several. The one that interested me most was where uh, he was driving down a road one day and he saw an orange orb in the sky. I hope I'm not butchering this. And so, that was weird and remarkable and all of that. I think he had kind of been into CE5 work at that point, so he was kind of familiar with the phenomenon. But yeah, and so then a year later, he gets into a horrible car accident, and he has an out of body experience. Essentially an NDE that was from the same perspective as that orb. I kind of left this part out, but I think in between, after he saw that orb the next day, a year previous, he had a dream where he was looking down at himself driving from the perspective of this orb. So then a year later, turns out he realized in retrospect it was a year later to the day, he claims, uh, that he had seen this orb previously. So then he has this out of body experience. He's watching, his body from above, maybe 50 feet in the air or something, and it eventually goes back into his body. But yeah, so that's what I always loved about it, was the kind of retro causal, nonlinear time aspect, and how it all tied into his dreams. He kind of had this future premonition of this, what he called a trauma-induced out-of-body experience with this car accident. So that's one of them. I know more.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So one that he's only told a couple times, which I think he's only told it like once that I know of, because it's so wild and unbelievable. So he kind of doesn't want to tell it, was where he was really getting into CE5, and what he's kind of most known for is that he spent some years in the whole Stephen Greer club before Greer totally went off the deep end, back when he was just the CE5 guy and he hadn't yet been as egomaniacal and weird as he's become, and dangerous and all of that. So he was a huge practitioner of CE5, was very versed in it, and he had a couple encounters. One of which I think he was teaching his cousin to do CE5 at a family gathering, and then he and his cousin, might have been more family, but it was at least him and his cousin, proceeded to see what he said were hundreds of orbs descend upon them in this kind of grassy field that they were sitting in. And again, he doesn't share it because it just sounds unbelievable, and they weren't on anything. I do believe he made clear, and yeah, it's just kind of insane. And then the other one that I know about was that when he was younger, before he really got into the CE5 stuff or anything, I think when he was maybe a late teen, he had what he called a telepathic override. And I've started to steal that term because I kind of know what he means, where it felt like his whole body was like a microphone or something, and his whole body heard this voice which said, "Go outside and look up," or something like that. And so he does so. He goes outside and he sees, I think, what he describes as an octagonal disc-shaped craft, basically like a saucer, but with angles. And he gets his family to come outside, and they all stared at it for like 20 minutes and just kind of got bored and went back inside. So yeah, you can find all of these on his channel, Engaging the Phenomenon, and he also does have videos of a few genuine UFOs. So it's another reason to go to his channel.
So like he's like it's like, go back to the part where like he's in a field and like all these orbs drop down. Like you said, how many?
So this is the story that he's only told once, and I almost feel like I shouldn't tell it because it was clear that he didn't really want people to hear it until he kept making these videos and getting a good audience. He said it was like over 100 orbs were kind of floating around this field that he was in when they did the CE5. And I think he said he was with like 10 other family members or something, and he talked about like why didn't I run inside and get or actually no, I think it's coming back to me now. I think he did run back inside at one point to get a camera after quite a while of just watching this. And as soon as he got back, they were gone. And he always regretted going back inside because he thought that they would have stayed longer if he hadn't done that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if he was gonna do that, like try to summon an orb, why wouldn't he bring cameras in case it happened?
I don't think that they expected anything to come of it. Apparently, it was the first time that he had done this with his cousin, and it was just at a family gathering. And like, I don't know about you, man, but the whole camera thing and people like setting up cameras in advance and shit, like, I fucking nobody ever thinks of that. Like nobody.
Well, yeah, I know.
That's just something that people think of who are hearing other people's stories. Is like, why were there no cameras? Nobody ever thinks of that. So
well, hold on. If we're gonna be doing CE5, like if you're planning on making contact, then you would
yes,
for sure.
he has set up cameras for that. I'm just saying like in general when you have these
Yeah, I know what you mean. They never bring them. You never think about it.
experiences, yeah. But no, his channel has some really good ones. He has like he's caught I believe it was a formation of 5 orbs in a V formation flying with night vision goggles. He's caught a few flash bulbs, as people call them, that were
What? On his channel?
yes, yeah. Directly in relation to his thoughts. Project Unity, Jay has posted a few of these too, but he hasn't kept all of them public on his channel. So I've seen some that are not public. The 2 of them are successful CE5ers. I have zero doubt in my mind. Whatever you think about Jay or James, they are successful at what they do, in my opinion.
Well, sure, man. They're making contact, so they're doing something right for sure. They are. I don't know. I hate to use the word worthy, but I think certain people are made worthy of like being in their presence. You know what I mean?
Sure. But I understand your hesitancy because it's a dangerous thing to think. The idea of being worthy or special, and I think that what makes James and Jay worthy is that they are so, in my opinion, humble about it. At least when it comes to this topic, they are humble about it. And I will add as a caveat that people go through phases, and that Jay, for example, has been very public. Jay from Project Unity has been very public about the fact that he stopped doing CE5 about 2 years ago, I think, and he hasn't had any experiences since. And for both of them, I think most of their big experiences were in the past. So these things do fluctuate, based on where you're at in life. I'm an experiencer, and I haven't had any experiences over the past, well, not any alien experiences over the past year, particularly, and I think that's because of where I'm at in life. So sorry, that was kind of a digression, but the whole worthiness thing, it's a topic worthy of dissecting.
Yeah, I see those videos you're talking about. I see one called CE5 contact work, night vision footage, and then there's another one here called examples of CE5 footage, which might not
that
be
one.
his. Is it that one?
I'm pretty sure that the examples, if it's on his channel, I think that's the one that has some of the best footage.
Oh yeah, I mean, I see it right now. I can't hear the audio, so I'm not sure if he's saying this is mine or if it's just someone else's or what.
No, I'm pretty sure that everything on there is, if you're on James's channel, that's all his footage.
Because he was just showing the Dr. Greer Rama footage, so I was like, I'm not sure if this is that too.
I see. That actually, so if I'm not mistaken, that video starts off. It's like a 15-minute video, right? It starts off with like
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Okay, even shorter. I think it might just start off with Steve Greer stuff, and then maybe one or two quick examples of the flashbulbs. That's certainly the case with at least a few of his videos.
Yeah, man, I just saw a flashbulb go off. That's so weird. They position themselves to look exactly like stars. Like,
Yeah.
do they know like they look like stars to us from this viewpoint? Like, is that's why they do it, of course, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. I've never seen a flashbulb, but I've seen a star go out a couple times where I'm like just looking at a formation of stars and then one of them just disappears. And
Why?
I'm always like, is that a cloud or something, you know? But it's just like one star out of this formation. So I don't know if those are UFOs. I don't know, but I've never, yeah, I haven't done CE5 that much either. For the record, I do CE5 like for bedroom encounters, sort of. Sometimes, you know, I'll open myself up to contact, and stuff will happen. Like I've shared in these spaces just earlier today. But yeah, when it comes to outside under the sky, for some reason, I just haven't gotten around to doing that many CE5s. I have done them, just very few.
I've never done one. I mean, the last thing I want to do is contact one. So like, yeah, that doesn't make sense to do it. So
I got you. Only all I can do is just report my experiences and echo what other people who really practice it, like Jay and James, say, which is that they don't believe that what they were in contact with was anything other than neutral or benevolent. That's their opinion about their specific encounters, not their opinion about the entire range of phenomena in general. Just their encounters they believe to be at least positive or neutral. And I would say the same about most of my experiences. Not all of them, but most of them.
makes sense. You can't. Love to see someone try to claim. Well, the people do try to do that sometimes, I guess. Try to claim, oh, it's all love and light, and if you hear anything negative, fear mongering or whatever. I don't know.
I'm sure it's a total spectrum of everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my guess. It's just a multiplicity, just a constellation of types of beings and types of ethics and then types of encounters as well. And you know, you can have an encounter that might have a positive intent that is still nonetheless invasive and terrifying for the subject, and yet does that make it pure evil? No, it makes it bad in some sense, you know, that they're invading privacy. But then we have to look at ourselves, like, you know, when we take our pets to the vet and stick a thermometer up their ass, they don't want that or like that or enjoy that, and yet we believe it's for their greater good and that we're entitled to it. So, you know, you brought up Whitley Strieber. He one of his quotes that always stuck with me is when he asked this being in communion, where he said to it, "You don't have the right to do this," and the being said, "I do have the right to do this," or "We do. We do have the right to do this." It's a very chilling line.
Ever since I've heard Eric say that like his story is all bullshit, I find the things I take that stuff with a grain of salt now because I'm not now like I don't know. I'm questioning his story now. I don't know if, like.
Well, I wanna talk to Eric about it. I don't really care that much about any individual's stories. I'm just saying that's a good quote. I think that Whitley Strieber's a good writer, and I like that quote. You know, I do care to an extent, obviously, whether somebody's lying or not, but I'd be very, very curious as to why, was it that why he thinks that, because I don't know, I've followed Whitley Strieber forever. I think I know his stuff pretty well. I've looked into people that have attempted to debunk him, and the best that I can come up with is that I think that he is such an experiencer who had such a famous account back in the day, just through whatever, it just went viral, that he then began to he then continued to have experiences, and perhaps over time has either started to, in the negative light, you could say, like, he started to look into things too much, or exaggerate, or be too gullible or credulous and so forth. Or you could say that, in the positive sense, so to speak, that he's leaned into it so much that he's just having these constant experiences. In either case, I don't look at him as a liar. I could see some of his more recent stuff being delusion, but none of it really even seems that way to me. Like, he talks about, for example, being in touch with his dead wife. I mean, there's plenty of religious people that I've met who feel the same way, and constantly, I, I get messages all the time that I'm still in contact with my dead loved ones. So him believing that, I don't think is too weird. I don't know. None of his experiences really strike me as unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the thing about the information Eric gave, right? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that he's lying about the stuff that he said, but there is a discrepancy in the dates, So that could be like, oh, actually, I thought I was there this day. I actually was here. Then it wouldn't necessarily be a lie, right? But if he was saying that stuff on purpose, knowing that, even though it's still about dates and not necessarily the material itself, that kind of throws a wrench into everything else, right?
Also, that guy that comes in here, Ken, that used to hang out with Dennis McKenna or whatever. He backs up Eric's story because he used to hang out over at his Whitley's like little lodge where they used to set up the sex dungeon or whatever, right?
Ken Adams?
Yeah.
Hold on. So wait.
I have to be in. I'm gonna ask him.
Wait. Dennis McKenna is a huge proponent of Whitley Strieber. So you're telling me that somebody who is friends with Dennis believes that Whitley is a con? Because that totally flies in the face of what Dennis McKenna has said publicly very recently.
I don't think that's what was just said at all.
Oh, wait, so yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
so
sure
I
if I had the right
misinterpreted.
McKenna. It's the older. It must be the older, like the one that died, McKenna. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, Terrence McKenna. Okay, I thought you said Dennis. Yeah,
I did say Dennis.
Terrence has
I
been dead
couldn't remember
since
Terrence.
Terrence has been dead since 2001.
Yeah, because he said he used to hang out at the old wooden lodge with Whitley, and things weren't what he, I guess, made them out to be apparently. But he never really said anything because he just they're friends or whatever. But as of more recently, they've just he's just been an asshole, I guess, this whole time. He's just decided to say fuck it. I'm just gonna say like whatever the fuck I want, I guess. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, I have no idea. In the end, I'm just interested in people's experiences, even if they are totally insane, like Corey Good or whatever, and they're just total liars. I still am interested in what they have to say. But yeah, in my book, I am. In my book, though, I don't see Whitley as a liar. Maybe he's mistaken.
Are you talking?
I think Paul was talking. I wasn't looking, but somebody was.
Yeah,
I can hear.
Can you hear me
He's
now?
cutting in and out. Yeah, I can hear you, but you're just cutting in and out. But I'm not sure if that's me or you, or if you're doing that on purpose.
Not doing it on purpose. I don't know. It's probably it's probably my phone or something. But I was
That's
just
probably
saying,
me.
I was just saying. Yeah, I don't know. I find information interesting, including even the total dumpster fires like Corey Good. Not that I ever followed Corey Good. I just find his fallout recently to be interesting, and I've paid attention to it because it interests me. And so, yeah, I pay attention to everything. And in my perspective, yeah, Whitley could be off and mistaken about a lot of stuff. I pretty much always thought that. But when it comes to his core story and when it comes to his overall honesty, he doesn't strike me as a liar. That's just me. I could be wrong.
That's the thing about liars. They can be really good and convincing. So you never really know if you're being lied to if they're good enough. What's up, Ocean? I'm glad to see you're still awake. What's up?
Hey, yeah, I've been having a cranky day. I've just been trying to not take it out on anyone and just be like, I'm cranky.
Yeah.
But I gotta go to bed soon. But I just wanted to say, I just heard this like super weird sound in my yard, and it was when y'all were talking about C5 too, which is kind of weird. But like, it sounded like Bigfoot, but like, there's no Bigfoot around here. I know that. And then, so I sent my dogs outside, and then my dogs were like alerting along the back fence. But I don't know. It sounded kind of like, I don't know, 3 large like Bigfoot sounds.
Like, why couldn't it be Bigfoot?
It's just what it sounded like. It didn't sound like anything I've heard around here before.
It could be Bigfoot, maybe. Yeah. Why not? I think Bigfoot could be anywhere. I think it could even be I mean, I don't know. I don't know how Bigfoot operate really, but I thought they could be anywhere. So I'm gonna go ahead and play that like 4-minute clip of James Iandoli telling his story. You guys down to hear it?
Yeah, give her.
All right, let's see if he says it here.
How just getting into him. And actually Peter Levenda, you know, they both made some really interesting comments about contact and encounters and things. You know, one that was extraordinary. I made one of my little graphics for Peter Levenda was he said, you know, the psychological effects of contact are so pronounced that it almost seems to be the intent behind the encounter rather than a side effect.
Yeah.
You know, because it's a catalyst for change.
It's like what I was just saying, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, you know, Peter Levenda, he puts it in words so nicely.
Right. I was the bottom stair. You took it up a couple stairs, and then he's even further.
Well, no, but you're saying the same thing. This is an observation that people either having the encounters or people that know people that have the encounters or people who have been studying it, like Peter Levenda and Jacques Vallée, you know, they all come to this kind of conclusion, which is really interesting. And you know, speaking of the dreams, did you ever see my video, Dreamtime Contact?
That was going to be my next one, actually. I saw it, and I was like, oh, I got to watch that, because my dreams, yeah.
Yeah, so that was a really interesting one, just because it had to do with, it was like this one encounter was like this whole, like, day and a half of high strangeness. And synchronicities beyond, you know, beyond possible, basically.
Right.
Yeah. So I was at work one day, and I was working an overnight shift somewhere. This is again same year, like 2007. And there's a guy I worked with, and he's super conservative. This guy's like atheist. Very rational minded. Like, this is a good guy to go to advice to, because he's not going to give you some kind of BS. He's going to give you like the straight
black and white.
This is what you have to do, you know, whether you like it or not, blah blah blah. Super, you know, down to earth guy. So I'm working with him, and I'm almost done with my shift, and he, out of nowhere, he says to me, and you know, he doesn't know that I'm into any of this stuff or whatever. And he says, "Did you hear about the UFO sightings in Mexico?" And I was like, you know, I was like, kind of like, where's this coming from? You know, this is not that kind of guy that's going to say something like that. But I was like, no, because I didn't hear about it. And so I was like, that's kind of weird. So whatever. I just went home, and I went to sleep. And again, it's like in the morning now, because it's an overnight shift. And I have this insane dream that is so lucid. I'm in the dream. I'm driving in my car in this dream. It's nighttime, and it's in my old neighborhood where I used to live. And there's a this UFO over my car, like literally like 20 feet over my car, and it's like a electric orange plasma. and you can like hear the electricity, and I can feel like electricity flowing through my body, and I'm freaking out. Again, because this is a dream, so I'm like super reactive. I'm not even thinking like, oh, why is that there, or is that a UFO? I was just like,
the reality in your dreams is the reality.
Yeah, I'm just driving, trying to get away from this thing, and I'm driving really fast, and I can't get away from it, and I turn and I'm driving whatever, and I can't get away from the thing, and the dream ends, and I wake up and I'm like, that was freaking like weird. I just and then one of my family members comes home from work, whatever, they come into the house, and they say to me, they said, did you hear about the UFO sightings in Mexico? And I'm like, okay, screw this. At this point, I'm like, F all this. Because this is just
frustrating.
This is how this person says it to me in the morning. I have this insane dream, and now this person walks in and says the same exact thing that this other skeptic atheist said to me. And I'm like, okay, screw all this. I'm going to go in my car. I'm going to go get something to eat, because there was this Chinese place down the street I used to go to a lot. So I get in my car and I'm driving, and just like a few hundred feet, I just see a ball of fire in the sky. And it's just stationary right there. And I'm like, holy shit. I was like, that's a UFO. And as soon as they said that, in my mind, it started moving. And I'm like freaking out. It's a fireball in the sky, and it's low. Like some kind of, it's a lot closer. This is freaking excited as hell.
Right.
And I tried to chase it, and eventually it just got out of where I could my view, so I couldn't chase it anymore.
Yeah.
And I was blown away because of the sequence of events itself were more bizarre than the actual sighting itself. Like the ball of fire in the broad daylight, because it was like 3:30, maybe 4 in the afternoon. And again, the thing was completely stationary, hovering there. And as soon as I thought, that's the UFO, like I was meant to recognize it or something, then it started to move. But the whole sequence of events that led to that were way more insane, and it all came crashing down on me.
Wow.
Like, it hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, cause I'm trying to.
How I felt.
Yeah. Because the sighting itself was like pretty intense, but then again, now I'm realizing like everything that's going on is just clicking, like click, 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 like a domino effect in my mind, and I'm like, holy crap. And I mean, so
that's how
that
it
was
was
pretty
in the
incredible.
call, when I was on the call in the argument. Like, that's how you described it, is a lot better than how I did, where I was in like auto mode. Like, that's because everything was clicking at the time.
Yeah, and so
I couldn't do anything. Yeah.
One of the crazy things about all this is the experience that I described on.
That's it.
I think he might after that go into the part about his car accident. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, why would it cut off there? Jesus.
well, that it's part of a larger interview, I think.
Oh, really? Oh,
I'm not sure. Actually, I could be wrong about that.
no, you're right. It says full link in description. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you
Huh.
want to find I don't know the timestamp. By the way, if you ever want to find the one where he talks about like the 100 orbs or whatever, I believe it is on Project Unity's channel, and it's either the only interview with James / engaging the phenomenon, or one of two.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna look for that.
Sure.
Be interesting.
Yeah, I'll look for it as well at some point.
Oh man, that's dude. The way you described that story was interesting, because earlier today I was just listening to the guy. Hold on. I didn't realize I was talking into my mic. The guy who was talking to Sean Rash or whatever his name is, guy from Witness Citizen, or I think that's what it's called. I was listening to his story just coincidentally earlier today, and he was talking about the series of events that. Do you know his story?
I just heard his story that he shared. Yeah.
No,
Negative
Sean
Ghost Rider.
Sean Rash. He didn't just describe his story.
Wait, yes, he did. Did you hold up? Witness Citizen. Yeah, he just made a Twitter post either
Oh, you
today.
mean that? Yeah, no, I thought you meant just right now listening to this video. Oh, okay, yeah. No, yeah, that's how I saw it too. The same video.
Yeah.
So yeah, that series of events. Oh wait, Screen hasn't heard it. I guess maybe I should say it. So Screen, his story is Sean is so it's like COVID's going on, right? And he just bought a new house. His parents are like they have their own house somewhere, and like he's um dealing with like the whole COVID thing and like talking to like I guess his mom wants to like wear a mask, but his dad's being like less safe about it, and like he's getting into like arguments with him like about having to wear a mask, and they go to like a bowling alley to like meet up for a bowling game with the team, I guess, or whatever. And I guess he was under the impression that everyone was going to be wearing masks, but he gets there and no one's wearing a mask, and so they have it out like in the parking lot, I guess, and had this massive like blowout, and his dad, I guess, is pretty cruel to him, and I guess he just what's the story? I guess he goes home, and I guess like the next day or like 2 days later, he is out on his back porch, and he I don't know. I guess he sees like a light just out of the corner of his eye, and he like looks, I guess, up at it. And he sees like this giant like teardrop shaped like craft, and there's like a plasma kind of ball surrounding it, and inside of the plasma between the ship, the craft, and the plasma is like this milky white like fog, just kind of like that's like really milky thick, like a cloud kind of looking like, but thicker, and it's just kind of churning inside of that little envelope between the craft and the plasma ball, I guess. Anyway, that's not important. So yeah, and anyways, so he sees that for like I don't know a few seconds, and then it just zips away, and at the time he's like just really stressed out because he's still dealing with this whole like bowling thing and his dad and the whole COVID thing. Yes, he just puts that at the back of his mind, doesn't really think about it, and I guess like a couple days goes by, and like he's just stressed out again, and he's like in front of his garage, and he's having a cigarette, staring at his garage, and then like something like 13 feet away from him from his garage, he sees like this out of the corner of his eye again, he sees another like light zip by, and he thinks in his head like, what if this is that same thing? And he like looks over, and it's a giant orb this time. Like I guess it's on a teardrop shape. Now it's just a straight up like it looks exactly the same, but instead of a teardrop shape, it's just an orb shape, right? So it's the same exact craft.
And the plasma was still, it was not moving this time. That was the only difference.
Oh, really? I remember that part.
He said the teardrop one was flowing, the spherical one was not.
I wonder why.
It makes you wonder about the shapes and stuff, but I'm sorry that you can continue, although that's pretty much the end, I guess.
Yeah, that's the end. What's after that? I guess, yeah, because there was meant to be like a connection between like, what was the connection with the reason he tells this story is because, I kind of missed a couple steps with like the whole dream he has about having an argument with his dad. And
Yeah, I can't remember that. I got confused, honestly, about that part. I would have to rewatch it to have even understood exactly what he was talking about with that part.
Yeah, because the whole time I was just thinking, like, why are you telling me this? I was just like, what? But I guess in retrospect, I don't know. I guess for him, it was like super coincidental. I mean, to me, it didn't strike me that weird, but yeah, I mean, I guess it must have been. I just don't see it for whatever reason, but it reminded me of the same thing what James Iandoli was just saying, that like this is like this string of like coincidences that are like. So I guess that's how like the phenomena speaks to us. They say like the phenomena speaks to us in like synchronicities.
100%. That has been the entirety of my experience, at least. I was just saying earlier. Who was it? They might be here. Was it Buddy J? God, who was it? Somebody in the Spaceballs chat was saying that they asked me where I was or what I was doing. I said I was looking for used cars. They said they're at Walmart, and then I was like, oh, the concrete jungles of the U.S. And they said that's really weird because I had that exact same thought at that exact moment.
Who was that? That was Shane.
Shane, thank you. Yeah, and so I don't know. That shit just keeps happening to me, particularly when I'm in groups with a lot of experiencers. I think it has something to do with experiencers and large groups of them. I'm sure you've heard similar stuff, like meditators get together, they can manifest, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing with CE5. CE5 works better in groups. Spoon bending is said to work better in groups. I don't know if you want to talk about spoon bending, but yeah, group energy is a thing.
Damn, holy shit. I guess I wasn't paying attention or something. I just happened to pick up my phone, and as I looked at it, it said powering down. So I just managed to grab it. I managed to pick it up at the right time so I could change devices real quick. Shit. That was perfect timing. Synchronicities. So anyway, spoon bending, huh? I don't know. What do you want to say about it?
Well, that I never really thought much of it until I came across this Michael Crichton excerpt from one of his autobiographical books that he wrote called Transcripts, and he talks about meeting with John Houck, and John Houck was this aerospace engineer, and he met him at this big spoon bending party. And Michael Crichton, by the way, he's the author of Jurassic Park. If you guys are not aware of that, he's also like a paleontologist, PhD, very genius guy. He wrote some other cool books too. What was it, Dome or something? He wrote some good books. Did
he write
yeah,
Sphere?
So he was at this party. Sphere. I said Dome.
You said
Thank
Dome,
you. Sphere.
which is half of a sphere.
I knew that I was incorrect, so thank you so much for correcting me. Yeah, so he determined that these were
was Samuel L. Jackson that one?
I don't know if that was adapted.
Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson, Sharon Stone, Dustin Hoffman, some other dude, Lee Strieber.
I love that movie. That movie's so dope.
Queen Latifah's in it.
Wow, I've read the book way, way, way back. I've never seen the movie.
Is Queen Latifah in the book? I'm playing. I'm sure she's not.
I hope so.
No, it's Lee Strieber.
Right. Anyway, it works better in groups for some reason. The excitement, the energy. I don't know why. Spoon bending is really freaking weird. And
dude, hold on! Look who it is. It's Ken Adams. We were just talking about him.
Oh my goodness!
And speak of the devil. Hey, Ken Adams, we were just talking about you.
Oh yeah, cool. I guess. What were you saying?
Because you were friends with Terrence McKenna, right?
Yeah, collaborator and friend, and do a lot of art about that stuff still, and experimental movies.
What we were talking about, I don't know if you remember Eric. You gotta remember Eric. He's that big, loudmouth guy with like the deep voice, right?
I do remember.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was telling us that, like, according to like a source of his, who said that like Whitley Strieber's like his story's a lie or whatever, it's made up, and so I was like, oh, you know who else kind of I don't know if co-signs that, but you said that like what went down at like that log cabin was like not like what it was like played out to be or something like that, didn't you?
Well, it's a little different than that, and it's definitely not as simple as lying, because I think that if anything, Whitley seemed a little bewildered some of the time when I was with him, and God knows what he was thinking was going on. When I first met him, he was getting ready to leave New York and move back to San Antonio, and this is the very first time I met him, and it was through a mutual friend, and he said that he had been having these terrifying experiences, and he was moving back to San Antonio to get out of New York and get out of publishing, but then he had gotten some help getting some hypnotherapy, and that's where all that stuff started. So I happened to move back to New York there and was in the art scene, and that's how I knew him. And so we started a friendship and stuff, and I thought he was a little bewildered as much as he was being dishonest. I never really felt like dishonest was the word. And I don't still to this day know what. I want to make it explicit as I can, though, that I feel nothing but love and affection for that human being, and I don't know what the hell's happened in his life, but he's got to have a lot of courage to just get out in front of it. That doesn't mean what he's telling us is accurate. Here's a little footnote on it. I can remember back in, God, I've had COVID and my date memories are almost completely obliterated, but he rented a room at the UN at one point when I was hanging out with him. He rented a room to tell us that we were in danger of climate chaos because we were fucking up the ozone layer, and that his alien friends had asked him to do this publicly. And I've never heard anybody mention that ever again. I just thought it was kind of a weird little side thing. But I want everybody to know I don't have any ill intentions toward him in the least. And I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, and probably neither would any of us. It's a complicated world for him. And, you know, when you start dealing with your dreams and stuff at a public level, boy, it can get complicated. I don't know how people manage it. You can say the slightest thing and everybody thinks it's the wrong thing. And, you know, we got to kind of keep being merciful to each other. And we're trying to do something that's never been done with this real-time public discussion of all these experiencers. That's really radical. As a sociologist, it blows my mind. I'm really thrilled that this is happening and that, you know, we're onto something really powerful and collective, and not just dealing with our own, like, sort of semi-repressed stories that you only tell your best friends.
Hey Ken, let me just stop real quick so I can make a quick disclaimer. I don't want people to think that I have any kind of stance on Whitley Strieber. I don't really even know his stories. I've never read his books. I only know him from his radio show.
You never seen Communion?
I mean, I've seen parts of it, so I mean, I guess I kind of know the story, but I don't really have an opinion on it.
It's a good movie. I would suggest watch it only because it's free on YouTube. You can just type it in, and there's like a high def version.
It just looks so horrible. I just didn't want to watch it.
No, it's good.
Honestly,
it's good. It's a good film.
I would recommend. It's a decent film. I agree. It's got good parts. It kind of falls apart towards the end to me. The book, on the other hand, is very skimmable. So if you just get the book, you don't have to read the whole thing. You can just skim it. So that would be my recommendation. And then just Ken, thank you so much for sharing that. I think we're all on the same page. Like Logan was saying, we were not, Logan nor anyone.
Oh. So yeah, what I was saying was, I think he fell off. No, yeah, I was just saying I don't have a stance. That's all. I don't have an opinion on it. Like, if it's true or not, I mean, I don't know nearly enough to have an opinion. So I don't have one.
That's kind of how I feel about the whole thing. You know, I feel like I've been poking around in UFO world a long time, most of my life. Yeah, I seriously don't think I understand really what's going on any bit more than I did when I was 12 years old. It's
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing but love for that guy too. I mean, to come out, like, he's got to be going through a lot, and he's got to be under a lot of stress to do all that he's doing, like a gnarly amount of stress. I can't imagine. So, like, I got nothing but love for that guy, even if he is like selling a lie. Like, still, even so, you know. But yeah, like I said, I don't got an opinion on it. It doesn't matter.
Hey, I want to tell a kind of interesting, quick coincidence story that I was holding back on earlier. I was working in my kitchen cooking breakfast. I had a guest over that was an old friend of my roommates, and he's a Japanese dude that's really into ufology, and he's a tech designer and travels all over the world with this kind of private group of friends, and he does brain tech machines, and I run into him like every 5 years or so. So he was spending the night in my home, and I'm cooking breakfast, and I have a TV in a corner, and there's something going on about the fire Waco was happening at that very moment. And I was watching it over the shoulder with the volume off. And he walks in and he said, I brought you a gift from England. He had gone to England with some friends and had shot crop circles, you know, photographed them. He said, I brought you a present. And he gives me this photograph of a crop circle. And it's that universal symbol for handicap that looks like a wheelchair with a stick figure in it, that thing that we all see. So he shows me that, and we're both kind of laughing. at it like, what the fuck is that about, you know? And I'm looking over his shoulder at the news program, and they've switched to a local story where this local reporter is talking about raising the fines on people parking in handicraft zones. And, you know, I'm just looking at the pictures, and he holds up a license plate to the camera, and he's showing the same exact icon on the license plate that I'm looking at in the photograph of crop circles from England from this Japanese dude who I hardly know. And it meant nothing to me except that whatever is going on, it's weird and it has a sense of humor, and things happen all the time in my world where I'm all alone and this weird coincidence is happening and I'm just laughing out loud or being, you know, unnerved. It's a very strange world for all of us, and we all have our own unique hologram of what that's about, and it's fascinating to me. I really like hanging out with you guys. Thanks a bunch.
Oh my God. Ken, I would love to talk to you about your meeting Terrence McKenna. I met Dennis
Hey,
briefly
so
years ago.
Ken, yeah, so we never got to the part about the cabin. What was the story with the cabin?
Well, the story I told about the cabin, I think, is this. My girlfriend and I went to their house for dinner, Whitley and his wife, and they were, there's a couple of funny angles in it. He was wearing a white cashmere sweater, and they had some fancy wine they were bragging about. And he held his wine glass up to his nose, and he said something kind of condescending and snooty. And when he did, I don't know how it happened, but he ended up snorting the red wine into his nose and then spitting it out all over his white cashmere sweater. And I was like, whoa, that was hilarious. But that had nothing to do with the other stuff. And while we were there, we were in the middle of people discussing the story and going to the meetings with that guy. I can't remember names either anymore. They were having contactee meetings, and we were invited, and my girlfriend was really into being involved, and I was much more skeptical and didn't want to get involved. But they invited us to go to the cabin in the woods to get in on some of this action because they didn't know what to think of it yet and wanted our opinion. And, you know, I just kind of acted neutral, but there was no way in hell I was going to go out in the cabin in the woods and look for an anal probe. So my plebeian girlfriend was not plebeian, Pleiadian. She was all into it. And so we have a nice dinner after that. We're leaving.
Wait, hold on. She was into getting an anal probe?
No, I don't think so, but she was into visiting the cabin. I don't know. I'd have to ask her about the other part. So we leave, and, you know, everything's warm and friendly. And we go out and stand in this little small foyer where there's an elevator in the townhouse that comes up and down. And it's just for the, you know, people that live there. This is in New York. And for some reason, the elevator passes us by a couple of times. So we're out there a little longer than you would expect. And we can hear them through the thin doors talking about our dinner, right? They're like washing dishes and putting up the linens. And at some point, Whitley walks right up to the door that we're on the other side of, where they have their linen closet. And he opens it up, and he's, you know, right there by the door. And he says, well, what do you think? You think they fell for it? That was the exact words. You think they fell for it? And she says, no, Ken didn't fall for it. He's not going. It's not going to happen. And she said, yeah, but she really wants to go. And we were standing in the hallway, the foyer, listening to this. And I swear to God, our jaws dropped down to the floor, because it was an awakening of some sort that we didn't know the full story. And frankly, I just am not into anybody doing anything to do with, you know, hurting me. I'm a natural born coward and don't want to go through any pain and extreme fear if I can avoid it. But that was not the end of the relationship. And, you know, we had this friendly relationship. There was talk about working for him as a researcher for a while, but I was doing art stuff. And, you know, things went along pretty well. And then things got kind of weird when he commissioned me to do a small sculpture on the subject of a Mexican UFO. Boy, that just struck a weird coincidence. I just made one of those in AI. So, at any rate, it was a small sculpture and it had like a UFO shaped, bicycle parts and stuff, and a Virgin of Guadalupe candle as like a light coming out of the bottom of the UFO. And it was just sort of almost like a theoretical piece. And I made a special crate for it. I used to work in the museum world, so I knew how to make, traveling crates. And I mailed it back to him in New York. And it was sent back to me. I shouldn't talk about this, but it was sent back to me, and it was not warmly received by his wife. And she sent it back with me with a letter telling me to never be in touch with her husband again. And I never was. And frankly, the sculpture had been destroyed inside. That looked like a hammer. And that's pretty shitty, one way or another. I don't know what else is going on, but that was pretty rude.
That sucked.
And it really disturbed me for quite a while. But at any rate, I actually did see him like 3 years later at an art opening, but that's a whole nother story, and it was only for 15 minutes. But that's it. He asked me at the art opening if I would do a website for him. So he wasn't mad at me or anything. It wasn't anything like that. And the thing about his wife, she was like really protective of him. And I'm a very empathetic and protective person. And anybody that came under my protection, I would do whatever I could to help them and to do that. And I think that there's maybe nothing more to it than that. She told me once that I already am trying to raise a kid with a guy who everybody thinks is insane because of aliens, and you keep trying to bring psychedelics into the discussion, and he can't handle anything like that with all this other crap. And that was true. I introduced him to Terence McKenna's work, and I introduced him to a conference that was called Angels, Aliens, and Archetypes, I think in San Francisco, that he got involved with, at least briefly. And she didn't want him involved with that. And for obviously good reasons. It didn't puzzle me. It was like more like, damn, it is a scary world out there, and he's got his whole life and family out on a limb. He really probably doesn't need anything controversial thrown in his lap. He's already being, treated like he's crazy. So, love to all those people. Love to all you people. I'm trying to do that part of the picture and make sure it gets enough energy, and not just that we freak out over it, because we all know there's really a lot of stuff you can freak out about. Really horrifying stuff and sad
Sounds like
stuff.
Eric Mitchell's talking.
Say again?
I was saying it sounds like Eric Mitchell is talking.
Oh, from me?
Yeah. Have you come across him yet?
I remember a couple of times just dropping in and hearing his voice, but I don't have much sense of who he was relative to other people. What is it?
Nah, you don't sound like him, man. There's no way. Your voice is too high pitched at times, and
Sometimes
you're
it's
kind of
better.
more like your voice goes up and down a lot.
More the mannerisms.
A little bit.
Is he
I
a
guess.
Southerner?
No, I'm not getting it at all, actually. I gotta call BS on that one screen. I don't know. That might just be you. But,
Yeah, I don't see it either.
No, definitely the way he just told a part of that story. But I'm going to go ahead and call y'all out then and ask how many of y'all were actually listening to it like I was.
Busted.
I was listening
I
more
didn't hear
intently
anybody
than
say
anything
so.
I've ever listened to. I was enraptured.
Oh, there we go. We need his review then.
I'm just playing around.
Will y'all tell me why this is interesting? I don't know enough about the background. I'm curious about who's Eric and why.
That's not important.
Okay.
But you know what? It's just another experiencer. That's all.
Okay.
But there's a question for Paul that someone wanted me to ask Paul, but I'm interested in what you think about it too. Here, I'll just read it. It's hey Logan, can you ask Paul if he can explain consciousness and how it exists when we are just a mixture of elements? That's the question. I don't know. What you want to answer that, Ken? Do you have an answer for that? If not, I can just ask Paul.
Ask Paul.
Hey, Paul, what's your answer to that?
I feel like
tough
Ken.
one.
I feel like Ken might be able to give a better answer. Honestly, in my opinion, consciousness is either either the universe itself, or at least it's a part of the universe which kind of embodies life, which is almost, in my view, life is like an entropy managing force which imposes order amongst the chaos of the universe. You know,
That was
you have
beautiful.
entropy. Yeah, so that within entropy, within the second law of thermodynamics, that everything tends toward chaos. I think that consciousness reifies some sort of order within that chaos, and that's consciousness. Yeah. That's God.
Hey, I don't
Yeah, to
want
be
to
honest, I can't hear it. If people are talking, I'm guessing Paul was saying something and then Chupacabra was saying something, because it looks like Chupacabra's talking, but I don't hear anything. So that's just me.
Nope.
Oh my God! I just gave this whole speech. Did nobody
Yeah.
hear what I just
Oh, you
said?
weren't talking?
No, I heard
Paul
it.
just spit some pros.
Okay.
So who can't I hear?
You're gonna have to kick Tupa real quick and bring him back up. I'll take care of Paul.
Wait, you guys
Wait, I
can't
can
hear
hear
me?
I hear Tupa. I can hear you.
Yeah, I just wasn't talking. That's the why you couldn't before.
Oh, that checks out. So no one was talking?
Just Paul.
Oh, okay. Hey, Paul, we're gonna have to bring you back up, buddy. If you can go ahead and repeat what you were talking about, that'd be great. Go ahead, Ocean.
We were talking about consciousness, and if you look at consciousness like as a spectrum, with like primordial consciousness being like the energy in the universe reacting to each other to form like fundamental like elements and particles and all that nonsense. It's not the same type of consciousness as us, or like, you know, a tree with the roots under the ground. Like, I feel like a tree's brain is underground, and so the wind might blow, it might, you know, respond to that in some type of way. That is a type of consciousness, but not like ours, right? And then I think there's a byproduct of consciousness as well, because when the energy, you know, you have like brain waves. So like, how does that play into the cycle, right? Because everything is a cycle. Yeah. So that's kind of like what I think is like how I view consciousness. And I gotta go
Beautiful.
to bed. I'm so tired. I gotta work tomorrow.
Oh, you poor girl. Buenas noches.
Yeah. Good night.
Hasta luego.
Sweet dreams.
Paul, did you just say something again? Because this is not a good moment.
Oh my goodness
I
gracious!
can't hear you. Damn it.
I just said good night.
Kimball, go ahead, Kimball. And good night, Ocean.
Night,
Ocean. Good night, Ocean. I don't want to like overhype this, and this will be quick because I've got to take a bubble bath. But in all seriousness, Paul and Tupa, do either of you have plans to not be in this space in about 45 minutes? I just
no
have something really important I need to share.
I mean, I'll stick around for 45 minutes. I'm definitely going to be awake at least. So yeah.
That sounds good.
I guess Kimball
What
dropped back
does?
down.
That was my Kimball impression.
So Logan, you still can't hear me? I assume you other guys can.
Logan, Paul wants to know if you can hear him.
No, I can't hear either of them.
All right, Paul.
I just don't want to say anything.
You're gonna have to drop out and then just pop right back in.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
No, I'll go this time. It's cool. You can stay.
Okay. I just removed them all the way this time. Instead of just dropping the listener, I like kicked them from the space.
Okay, I'll take him out of the remove part.
Oh, I already did. I'm pretty quick with it.
Alrighty then. All right. Oh, Ocean's still here. So what were they both talking about? Did they have good answers?
No. I'm just kidding. I think Paul was the only one that answered, but he said consciousness is different from our consciousness.
Did he really say that?
Paul, you want to summarize it for me?
Summarize my statement? Sure. I just want to know if Logan can hear me. Can you, Logan?
Interesting.
I assume that's a no. The rest of y'all can hear me, right? I'll summarize it, restart my phone. You can regurgitate what I said if you want.
Interesting.
Logan's probably going to leave this time, and he's the one that didn't hear it, so you might just want to like wait 30
That sounds
seconds.
good.
Yeah, I guess this might be on my end, so I'm going to restart my phone. Sorry if that's the case, guys.
It's like nobody listens to shit. So let's listen to the quiet.
I did, restart my app and everything. I think it's just glitching out. I'm sure
No,
it'll be fine.
you're fine. You're fine. You still there?
Probably restarting his phone.
All right, there you go. I changed devices, so I should be able to hear you just fine now.
Tried to tell him.
I don't know why it does that. It's the shittiest app in the world. Anyway, go ahead, Paul. You were saying consciousness is consciousness?
He's restarting his phone.
It looks like he's still a speaker to me.
Yeah, he's just stuck like that.
How much do you think consciousness has to do with the UFO phenomenon?
Everything. Well, I mean...
Yeah, good bit. And Logan, you should act like
Everything.
you can't hear him when he comes back still.
Yeah. Just go in and out. Yeah, dude, I think it has to do well, is there an alien being you think that isn't that doesn't have a higher form of consciousness than we do? Because it seems like every one of them are at least telepathic.
Well, I had a dark thought, which was, what if there's like a bodiless ET consciousness that only knows so much because it can't reproduce anymore, and so it just like hitchhikes on living things in order to like learn more stuff and like grow, because once you are totally digital or electrical or whatever you want to call it, I'm not sure how you could learn more without experience. You know what I'm trying to say? Like you would have to hitchhike.
Why do you need to learn more? But maybe you don't need to. I'm perfectly fine just sitting by the beach and sipping a Mai Tai, you know?
On a counter to what Ocean said, the already just really extremely primitive second generation AI have already proved maths problems, thousands of them, and that's like extremely primitive. Even though it's complex, it's extremely primitive, and like our brains are just biological computers sending electrochemical signals. So I really don't understand this constant push that like an alien sentience that could be billions of years ahead of us is somehow primitive. I really just, could you explain that, Ocean? I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
I thought you just explained it.
No, she didn't. She said
No,
something about AI.
you just explained it.
Okay, so say just like there's an advanced intelligence, right? And they've learned as much as they can on their planet. They're kind of like computer ET hybrid type thing, and they just want to explore, and so that's what they do. And so they need a body, and so they just like hijack a body or make a body, or I don't know. I don't know about reptiles, but you know, like you talk about the Palladians being like light beings, it's like they need to manifest something, right? So if it, I can see a group consciousness happening once you advance so far. Like, I don't know, there's even some animals that like, move in synchronicity because they're much more connected. So like I could see that happening, but then like, I don't know. I'm just scared that we'll get to the point where we'll feel like we don't need bodies, and then I don't know, then we'll have to make them or hijack them.
But even when you look at pandas in the zoo, the people who go in to clean the panda area, they dress up as pandas, like little pandas. They dress up in these suits, like panda suits. It's really cute, but just because they don't want to disturb the pandas. I mean, this is
Must be so scary to the pandas. These weird, uncanny valley pandas. Sorry, that was a joke.
The uncanny valley is a very short blip in the development of anthropomorphic robotics. It's already being surpassed.
I just realized, like, this whole time, my phone was connected to the cell internet this whole time. I didn't even realize. No wonder why it was so shitty. I didn't connect to my Wi-Fi. My bad. But yeah.
I thought it was better.
Am I
it's better than it
audible?
is. Oh, how dare you?
Can Logan hear me?
So, John, what were you saying?
I was just saying that the uncanny valley that Paul mentioned is this where robotics look scary when they become a little bit more human looking.
Paul,
And so there's like this, so they can look really cute, and then as soon as they get to a certain point, they look really creepy, and then if they get more lifelike, they just look normal. People are comfortable again. It's called the uncanny valley. You can look it up, and that's just a short blip. Like we're already getting around that. I don't understand the fear, the irrational fear. It's like someone who just came out of watching Terminator 2 or something, and that's where the fear. Like there is a real fear of technology being misused, absolutely, but of intelligence systems, like they're being created by us. Like there is a real fear of that, but projecting that fear onto an advanced alien civilization doesn't make sense to me because we have no comparison. And if you consider it, I think scientists are already accepting that sending intelligence out with technological systems would be much more efficient than trying to protect human beings on multi-generation journeys. That could take thousands or millions of years.
Chupacabra.
John, I wonder if you have any ideas about why I do some AI art, and I've found it fascinating. I'm not antagonistic to it at all, although I can see it's going to have extraordinary effects on people because the reality becomes even more melted. We're all here in the middle of a melting reality system already. But when you can start manufacturing high definition films from a poet in a bed with a microphone, things are going to be a lot different, and it's going to be very difficult to say what. In fact, I think we all should ask this question: what would it take to convince any of us of contact or disclosure? Are they going to show me a video? Well, and Mr. Tupac, can't you tell us we can make anything on video we need to? This part's easy. From somebody's testimony, who can you trust? I don't know what's going to convince us that something's happening. I don't know what that looks like yet, and I wonder how that would manifest itself in any convincing way.
Oh, that's an easy one. No, oh, okay, I apologize.
How so?
That's a great question. But I think the answer.
Oh, dude, hold up. Here's Brian Rommel. You know Brian Rommel?
Yeah.
He liked our space.
Sick. He knows what's up, SA. So, Ken, I love the question. I mean, I think that the phenomena is going to have to affect you personally. Like, it seems like it's more of a perception. Like, they say, and again, I'm just making an analogy based on like a kind of a myth, but they say that people didn't write about the color blue for a long time. They just didn't do it. And in the Odyssey, they call the ocean gray, or the sky gray, the ocean green. They just never talk about blue. And the first culture that we know of, and this is historically accepted, that had a pigment for blue was the Egyptian culture. And they had a word for it as well. And so the fact is that blue was always around, but people didn't really either see it or talk about it. And once it became in the lexicon and like our consciousness, we began to talk about it and then use it and then identify it in nature and really separate it from everything else. And it became its own thing. And you got to wonder, like, how did that happen? And how did that like sweep the world? You know, clearly it wasn't a gene, but we don't all have Egyptian genes, but something happened and it spread, not physically, but consciously. And I think with these experiences, it's not going to be about a video because, like you said, you can fake anything. It'll have to be, and this is where I think the phenomena goes beyond aliens landing on the White House lawn and saying this or that. I think it's more of a realization that there's something else, not just one thing, not just a single craft, but like something else to reality, you know? And that's what these things are representing.
Thank you. I agree to that. All of that. That's where it's at. You know, it's hard for me because I have some of these incredibly idyllic and beautiful paradisical experiences with entities and of different sorts. But I also listen to these people, my friends on this site, that have had terrible experiences, horrifying experiences that would have caused me to just drop on the floor dead. And it's hard to reconcile them, but I know they're all part of the same phenomenon, that we're all struggling with getting it together. You know, we know the world's in trouble. We personally, many of us are in trouble, or at least have had troubles, and that troubles is perhaps what propels us onto some level of understanding where this makes sense to us all. Or at least a lot of us.
Hey, I guess Logan can't hear me, so Ken, I just want to ask you a question, and then
I can hear you, Paul.
Oh, you can. All right.
Is Paul talking right now? I'm playing, Paul. I love you, dog.
All right. Well, oh geez, now everything's changed. I don't know what that was. All right. Well, Ken, I was going to ask you because I didn't think Logan could hear. I don't even know. With Terrence McKenna, I'm just so fascinated. I don't know exactly what relationship you had with him or whether you knew his brother Dennis too much, but I was just curious. Or I wanted to ask, did you ever hear any? Are there any particular Terrence McKenna stories that you haven't told in this space or elsewhere? For example. A rare story I heard from Terrence is when he was a child, he saw a jackalope, a jackalope or something. It was like a rabbit with deer antlers, and he thought he could never tell anybody about it. I was just wondering if you had any, sort of esoteric Terrence McKenna stories, because I don't often meet people that actually knew him.
You know, when you know somebody, you know almost an infinite number of further and further nuanced details of narratives and stuff. And yeah, I knew Terrence very well. I took care of his children and I house sat his place when he traveled. We made multiple pieces of art together and did performance stuff together. And we would sit around and get high and talk about weird shit more than anything else. And it was about as fun as life has ever given to me. I really enjoyed that and thought it was a great blessing. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. And I know Dennis and I know the family and I know a lot of stuff that's not in the thing. I don't know what to say. There's all sorts of stuff.
Any one story, just if you could just pick one single story is what I was essentially asking. If there's any one that stands out to you right now. If not, that's fine.
I'll tell you one that's mind blowing, and it's something that completely changed my life, and basically cost me everything in the material plane along the way. Years after he was passed, 7 years, I was working as a creative director at a museum job and raising 2 kids, remodeling a house, having a minivan and another car, that whole thing, and trying to protect my kids to have a chance to grow up in a world that wasn't under the onus of bullshit to do with the drug war and all that kind of shit. And we, right when the real estate stuff collapsed, it got too complicated on our building lease, and we deconstructed this company that was all about highways and traveling and road food, road architecture, all this stuff. And I'd already set up a plan to take my family camping for 2 months and doing a museum immersive display based on it. But that fell apart right before we got, like the day before we got in the car, we decided to send all the money back to the investors. And I just said, well, we're going to go do this trip anyway. So that's the setting. And Terrence has been dead for 7 years. So the first night out, I have a new high-def camera, and I've got a baseball cap on my head, and I've got my glasses on, and I go up to the fire, and I'm just there with my family, 2 kids and my wife. And I'm videotaping as close as I can get because it's just great footage, and I can use it in my experimental videos. I have a lot of that kind of thing. And somehow an ember jumps over the tiny little space over my glasses and lands on my my lens of my right eye and sizzles it like insanely painful, like literally like a stick in your eye. And we were camping kind of a little off trail, and it was very late at night, and I had to sit and wait for the dawn to come up to be able to drive down and get medical attention. When I go to the hospital, I'll try to speed this up. Go to the hospital. They won't do anything, but there's a stem cell guy in town in Fort Collins, Colorado, and he might be able to help you in some way. And they call and set up a thing for early morning. They make room for me. They do this stem cell surgery on me. This is all matters a bit. They do this stem cell experiment on replacing my cornea. And the guy said he's only done it twice, and once it worked and once it didn't work. He asked me if I knew how to meditate. I meditated a long time, got real calm because I had to be conscious while they scraped off the old cornea with basically an X-Acto knife. And any rate, when they got through the surgery, he told me I should find a quiet place in town, the quietest place I could find, darkest, and send my family to another hotel or something for a week so that I could be alone and not have to respond to every voice or car or a light coming on or people talking. He said, you're going to want to meditate for every moment of that time that you can, eat as little as you can, drink as little as you can. And I did that, and I had incredible amounts of visionary experience during that period. So finally, I go in for the last checkup, and he said, your eye looks insanely well healed, and I can't really understand, but you look in really great shape. You must have really stayed still. And I said, yeah, I was serious. I'm an artist. I need my eye back. And so he said, well, you can go out camping again, wear a pirate patch over the eye, stay away from the fire, stay away from water, get sleep, this kind of thing. And the first night back out into the camping thing with my family, I'm feeling kind of nostalgic and a little sad and weird because I think I might not be able to ever see again out of that eye. Take a few pictures of people, my kids playing inside their tent with flashlights. And eventually we all go to bed. And in the middle of the night, I have a visitation from Terrence McKenna. and he's been dead 7 years, and it felt nothing like a dream. It felt nothing like a psychedelic experience. We immediately acknowledged each other and agreed to make an easily agreed upon setting for having a meeting, sort of like in the movie Contact, where Jodie Foster meets with the aliens, and they get represented as her father on a beautiful beach. We even made that joke between us and laughed about us, and we made a Northern California environment with a typical split level thing with palm redwoods and fog in the background, so we didn't have to worry about detail. So we made a simulacra together, and then we started discussing stuff, and it went on for a very long time. It wasn't just a flash experience. And perhaps the more interesting thing that I can tell quickly, at one point we used to exchange what they call statistically improbable phrases. It was a quirky thing that Amazon used to do for particular books. They would search them and find statistically improbable phrases, and we would send them to each other when we read them in books and stuff we were talking about, because they were funny and also insightful, but they were mostly just funny. So he says, I'm going to give you a list of statistically improbable phrases, and when you hear somebody apply these exact words, you'll know that you're meeting a future collaborator or a benefactor that will help you make a movie about me. Now that I've been dead so long, there's no more new footage. You're the only guy that has anything to do with it. And I was like, whoa, that's pretty intense. And it went on and on like that. And that was the crux of it, though, was he was hoping I would make another movie about his stuff, because I had all this unused footage and it had been, locked away in storage. And so he did all these other things that were really interesting. He had a Suzuki. There was a Suzuki in the scene, a car Suzuki, an SUV, and I noticed that it was a Suzuki. And I asked him, I said, "What the hell's with that Suzuki being here?" And he says, "Well, they're carrying stuff for me to the other world, but actually, it's to remind you when you get back to your body, to look into the work of Dr. D.T. Suzuki, who was the first guy to write about Zen Buddhism at a popular level in this country. And he wrote a book on LSD and Zen Buddhism, and he was reminding me to read it, and I'd already read it, but he said, you ought to reread it. He's like the Andy Warhol of LSD. It was a very funny encounter, and it lasted for what would have been more than like an hour of normal human time, and a lot more detail than I could ever give you. And this ended up, the dawn came, I got up, got my computer, I typed out my improbable phrases. I sat in front of the ashes of the fire trying to decide what to tell my family. It was quite extraordinary. And the whole time we were on this camping trip, we would have, like in the movie Close Encounters, where there are all these synchronicities, we had multiple totally irrational synchronicities around Terrence, basically, for the whole time we were gone. It totally freaked out my family. We finally made our way back to our home. I got everybody to sleep. I got everybody fed and then to sleep. I go to my computer workstation in my home and decide to immediately start working on separating on my computer my business stuff and the little bit of stuff I had from my art world that was current. And when I walked in and turned on my computer, I'm getting chills here, so this is for completely real. I walk into my studio, I turned on my Macintosh, I have a big old monitor. In the very center of the monitor is one folder, and it says Terrence McKenna's audio. And I almost fell out of my fucking chair. I hadn't even seen that stuff for literally like 15 years and had no idea where it even was stored. But here it is on the front fucking desktop of my computer, and I clicked on it kind of nervously, and here's Terrence's voice saying, I'm speaking to you from the Imaginatrix, the realm of the dead, the realm the shaman go to for knowledge, and on and on and on and on through 12 audio samples, none of which were connected to the others, and I don't have any clue how they got there. And I don't know I don't have any clue about any of it, except it overwhelmed my life, my family's life. It's basically taken up every moment of my life since it happened. for one way or another, and it's been rather harrowing at times. For a clincher on this bizarre story, every one of those improbable phrases came true. Every one of them, and they were exactly as he predicted. And the last thing he said is, don't forget, don't give in to astonishment. It's going to be astonishing. Don't give in to astonishment. You
Don't
have to
give
keep
in to
working.
astonishment.
Anyway, that's a pretty long one, but that's the nature of my relationship with Terrence pretty much today. Is I pay remembrance to him in conversation, and I use the art I do has always got little tidbits of things that we shared and things that we both read and things that we made. I have hundreds of little ephemeral artifacts of Terrence. And, I used to have hundreds of hours of recorded tape. I don't know if it's alive or not. It's not in my possession if it is. But it's been a lot of moving around in storage sheds and other people making decisions on what's going to happen to stuff. But that's pretty much where it's at for me.
Ken, I just need to say that was the most amazing answer I could have ever hoped asking you just now. So just thank you. I had a smile on my face the entire time. That was incredible. I definitely grew up kind of I don't want to say idolizing, but I very much admired Terrence McKenna. And, nobody's perfect, but I always loved him for his spirit and just the type of person that he was. This combination of the jester and the scholar and the lecturer and the Irish poet. He was just such an incredible human being. And I truly do try to emulate him in my own life. But anyway, that was just freaking amazing. Those are the greatest stories ever. I'm going to shut up. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for giving me a chance to tell that story. Probably less than 100 people have ever heard it, and that only in front of little screenings or something. It's the truth. That's part of the story.
And that he said, "Don't give in to astonishment." That was one of his catchphrases, of course.
Yeah.
So,
but funny, in the movie where I made it, I also have a sample of him saying, "Astonishment. Astonishment is the only response to reality." And then later in the thing, he's saying, "Don't give in to astonishment." That was part of the fun.
That's so funny, coming to you in like a visitation like that and saying that. I wanted to ask you. So you made like a movie about him, like a docu thing.
It's not like a docu thing, but it's an art film. It's feature length and it's called Imaginatrix. And then the subtitle this was way before Joe Rogan. The Terrence McKenna Experience was a subtitle, but the real name of it is Imaginatrix, and it's on Vimeo.
I 100% watched this. I don't know if they showed it at the Horizons conference in Greenwich Village back in like 2010 or something. That's where or 2012. That's where Dennis McKenna. That's where I met him. But I have 100% seen that, and that is so fucking cool. I love that thing so much. That's so great to meet you.
Thank you very much. I'm really in limbo in digital land. I had all my accounts crashed, and I have another shadow, what's becoming my shadow Twitter space, but I've been on this space since Thanksgiving. And once I get digitally reconnected and I've kind of checked out some stuff, I'll start putting this stuff where it's very easy to reach and see. And I'm sure this community will be very interested in it. And I thank you for your remarks. It took me like 7 years to get that thing out. And I had to do it without any kind of, major stability factors that were going on in my own life that made me have to move around and move my equipment and this kind of stuff. So it was a lot to do, and it's almost nobody's seen it. I didn't want to, when it came down to it, I didn't want to get into any more limelight than I already got because it was causing hell for me and my family. And I don't want to do any of that shit ever again. And you know, there are people that don't like psychedelics.
It's changing these days. It truly
Oh,
has.
radically, radically. Yeah.
You know, the Horizons Conference, that's for those who don't know, MAPS, you know, they're the premier psychedelic sort of lobbyist activist organization, yeah, multidisciplinary association for psychedelic studies. They've been pushing this stuff forever, and just since I went to them like 10 years ago, everything has changed. 10 years ago, they had no hope to be where we are right now with psychedelics, and yet everything has changed.
You know, I personally think that was the most important gift that McKenna brought back was into this thing was the whole discussion of psychedelics had degenerated to where you had to whisper about it in public at all. And he had the courage to kind of speak honestly about it, and it kind of revalorized the whole area for some people. And the last thing he would usually say at these gatherings and talks he would get were always overflowing when I saw him. He would say, stop for a minute, look around the audience, look around the crowd. These are the people that sell you food at the grocery store, wait on your table, teach your children. They may be your doctors and nurses, but everybody in this audience is unusually interested in psychedelics, or they wouldn't be here, or they were brought here by somebody that is. They're even probably more into it. So before you leave, meet the others, find the others. This is your community. This is where we are. We're here and we're having to hide, but we're here, and you can see everybody here is into this. So it was really, it really inspiring for a whole lot of people, way more than I realized until I got away from it. And, you know, things were so different after he passed and all. Everything was different in that world. And it was,
do you recall, sorry to interrupt, do you recall when he was, I don't know how close you were to him when he was in his final years, but do you recall that I learned this from Dennis McKenna's memoir, The Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss? He talked about how Terence McKenna had a really bad mushroom trip in the 90s, and then he only really took psilocybin again in his last couple of years. I don't know if you had any comments on that, or if you knew him in his
yeah, I
last
do.
year.
I've addressed this in public several times. In that period, I tripped with him many times. We microdosed on LSD for whenever we were having an intense session of like production with these computers and stuff.
Sorry.
Hello, I'm back. So I forgot what we were talking about.
Sorry, no, you said you had
We're on
sessions
the
with
young
him.
people using computers, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. Like I got an Amiga computer, and we were like totally into that scene very, very early. And part of what we did would be set off like a few days at a time and do microdosing. And then there were other times where it was just flat out tripping, mostly on mushrooms. Once on DMT. I think personally that I think there's a good chance that Terence didn't want to have to be accountable for his tripping anymore in public, and everybody was always asking about his trips, and it's a very intimate thing, and he was going through extremely uncomfortable things. And one of the trips that we did do, he was on the ground crying and in a fetal position, feeling completely abandoned and betrayed in the world, like he was some normal human being. And the other part of it is like, man, that family had a lot of complicated things going down, as you can imagine. And
yes,
you know, sometimes you just tell people, no, I don't do that anymore, because you don't want to have to talk about it, and you don't really want to have to put your business in everybody's head all the time. Terence would say to me regularly when it would come up in some goofy interview environment, he'd say the worst part of being Terence McKenna is being Terence McKenna. And it was such an insane amount of like projection onto Terence, good and bad. And it was overwhelming at a level. I'm a much shyer person than I used to be. And a lot of it's because of just being humbled with all the stuff that had to do with that story, and not just his life, but the way it affected mine and many of my friends. Brought me into a world I didn't have any access to, and I was never really wanted to leave. And I haven't left. I'm still very, very involved with people in the psychedelic movement, and
Is there
even though
anything that you have coming up? Any projects that I should pay attention to?
yeah, yeah, and when I can, announce it right on in this environment, I'll definitely be announcing it. And I need to make. I believe in legacy. When you're old enough to have had a couple of near-death experiences and your body is just beginning to crank down, which is my situation, I feel this intense amount of obligation to the legacy of my own contribution to all these things that have happened in my lifetime. And one of them is to pay respect to the people that I learned from. And then the other side of it is how to leave my work in a position to where other people can benefit from the legacy of all this work I've done. I have literally thousands of pieces of art now, and a lot of them have something to do with not just aliens, but entities and kind of pop esoterica and what are we into at a popular cultural level. Ever since LSD got a million people listening to their insides, it's been a free ball game. Like, we're all framing the story how we choose at some level, and we're also having to cope with things we would think we would never choose. So who the fuck knows? I don't know. There's people on this thing that I'm looking at right now that would know a lot more about all that stuff than me. And it's really interesting to just hear them spin out on it and have a place to talk this way. It's really valuable for everybody. The whole planet needs smart people that are sensitive enough to be having these experiences, to be given a way to vocalize their beliefs and their courage and their sense of duty to the planet and to each other and to the animals and even the insects. We have a duty to all this. We're, more than any other species, we're the one wrecking all the delicate balance, and we need to get on it. That was really what McKenna told me at the end of the thing. He says, you've been making a lot of money, raising a family, everybody's happy, and your house is fucking on fire. And that's exactly how he put it. Your house is fucking on fire. And I said, yeah, the planet. And he goes, of course, yes. And then, it was like, this has always been what's at stake, is if we don't get it together, heart, soul, and spirit, we're going to, put a lot of damage on each other and the planet. Nobody wants to see that happen.
Right. Yeah, gosh, I just wanted to say that I think you're totally right that Terrence's impact is still very much felt today in everything that you just said and more. I don't think that we would be here talking about these subjects in the way that we can, aliens, psychedelics, or any of this stuff, if not for Terrence. So, thank God for him, and thank you.
I'd rather thank the goddess because she's a lot more interesting. But yeah, I agree, buddy.
I'm with you, totally with you on that. And yes, he did talk much about the divine feminine. I should speak more.
There's a movement in California called the Echodelia movement, and it's not very big, but I saw it in different festival things like talks and stuff, and they'd pass out sometimes stickers, and they're basically a melding of the return of the divine feminine, psychedelics, and what they call deeper ecology, where you treat the environment as though not more or less intelligent or something that you can extract for value, but as co-equals in a community of beings that makes up our life on the planet. And we're way more interconnected than we realize, and we should be respecting our animal friends.
Right. He was an ethnobotanist, right? And I'm sorry, just what was that name again? I'm sorry, I just wanted to get the name of that group.
Oh, it's a movement called Echodelia in some places. I think that's the most common. I looked it up recently and found there was a game named that too that I don't know anything about. But yeah, there's also an echosexual movement in the same area where you find these guys, and that's even more kind of, it's like spiritual eroticism that's mostly centered around trees and things like that, and they're totally into it, and they're very interesting people to hang out with.
Are you trolling the space? Is this like a troll thing?
You know what? I do this series of arts around the idea of anomie, which is a French word for normlessness, and I think our culture is in normless period, and that usually creates a lot of problems. And one of the symbols I use is a little gnome that somebody drew, and I've been using to represent this kind of mindless state of instant woo-wooism when you need it. At any rate, yeah, trolling is kind of a funny idea for me. No, I'm not a troll. I'm about as open as I can imagine being, to tell you the truth. I never tell lies about people, and I love everybody that I meet. So,
I'm
are
the
you a
same way.
troll?
I'm too stupid to know when I'm being trolled.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely, absolutely. I constantly, like, kind of at the end of these conversations, I'm thinking, oh man, did I just say something? And is somebody getting ready to come in and say, what about this? And memory is also a funny thing. The older you get, the more holes there are in it. Especially, I've had COVID, and I had a relapse of it, and I've definitely had some memory issues on details that I just never thought I would have. But I know my own experience, and I try to never talk about anything except my own experience and people that I've shared it with, and I know I've had a very fucking unusual life, and that's without saying. Anybody that knows me knows that, and it's not over. I don't know what's going to happen next. Except I'm making a lot of art.
I don't hear the Eric Mitchell in that.
Say that again.
It's kind of for the rest of the room. I'm asking him about that same. Logan must not be here.
Screen
My
cut
bad.
out.
Keep going.
No, you cut out. I didn't hear what you said. Screen. Repeat what you said.
I don't know. Maybe he's gone. I totally had a question I was going to ask, and I lost it. It'll come back.
Hey, Paul, wasn't Terrence McKenna kind of down on UFOs? Like, I listened to quite a bit of his stuff, and it seemed like he thought the crop circles were bullshit. And then I do remember him saying, like, I mean, comparing it to like DMT shit, he was like, whatever the fuck is in these flying saucers is like tame compared to the shit you see in DMT.
Right. Well, his stance was that he essentially took the Jungian perspective, but not in the sense that it was all psychological. This is to my understanding. Maybe Ken can elucidate this more, but from my understanding, he totally believed in the phenomenon, and I have numerous talks that I can attest to that with. But it was like he thought that it was a Jungian type phenomenon in the sense that it was connected to our collective unconsciousness, and that it was sort of the alchemical symbol of oneness and the Philosopher's Stone and all of this, and that it kind of represented the singularity in his mind, because as anyone familiar with Terrence McKenna knows, he was very interested in the singularity towards the end, towards the last decade or so of his life. And so I think he just viewed it from this incredibly meta level, and he would always say that whatever, he famously said that the UFO phenomenon is masquerading as an extraterrestrial species, when in reality it's something far more ridiculous and incomprehensible than we can even imagine, and that they do so in order not to scare us.
Well, here's the thing. I remember hearing him say all that shit, and it was before I had learned what I've learned in the past 6 months, and you just connected a huge dot for me. Like, because that's, for me, what the phenomena has kind of become, right? It's like way beyond just like aliens and ships. That's crazy. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, he had a nuanced perspective. Sorry.
One detail that came to mind when you were saying that, which most of I pretty much agree with that at some level, although he did evolve like all of us, and Jungian thing was a place that's a good foundation. But I remember once he was talking, he said maybe the alien phenomena is sort of a maturing of the species where we don't see the divine as a parent, as a divine parent, but something more like an enigmatic equal, and that's taking on more responsibility since we've like gotten into this live or die thing with Gaia. We might be trying to get smart enough to not kill ourselves, or we might getting too smart to survive. It's a difficult position to decide on. But he definitely evolved his thinking to different circumstances, and that whole 2012 thing was based, loosely on that kind of stuff with the guy that did the convergence thing that happened in the 80s, international convergence thing about contact. And, he could change his position around. Another thing we were talking about earlier was light and stuff and light bodies. He discusses is one of his earlier book with his brother on the philosophy of Whitehead, the mathematician, and a few other people. And he discusses a concept where there's antimatter and matter spinning. This is a very simplified model, but antimatter and matter spinning in space-time in different directions, and eventually they align up, and when they do, everything that is matter or antimatter neutralizes and just disappears, and all that's left is the light bodies of things that were already there. And he literally describes this book where everybody is just stuck wherever they were that day in that moment, but now you're in an immortal light body, and you don't need to eat, and nobody's going to ever die. So it was pretty weird and kind of science fiction-y, but it was something about somebody was talking about turning in the aliens that can be light. Well, that's definitely something that happens on DMT. There's no question about that. You see beings transform themselves and do shape shifting through all sorts of stuff. And in my world, they always deliberately basically ask for consent. They don't ever ram it down my
Yes,
throat.
that's such a great point that people don't always bring up with DMT entities and breakthroughs is the not just the consensual aspect, but the familiar aspect as well, which I know Terrence talked
Totally.
about. Those two things are so essential: the consensual and the familiarity part.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't. Do you have any thoughts about the familiarity of the DMT world? Like why it's. Well, first of all, does it seem familiar to you when you're there? Because it certainly does to me. And
Yeah.
thoughts.
It seems as though it's somehow connected to the somatic foundations, the meaning structures, languaging structures, and that has something to do with like where I go when I do some kind of major DMT experience. It's pretty obvious that what I've been loading into my mind for the past 30 minutes before I do it is going to determine where you go or where I go. But then there's these times where you smoke another hit, and we made a type of DMT that we would what's the word, precipitate the DMT onto dried morning glory flowers. And
yeah, that's a great way.
You could just crumble it into your pipe and smoke it with a light, a light touch with your match or whatever, and sprinkle DMT. I mean, just put the mix into the pipe and smoke it like you're smoking pot or something. It was very easy, and that made it easy to like do micro dosing all day long for as long as you wanted to. I never felt any kind of losing energy focus out of it, and it made my body feel really well. And I felt like my neurological system, I don't know why, but I frequently had this idea that there was something about superconductivity involved in my body when I was in these like microdosing for days at a time. And it was, they would technically call pre-psychedelic doses, where there was no hallucinations going on at all, unless I wanted it to. And then I would just take 2 or 3 extra puffs, and then I would be having a full-blown DMT experience, probably out of the human realm. and into some energetic exchange between entities that we don't have names for. And I was always invited, and I was always treated with intense respect. And never have I had I've never had anybody really be mean to me. Although I've had spooky things in the corners, like Shadow Man type things that show up for a moment. But one thing Terrence taught me that has proved very valuable for anybody that does DMT is that DMT has always been known to be driven by auditory hallucinations, especially among the other things. So that if you ever find yourself frightened on DMT, say out loud a word that comforts you. And my word is comfort. And if I've ever even seen, huh? Boogies, yeah.
I was saying my comfort word out loud.
Or he would just sing, right? Terrence would just straight up sing. Just sing
Yeah,
his
yeah,
songs,
singing is
but-
great. Singing is insanely cool. If you can remember to sing, you'll have a whole different world come into your like realm of exploring for sure. That's
Do you
definitely.
sing gospel or do you sing like metal?
I yodel. Here, I'll give you a little sound. That's just a joke, but
Dude, I feel like yodeling comes from psychedelics. I'm serious.
like the
I had an
genre.
experience on mushrooms once where I legitimately like started yodeling or speaking in tongues or something. It was
well,
wild.
I read recently that it's actually a meditation thing, and it's also a way to tell stories at long distance, including where the reindeer are and whether or not they've been eating the mushrooms and where the mushrooms are. But they also were a type of collective meditation technology where people did do yodeling as a chant, not just as a signal that here comes the storm or something, but actually leading these kind of collective spiritual spaces at a great distance. And I'm not really a yodeler, but I think it's funny, and I think it's interesting.
It's like a proto language. It's like a weird
Yes.
animal language.
Yes, it's very close. Yes, that's how I sense it. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm hogging this, guys. I only have one more question I can think of, which is the negative experience that Terrence had that you described, where he felt totally abandoned. Is that the same one where he said I've heard him describe this bad trip where he felt a lack of all meaning, and that one really resonated with me because I've had one or two mushroom trips where I felt like that nihilistic pull. So I was just wondering if you knew about that or not.
Well, it's a scenario that I watched him go in and out of in the last parts of his life because there's just so much pressure. It's really hard to be clear on what that's like. And it's not just being a micro celebrity that a few thousand people think's really cool. That 1,000 people probably has 100 people that are kind of emotionally unstable and willing to get violent. And that came into his life, and that wasn't cool at all. So I don't know. The stories thing is, I wouldn't want anybody telling my stories about what happened to me when I was tripping.
Totally fair. He brought it up himself. That's the only reason I'm going into it. It's not Dennis didn't even touch upon it, and he actually redacted it from the second edition of his memoir.
Oh, did he? I didn't know that.
Yes, he did.
That's good. That's good.
He redacted the segment where he talked about Terrence having a bad trip and then stopping and then all of this and that. You know the rest. So yeah, I was just curious about what Terrence himself said in a couple of his talks about a lack of all meaning. But I suppose, like you're saying, that's tied to what we're talking about. So it's probably best, to respect his spirit.
Yeah. And people do respond to their everyday life in the way they talk and think. And Terrence was already very, he was willing to change the details in a story about the history of the planet from night to night. It was a very fluid discussion, and he wanted it that way. He wanted to be able to say outlandish things, even if later they were shown to be rubbish. He thought it was a time where we really needed to use our imaginations and our to their fullest extent, and that would require cooperation and trust and a sense of duty to one another. And that's part of the psychedelic world that has never been ever explored in any film or book that I've read, except at a very gloss level. But there's all sorts of stuff behind this, and just staying out of trouble to be able to do this stuff was a big part of his life, for sure, and
That's
a
a
big
great
part of
point.
mine.
Yeah, no, he was staying out of trouble for a lot of stuff, I know. But that's a great point. I don't think I've seen that depicted in any media either. Carrot, did you have a question?
Yes, thanks again for everything that you've been saying. I've been really enjoying it. But,
Thank you.
but you mentioned, you said if you were having a bad DMT trip and you were starting to feel uncomfortable, that it's associated with auditory hallucinations. And if those make you feel uncomfortable, you said, say a word out loud that makes you feel comfort, and your word's comfort. And then you were going to say a second thing. I didn't catch the second part of that.
I said that Terrence talked about singing.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that what you were going to say, Ken?
No, but that's one of the things he definitely recommended, and I've done it a couple of times. I'm surprised I haven't thought to do it every time, because it's both stabilizing, but it's also joyous. And when you're going into terra incognito and you're willing to go 3 or 4 curtains into it, you want it to be blessed with joy. I mean, that makes the consent part a lot easier, and it makes it unthreatening in a maximum way. It's like the opposite. It's like, oh, I feel so grateful to get to be here again, or in this place I've never been before, and with beings I may never see again, and they may only be there for half a second, and then something else is happening. It's a very unique world to enter into on a regular basis, and man, I really feel lucky about it. I don't really do psychedelics anymore myself. I once or twice a year. It's not like I'm hanging out doing this and thinking. One thing that happened during one of those breakdown things, though, that I want to tell because it's so heartwarming about Terrence, and it's a very human little thing. We were tripping with him, we being my wife and I, mushrooms, and something happened that made him sad, and he got real emotional. And at some point, my wife, to try to turn the discussion around, said, "Terrence, I'd really like to see you without your beard. Would you consider shaving your beard?" And it completely shifted the whole experience that we were all dealing with. And he got incredibly sober, sat up in a lotus position, and you could tell he was thinking about what to say. And finally he said, "I've never shaved my face. I've never seen my face as a man. It's always had a beard on it." And we were laughing and just going, "Dude, well, then it's about fucking time." And he said, "No, it's not going to happen." And we were like, "Well, why not?" And he goes, "Because I think I'm so ugly that people won't be nice to me anymore. And that's the way I felt since I first got my first pubic hairs on my face. Is I'm already
Aww.
too ugly to get a date. I'm not gonna ever shave my beard." And that's
I
really,
honestly,
isn't that like a totally out of character thing in a way? But still, he's just a guy at a certain level that was just smart in a very particular way to be able to talk about anything. And
Right, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah, but oh God, but he also had this very human side to him. I don't
believe
know.
me,
Sorry,
yeah.
I interrupted you, but I love that.
He could be unscrupulous for a little while, that kind of thing. It's like he's a lifetime criminal, dude, and he has friends that are lifetime criminals, and a lot of those are wonderful, citizen criminals, in my opinion. And you go through a lot of stuff in that world that never gets made public.
Right. I mean, I'm just aware of the stuff that he talked about years later, like, the hash smuggling and
Yeah.
all of that good stuff and all of his warrants in certain countries. But, his character was partially the character of the, I don't want to say the con man because it's not that harsh, but it's something like that. He was
The
a
trickster,
he was
right?
a
The
he was
trickster.
a performer.
He was definitely a performer and a trickster. Those two things I can say is those couldn't
Yes.
be more hardly put. That's exactly right.
Yes.
You know, he was really sweet to me as a human being, and he didn't need to be. I came out of nowhere, and he immediately opened his wife, and I mean, not his wife, he opened his life and his family and his house to me and my, partner. And it was very easy. It felt blessed every moment of the time that we were dealing with our stuff and not crazy shit outside of our work. We really enjoyed a very special space that I miss every day. And I realize there's just not very many people that you can work with at that kind of a, where you're full on. I guess it's like being in a church or something where you already know everybody believes in God and what they believe about Jesus. Well, we lived in a world where virtually everybody we talked to was really involved with psychedelics in different levels. And it was a very exciting and also very, for me, a very unstable world at times where it was just too weird and too scary. And people that you haven't even mentioned would come into our worlds and try to be strong arming us about shit. And it's a too long story. And also a little bit too risky still, parts of that stuff. So, now I live in a tiny mansion in a field, and I talk to the coyotes. I feed the cardinals, and I take pictures of the sunsets, and I make art like 14 hours a day in a state of bliss.
Is art kind of like your sacrament or like anything like that to you?
It is, yeah, it totally is. And I actually had encounters with some human type aliens on massive LSD experiences. Say again?
I didn't get that either. I don't know who that even was.
Why don't I just shut up for a while? There's got to be other people that would like to talk, so I'm gonna go off. Peace to everyone. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah,
it's good to hear you talk, Ken. Fascinating stuff.
I'd love to talk to you again one of these days. Ken. I feel like I could talk to you forever.
Podcast episode.
Oh yeah. I really admire anyone who looks at art as like not a religion, but I don't even know if sacrament's the right word. Just the
a ritual, yeah.
What was that?
Like a ritual almost.
Yeah, a way of contacting the divine. I was ranting about Joseph Campbell at some point earlier or yesterday or something, and he talked about art and myth being our way of contacting the divine, and I do believe that.
Did you ever hear that really famous TED Talk by Elizabeth Gilbert about kind of the muse and all that?
I don't think so, no.
I think it's the most watched TED Talk back when they were a thing. But yeah, that's pretty much her premise, is that like art and creation is from like another world or whatever that speaks through us or whatever. It's pretty cool.
I mean,
who was that again?
Elizabeth Gilbert. She wrote Eat, Pray, Love. Yeah. It's a good TED Talk though. It's worth listening to. Paul, your response to Logan about consciousness, have you written that before, or did you just that just come straight off your dome?
That was straight off the dome.
That was pretty awesome.
Thanks. I've been finding recently, like I wrote this eulogy for my friend, and I've been finding that as long as I don't think about it, if I just write stuff, that's my best material. So I'm learning something here. I appreciate the feedback. Logan, if you didn't hear that, I probably can't recreate it, unfortunately. But I could try to. I think Tupa or somebody probably, you know, gave the summary version, but I could try.
Was it not recorded then?
Oh no, it was recorded, so never mind. Yeah, just listen to it in the recording.
You could do it again, though. I'd like to hear it.
Me too, if you insist. Yeah, I think that consciousness is either the universe itself or a part of the universe. A part, and by universe I mean like the monad, just everything. And if it's not the universe itself, then I think that it is the force within life that is a sort of like entropy managing system, which tries to create order as much as possible within chaos. And within our scientific systems, we know that the second law of thermodynamics is that all systems tend towards chaos. And so I do think that whatever it is that life is kind of the opposite of that. And it's actually kind of synchronistic that we're talking about Terence McKenna now in between this, because I got this idea from Terence McKenna. And so there was a talk. I don't know, Ken, if you ever heard him say this. I've never heard anyone else who heard this one, but Terence McKenna once talked about the same kind of thing I am, and I'm sure other people have, where he said that you have what you might call like inert matter, like a rock or a chair, and then you have a giraffe. You have a form of life, like a giraffe. And he said, you can cut a chair in half and still come back the next day, glue it back together, and that chair will still function as a chair. But if you cut a giraffe in half, that giraffe is over. And that giraffe was the product of, billions of years of evolution and continuous amounts of natural selection and order, essentially. So that giraffe cannot be glued back together. And I think that whatever that force is that is kind of penetrating into the substrate of our seemingly chaotic and entropic universe, I think that negatropic force is consciousness, and that force is what people call the Tao, or God. That's just me. I don't know. Like I said, I got it from a lot of. I'm drawing from a lot of different sources. But the cutting giraffe in half, that's a direct Terence McKenna quote, and I can't tell you which one it's from, but he said it.
It's kind of creepy.
He had a sense of humor about everything. I don't know.
The model you're saying is almost exactly a model that Buckminster Fuller talked about in his last, interviews, that he thought some super intelligent species must have surely evolved, as far back as you want to put it. And they derived the same conclusions about entropy, that the universe would collapse on itself. And they decided the only response they really could have would be to send out seeds of life that could potentially have consciousness emerge from seedings all over the galaxies and universes. And the basic rule that's kind of Star Trek-y was, the less encounter we have with these experiments, the better, because otherwise they'll just reorganize our own thinking or our own ideas, and having random maximum diversity is the smart thing to do. And basically he thought that's what we were here to try to figure out, where we fit into a larger scheme and see if we can contribute to that discussion in any meaningful way. I don't know.
I love that. I didn't know that I didn't know much about Buckminster. I didn't know much about that guy at all. I can't even say his name. That's really
Buckminster
interesting.
Fuller.
Buckminster Fuller. That's a mouthful.
He's the guy that invented geodesic domes and did all this other stuff and was a visionary writer, poet, and he spoke about the planet Earth as being a spaceship. He wrote a book called Spaceship Planet Earth.
Ship Earth, yeah, that was my screen name for a minute. See, I don't even know who this guy is. I'm using him as my screen name, Spaceship Earth. Yeah,
That's
I
great.
first heard about him through Bill Hicks, who was obviously a big Terrence McKenna fan.
Oh, no shit, man. And I'm a fan of his. He's a great guy, or was a great guy.
I know. He was the one that really got me into stand-up. I wish to God I was older so that I could have seen him live.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Something. I lost it. I got distracted by the wonderful name Buckminster Fuller. Perhaps it'll come back to me at some point. Oh, now I got it. I was going to say that what you described reminded me of that Chinese science fiction series, The Three Body Problem. I don't know how
Oh,
much
yeah.
overlap there is here, but yeah, you got the whole dark forest theory and stuff. It's very compelling. Certainly, what you were saying about biodiversity, or however you phrased it. Yeah, I think there's something there, and I think that we were having a conversation in the past day or two with like Tupa Cabra and Logan and some other people about the nature of art and the human soul, and I was trying to argue that art is human expression or it's consciousness expression, and I guess what I've come to is that how can I wrap this together? That I it's getting late. That okay. I feel like what is important about humans and why we are here and why other types of intelligences might be interested in us might come down to what we call art, in a sense, not necessarily literally our art media and so forth, but our human expression. What makes us human, I think, is a unique thing. Our emotions, all of that stuff. I do think that if there
Them,
is
that's
like a
our
reason,
like advanced technology.
exactly. I think very well said. I think that's our thing. Thank you.
In 1993, McKenna and I and two musicians put together a 48-hour rave, and it was called Alien Dreamtime. We ended up extracting a feature-length movie that came out at the time, 94, and it was exactly for that. Plus, we wanted to see if people could think interesting ideas while they were dancing, and we had electronica and didgeridoo backing for the live event. And it went into like 7 printings on the audio stuff, and it was wonderful. And the police came and tried to threaten us, and it was back before they were just having camcorders or handy cam. And the police surrounded the warehouse we were in and started coming in a wave and pushing people in front of them and not letting anybody get tickets and stuff. And we got together real quick and decided to get on stage and do the show while the cops were there. And McKenna asked everybody in the audience that had a camera of any kind to come to the stage and point the camera at a cop. And it was an amazing kind of experience. The police had no idea what to do. They froze. They panicked, and they were like, "What the fuck does this imply? A lot of these kids have cameras, and we're getting ready to beat them up." And we went upstairs to the owner. The thing was a money supporter of the mayor at the time, and he got on the phone and yelled at the mayor in front of me, in front of this mean cop that was being bullied, the guy that was a captain in the local province. And the mayor got on the phone and told him to get the hell out of there and get back to your station, and we'll talk about this tomorrow. And the cop threw the phone across the desk, bounced it off the desk in front of the guy who owned the property, but he left. and we did this show the next night too, and they put cops around the building, but they didn't come in and threaten to beat us up. And that was the only time I'm aware of that Terrence was ever like anybody made a overt effort to stop him from speaking in public. And we made
Insane. Where was that, if you don't mind me asking?
in San Francisco, south of Market, in a warehouse next to a dance club bar place.
Got it. Oh my
Um,
god, that's so crazy.
It was crazy. The two guys that were rolling joints for us and wearing overalls, running around barefoot, were the two guys that created Yahoo. There were all sorts of people whose whose companies ended up being major players in all these things, and they would just
What?
drop out. Yeah, it was a pretty elite, really weird techno psychedelia going on, and
Yeah, I wanted to ask, did you spend a lot of time at Esalen? Did you hang out in the hot springs with McKenna and everybody else? Spend
yeah,
the time there?
I taught at Esalen a couple of times, yeah, and
Ugh,
I've been there a whole lot of times.
that's so cool. Yeah, I want to get there one of these days. I went to visit a couple years ago just to see what it was like, and that was really amazing. That whole area has the most magical quality to it. I don't know if you'd like to say anything about Esalen, but that place, legendary.
It is, yeah. I snuck in as a hippie on acid, like 20 years before I got in to have a class.
Back when you
And
could sneak in, they made it difficult now. They put specific plants. They put a lot of fences and cameras. You can't do it no more.
oh, not at all. And plus, you have to be pretty rich to get in the door anymore. So
Oh
it's
yeah,
different. But
also,
if you go as a speaker, it pays well, and you get like they have a 24/7 cafeteria where you just go sit down, and the most interesting people, Rupert Sheldrake might sit next to you, or anybody that you ever heard of from TED Talks might just sit down and talk to you, because people go there to retreat, and be at the edge of the ocean on a 300-foot high cliff with a redwood forest behind you, and people being nice. It's a great place. I love it.
it's just what you just said. A 300-foot cliff with a bunch of redwoods behind you. That's big, sir. That's especially Esalen, and that's especially the hot springs at Esalen. It's basically like an infinity pool there, from what I've seen, and that's just so fucking cool. I only know I know one person that's done some talks at Esalen, and God, would I love to go there. Do you have any intents on going back there, whether as a speaker or a guest?
Yeah, definitely. And I would like to encourage you to try to do it from the side of being a presenter, because they need diversity. There's a lot of the same stuff, and the people that have to book the 365 days out of the year, they have to book it up to make their property taxes and shit. So it's an opportunity to bring in fresh ideas, in my opinion. And you have to kind of build it up a little bit and take a look at what they've sponsored last year, and what the languaging is around the proposals. A lot of them are about body work, and they may not be very pertinent, but there is room in that world, and if you get established, it does have this spiritual dimension to almost all these issues we're talking about, that's not religious, and that's a pretty fertile environment for me. I've shown my films there. I mean, I'd be hanging out there tonight if I could figure out another way to get there, and eventually I will be starting to do public stuff again. You meet
Thank you.
amazing people.
I know. I've heard some stories about the type of people, like especially at the private events. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm a nobody. I have a bachelor's in English from Montclair State University in New Jersey. I'm an experiencer. I have a lot of ideas and stuff, and from what I've heard, in order to be a speaker, you essentially have to make like a dissertation. Am I wrong? Something like that?
Well, I don't know if it's changed that much, but it's really more. absolutely more word of mouth and who can introduce you to the questions, and that's
Okay.
that's where the juice is. But eventually you'll have to do a bio, but that's, you just make it interesting.
Right.
So
Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's good to know.
I would encourage you to do that. And there's another place in Costa Rica that's in a preserve, and it's only like 8 or 10 years old. And it was started by a guy that was a spin out of the Open Center in New York and Esalen, California. And it's pretty much 100% DMT ceremonial optimization, kind of in the tropical setting. And I haven't been in touch with them for several years, but they are another one of these places that has to book 365 days a year. And if you're literate about psychedelics and have some angle on it, especially something like that has a good hashtag like UFO, then you can attract people that want to hear that discussion, and it's fun as shit. And some of the people you're talking to will be tripping, and that's fun. And if you really have some conads, go out there and smoke a bunch of DMT and then talk to your audience. I've only done that twice, and it was really, really intriguing. It was like being in two worlds at once, and being able to be in the DMT world, but also being right here with my friends on the couch kind of thing. And I could see them both with real nuanced focus, and they didn't exactly overlap. They were just parallel channels, and I could see them both at the same time and address one or the other with my attention. And I would like to have done more of that when it was casually done. And I kind of wonder why Terrence didn't do more of it, although he did do speaking from ayahuasca states at times around real private gatherings that happened in Mexico and Hawaii, and definitely some Peruvian times. But in the American thing, it's a slightly different kind of practice all the way around on all these subjects. Because we're Americans, we do our own satori. We make the American satori whatever it needs to be to help us through over whatever we've had to overcome, and to prepare ourselves for leaving the world in a better place than we found it, and taking that seriously, and then getting in weird little groups on Twitter and talking about it. That's what I do. Oh my God. I feel so strange in this position. But I do have a sense of humor, and I have lived through a lot of interesting things. Can somebody else think of something to talk about, please? I'd really like to go just listening mode. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem, man. It was good to have you visit for a while, brother. It's lovely to hear your voice. You're pleasant on the ears, as they say. I wondered why I hadn't heard Paul. He wasn't even on.
And I heard everything you said, Ken. I love that. I'm very interested in this place in Costa Rica, so I just messaged you about that. I definitely going to be looking into that. What's the name of that place, if you don't mind?
I don't remember. It's been too many years, and
Fair.
I don't remember my own birthday anymore.
All right. Well, I'll look into it myself. I know Dennis McKenna
Yeah.
has been doing a lot of Peruvian retreats, but yeah, I haven't heard about anything in Costa Rica.
If you checked out his web source, I haven't looked at it in a long time, but he's pretty, he puts out the word on all sorts of ayahuasca news, and he would certainly be somebody that would be receptive to a suggestion on places like that. The Open Center in New York City, New York State, is another long established event center that used to be almost all Sufi stuff, but it was kind of Sufism with LSD.
Whoa,
a big part.
That sounds
so
fucking amazing! Holy shit! So wait, Dennis has been involved with them?
No, I'm just telling you as another source you might go teach. He might have, though, because they're definitely in the same circuit with Esalen, and people people that do that for a living will go to both of those places at the top of their list because it's the most established places, and you're always going to have unexpected people that are there just on escape. Somebody that you've heard of and read about, but never dreamed you would be, eating something in the middle of the night with some hot tea and smoking pot and the ocean's roaring, and it's just dramatic as hell and really fun.
Yeah, I
I
just
hope
looked it up. It's not too far from me. That's amazing. Thanks for the recommendation.
Yeah, right on. That's great. And when we can actually communicate again, and when I can have my real identity back, let's DM and talk this through some more, and I'll be happy to do anything I can to facilitate the stuff you want to do.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's sure. Okay, good night, everybody. I love everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
Hey.
Ken. You've been amazing. Have a great night.
Anyone else awake there?
Paul, do you know how to spell Schadenfreude?
Yeah, I think I can maybe do it off the top of my head. Why do you ask?
Oh, never mind. I clicked a button. I'm stupid.
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
stay up the dark web.
Spell check is a thing. That
Okay,
was
let's
awesome.
see. Is it SCHAUDENFRAUDE? That'd be my guess.
I would say SCHADENFREUDE. Schadenfreude. That's my guess.
Have you heard of Schadenfreude Industries?
That's correct, Paul, by the way.
Oh my god, I fucking nailed it. English major here for the win.
Oh, I couldn't tell what the difference was between our two spellings. What was the difference?
All right. Maybe you said the exact same thing. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, but I still won.
No, you might have totally said it differently. I was trying to keep track of the letters in my head, but I can't do it mentally for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, you put a U.
No, I lose track of the letter.
U too early, Logan.
Schadenfreude. So I think I spelled it SCHAU. Is there no first that you first used not there?
No, there's no U
Yeah,
there.
there's no U's. It's just A's.
Oh, okay.
The U comes in Freud.
Yeah, but Schadenfreude Industries is this awesome it's such a lame thing to say, but I'm just gonna say it since I brought it up. This guy dresses up as Tony Stark, and he goes around to all the different Comic Cons when they happen, and interviews all the people that dress up as in cosplay. And it's I don't know. I just found it's just an entertaining channel that interviewing cosplayers from the different Comic Cons and stuff. It's just a nerd thing, I guess. But anyway,
I think that's fine. Wait, what was the name? I missed the name. They dress up as who?
Whoever they want. It's Comic Con.
Well, I thought you said a specific name.
Tony Stark is the host.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I've been friends with cosplayers. I've been friends with furries. I'm pretty open-minded. I'm just gonna leave it there, guys. I'm a furry. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, we had furry sex in a motel many times. Don't judge us.
Please, no. Yeah, it's actually a very interesting community from what I've seen. Apparently, I don't know. I don't want to say too much, but my friend Taylor, she dated. Oh my god, never mind. You know what? I'm cutting it off right there. I have some furry stories, but this could be recorded, and I'm not going to say anything.
Could be. It says recorded at the top. It doesn't matter. I can just delete this.
I mean, she'll never fucking hear it. She went to a convention and brought a bunch of acid, and everybody had a grand old time at a furry convention on acid. That's essentially the story.
That's not weird.
It's not that exciting. I have a thing about telling other people's stories. I've realized I just never want. I don't know. I never want to come off like I'm aping somebody or going off their coattails. You know what I mean? I have like an imposter complex.
No, I don't really know. I don't know that writing off their coattails. What does that mean? I'm barely human. I swear. I'm still trying to learn.
I did not hear what you just said. You were kind of muffled.
What is writing off your coattails mean?
I don't know what's going on. Now I can't hear what you're. You just sound a little bit.
Are you still muffled?
Hello?
Hello.
I think you're better. I think you might be better now.
Okay. Let's see. Testing.
Yes, you're all good now.
Okay. No, yeah, I was saying, what does writing off your coattails mean? Coattails, like you said it. Like, what does it mean?
Yes, that means to be going off of somebody's coattails just means to be kind of glomming onto them, leeching onto them, using their influence for yours. For example, a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, some people have accused John Warner IV of going off of Chris Mellon's coattails. I don't know if you guys know who John Warner IV is, though.
Why would they do that?
What was
I know
that?
who he is.
Yeah.
I know the guy.
Yeah, so, people are saying, like, oh, he just happens to be cousins with Chris Mellon, and so he's going off of his coattails. So that's an example.
But, John Warner, is his own, thing in himself, though.
Oh, well, he is, but half of his shtick is about how his cousin is part of the cabal or whatever, and they're lying about this Project Bluebeam or whatever the fuck he believes in, the threat-based narrative and stuff, which there's probably something to that, but he uses his connection with Chris Mellon for influence, in my opinion. That doesn't mean I dislike him or what he says is wrong. I actually think he's kind of he seems like a cool guy, but I would agree with people that says that he rides on the coattails of his cousin. I do think that's the case.
About him.
You know nothing about him?
Nah.
It's funny. Yeah, the only question that I only spoke to Jay from Project Unity very briefly at the New York conference. He was obviously in quite a rush to get out of there because of KMF accosting him and everything. And the fight that didn't break out, but when he was on his way out, I really wanted to ask him what he thought about John Warner IV, because he's stayed at his house, he's met him in person, he's done several podcasts with him, and I don't know. I was glad that Jay answered my question. I just said what do you think about him, considering that Chris Mellon was speaking at this conference, and Jay said to me that he's a really nice guy, John Warner, but he seems to be. I don't want to misquote Jay. He's a very nice guy, but he seems to be very angry at his cousin, or something to that effect. Angry / jealous / I don't know. He feels like Chris Mellon's maybe. I don't know. He just disagrees with his cousin. I don't want to misquote Jay.
I think we all know what he's talking about. Those type of guys are always angry. You know what I mean? They're always so butthurt about something, and that's kind of what motivates them to be such dicks.
Yes, yeah. He John Warner, if you're talking about those kinds of people, and he's been on Stephen Cambion, which, God, that's a match made in hell. But
wow, that checks out.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So those kinds of people, they just get off on being angry. But with that said, John Warner is 10 times better than Steve Cambion. I will give him that.
He's gotta be.
Yeah, nobody's as bad as Steve Cambion. And I'm sorry if I'm a hater. I'm sorry if Fred's listening here, but I don't like Steve Cambion.
No, he's a troll, but he's a funny troll. I mean, I do enjoy his show from time to time. He did a really good what was it? Was it during Christmas or Halloween or something like that? He did a straight 3-day Roswell special where he put together all this work and research he did. It was
some like good researchers and stuff, and it's actually pretty good. So I mean, like he does some good stuff sometimes, you know. So, but
He
yeah, for the
does.
most part, he's actually like does a lot of troll-like behaviors, you know. So that's not great. But what are you
Right,
gonna
yeah,
do? Not
it's the
everyone's perfect.
behavior. It's the behavior that bothers me. He did the whole Corey Good. He covered the Corey Good trial pretty well. I'll give him that. The stuff that you're talking about is also legit. So yeah, he makes good content. He just bothers me, and I think I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah, of course. I think you would be among the majority that feel that way.
Yeah, but it's not just, I don't know. Somebody said in the chat yesterday that like shit posting is not the same thing as hate. That kind of stuck with me. I think that was Tiff. Did Tiff say that? Might have been Tiff or Casey, but I don't know. I'm still reeling from my spanking from Fred. He went hard on me.
Oh, Fred's a dick. Don't listen to that guy. He's I don't know. He comes in like once a day and like tries to spank stuff like every single time. Like, why aren't you guys like pissed off and angry that we still don't have the UAP report? Like, what the fuck is going on? And then he like trolls for a little while, then takes off. He does that every single day.
I know. I've gotten that. I did find him hilarious at various points, but just
he is hilarious. But yeah, it gets annoying sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just a double whammy because first Taylor was like picking on me like a freaking high school girl or something. She was picking on the way I was talking, and then I said like one innocent joke about her. I was never even mean to her the entire time, and then Fred comes in saying, "Oh, why are you making jokes about Taylor?" Just really pissed me off, honestly.
Yeah. Why did I let that go on for so long? Him just trolling for like that. I don't remember why. What was I doing?
I don't know.
I was doing something. I don't know. I was kind of half out of it. It was like 6 a.m. at that point. Oh yeah, the comment woman. What topped it off was is he here? Where's John? I poked fun at him earlier for what he said to you after just to kind of like you know what you guys piled on here. So dumb. That John, that was retarded.
Yeah, that was when I dropped out. Nobody piled onto Taylor. That was not what happened.
Yeah, earlier when he was talking about her, I like poked fun at him back for like picking on her. Oh yeah, where you piling on her, bro? So.
Sorry, John. That's no offense to you. I know we've had good interactions and stuff. I do not feel like anybody piled onto Taylor. I feel like she actively harangued and trolled people, and that people reacted to her. It was not a dog pile, in my opinion.
Yeah, you can't like talk to somebody the way she was talking to somebody like that, and then when you get like a response or like a critique for the way you're behaving, and you don't like that response, so then your response is, so you're basically saying like I should kill myself, huh? That's what you're saying. You're saying I'm a horrible person. I should go kill myself. Like that's.
She literally said that to me. She said that to fucking me.
Yeah, I know.
It's like the most offensive thing that I literally just high school bullshit. So anyway, let's not continue talking about Taylor.
Gaslighting.
It is gaslighting, and it's fucking with your head. It's malicious and it's wrong. So anyway, I just needed to say that.
I don't think we can move on quite yet because now John wants to talk about it. So.
Yeah, I just
God.
wanted to say I had jumped in the middle, and so I wasn't aware of exactly what was going on, and sorry, headache. Yeah, so I wasn't. It just she was just talking about her truth. You know, I don't agree with destroying ancient idols or whatever. They're archaeological and artistic and cultural relics. But when you look at like who has really done the damage, like which cultures have done damage over the millennia, you know, some have done more than others, depending on their technological advancement and ability. But like the reality is, like Europe was pretty much on the defense.
No, John, I don't think you get it. It has nothing to do with what she was saying.
Right, her points were fine. Her points were fine.
Yeah, nothing to do with any of the facts being talked about. It was the things she was saying that were like, oh,
dude, you never even read the Bible, dude. Like, you didn't even go to school. Like, just being insulting, like, with personal attacks like that to this guy, and he wasn't doing anything disrespectful back to her, and yet she kept saying disrespectful shit like that to him. Like, that was the shit we were talking about.
Yeah, and then to me, she said all that I said was that I think that belief has gone too far, perhaps, with you. And she said, "Oh, so I should kill myself? Are you serious?" That's not what I did not tell her to kill herself. Like, holy shit, she just went completely overboard.
Yeah, I can't comment. I don't know about all that. I think there was a lot of misunderstanding. I think because the app crashes and sometimes people say stuff and it cuts out, and so people miss like the whole sentence, and so a lot of misunderstanding can happen. I think that was happening. Like, I have to restart the app all the time. I have to, like, if I'm put down to listener, I have to exit and reconnect, or I can't hear the speakers. And sometimes I have to do it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, that wasn't the issue with Taylor. She could hear everything fine.
No, if anything, she was like the most connected person. I don't think she dropped out a single time.
She's always like that. For some reason,
she's
she always has
always
good
like
connection.
It's
I'm so jealous.
it's a pattern of behavior, and yeah, it's impressive for connection. But no, she has a pattern of behavior. I've only been in these spaces for like maybe 2 months, and it's really just her that has really irked me, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, she's been. I don't really ban people. I mean, I try to work with her and like let her know, like, this is the behavior that like is like unacceptable, and like try to get her to try to like act nice, play friendly, But I ended up having to ban her for like, I don't know, the past few weeks. But I recently just unbanned her because I was like, you know what? Let's give her another chance. She had a break. Maybe she can come back and join and play nice. But she just wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. I tried working with her.
I respect you for trying. I think that a lot of people who actively troll and try to harangue people and get a what do you call it? Get a rise out of people. I think that those people are often just seeking some type of either validation or connection. And I forget who it was. I forget who it was. It was one of the women in our chat yesterday who said, like, do you fear God? Like, why are you acting in this way? And to me, I think that she was onto something. I can't speak to that subject in particular, but I will just say that I will reiterate what I just said, which is that people who are actively trolling, it's something that's inside them. It's a them problem.
Yeah, we're past that. I don't really want to talk about Taylor. Like, we can avoid it. What's up, Sheila?
Hey all, can you hear me? Probably.
Yeah, what's going on? How you tonight?
Does any ever hear tell of super soldiers?
Yeah, why?
Did you ever hear tell of a man called Max Spears?
Oh yeah, I read about his Wait, what?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not sure actually.
Go ahead.
If that was what's his story? What's about him?
He well, he was murdered back in 2016. He had seen UFOs and different races of different beings. I call them sky people. You call them aliens. But yeah. He used to go on live chat, all over the world, like, and he was targeted as well. Well, Max used to be a super soldier, along with a man called James Casbut. Do you ever hear? Which is Michael Prince, I think, or something. Did you ever hear tell of him?
No, it doesn't sound familiar.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh no, I was just saying it doesn't sound familiar to me.
Yeah, I have not heard those names. I try to keep track of the people that claim to be super soldiers or 20 and backs, but I have not heard those names.
Yeah. What do you call the other one? You're here to tell us. Oh, what do you call her? Something Adams. Oh, what do you call her again?
I have no idea.
I forget her name.
Do you
Rachel McAdams?
Rachel McAdams?
No, I didn't trust her anyway. I always thought she was working for the other side. No, he spoke a lot about different countries, what was going to happen in the near future. He spoke a lot about Ireland, and there's a lot of hidden sort of hidden stuff in Ireland, and that Ireland was a very sacred place. And about like a lockdown and all that. And spoke about England, and his words were that England was like kind of Babylon, basically.
I've heard stories of the opposite, that that the Holy Land was
I'm not saying it
reflected
now.
geographically in parts of Scotland and England and Ireland. I know they found ancient burial sites of Egyptian princesses off the coast of Ireland. And if some of the slaves decided they didn't want to have their throats cut and buried with the tomb, that might explain some of the descendants, later who were there.
Mm-hmm. Well, there was mummy. Is it mummies? You call them mummies, I think. It sounds kind of funny. But there was any mummies that were supposed to be found in the land of Egypt with red hair aren't really from Egypt at all. They're kind of from somewhere else. Put it like this: everything in history is a lie. Basically, they need to write the books again.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a couple of years ago, those 23andMe type tests that you can get, some of the companies were found to deliberately, the way they would, move different traits into different racial categories and stuff, so you can trace your lineage. And they were deliberately, like, it's kind of like one of those, what do you call them? Those graphs with the tree circles. So if you have a certain amount of X, then you're this group. If you don't, then they're that. But they were deliberately expanding certain circles to include stuff that didn't make any sense, just so people would be like, there'd be this like red-haired, green-eyed, totally person who can't go out in the sun for 5 minutes without getting burned. And they'd be coming in their little test, and it would say, do you know you're actually part Nigerian or something? And it's just so ridiculous, like what's been going on. Politics is just totally screwed over. Like, there's just so many activists in the world, and yeah. So when you say there's people lying, I totally believe it. And his story too, like Graham Hancock. Why is there so much resistance to that? I mean, if it's all BS, why do you need? Unless, of course, they're trying to protect certain sites from looters. I mean, looting is still going to go on, and many of these sites might be in countries where the local GDP is very low, and you don't want to have people with bulldozers going in just to get a bit of gold to melt down or silver, because they don't care, like most people
I think the pyramids in Gaza, Egypt, or wherever it is, pyramids, I think they were more to do with energy, which Tesla said should be free to the people anyway. But anyway, you all know the story there.
Yeah, you're cutting out. Is it me, or are you cutting out? Can you hear me?
No, I have an Arnold phone, and I think it's might be my phone. I have a new phone, but I just haven't hooked up to it yet. It's in case this one kind of goes
I can hear
with.
Sheila fine.
Yeah, I'll disconnect. I have to close the app. Sorry.
No, I always believe if you're in a space, the best thing to do is leave politics at the door and religion at the door. But
We
that's
try
my
to
belief.
sometimes. But yeah, some people can't help but bring religion. Hey, John, does Sheila's accent make you miss home?
Who?
Never mind. He's gone. He's Irish, so
John's Irish.
yeah, he just got rid of his accent for some reason.
He must be from the south then. I'm from the north.
Yeah, John, what part of Ireland are you from? From the north or the south?
Are you talking to Sheila or me?
No. Sorry, yeah, you. What part of Ireland are you from?
From the south, from the east.
Oh,
From
she
the
was
south.
right.
I'm from the north. John's from the south. But I've family who lives in the south.
Yeah, it's a really small
It's only-
country, so
It's
families
only
go
down the
all
road
over.
anyway.
Sorry, what did you say, Sheila?
It's only down the road anyway, where the south like.
Oh yeah, so how long does it take to go from like one end to the other end?
Yeah, that's funny. It's more now than like the south of Ireland has history and stuff, but it's more the north of Ireland that these elites are keeping a close eye on, and there's certain buildings that you're not allowed to get into, or which kind of does make you want to get into more, like.
Yeah, I'm tripping on Ambien right now, guys.
Why?
You were. Oh, sorry.
I haven't slept since Wednesday.
Why?
Because I'm broken.
As we all are.
It reminded me of that Rugrats bit. It's like, what are you doing up at 3 a.m.? Making pudding. Why are you making pudding? Because I've lost all meaning in my life. Whatever it was.
I love that show.
Classic.
I remember I was in the hospital for like a week for like I couldn't stop throwing up, and at a certain point I don't know, I had like some kind of like brain aneurysm from like just like I don't know, just like nonstop throwing up, and or just really dry heaving at that point. We got nothing left, and I spent like a week in the hospital, just like that was like the worst. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with me, but it went away, whatever it was. But I didn't remember I watched like the Rugrats movie that came out during that time. I got to stay in the hospital and watch it. So it's chill. What's up, Sheila?
You were speaking earlier about our anyway, what that man had seen in the now I do believe what he's saying, because in 2020, July of 2020, I had gone out just to my porch, like just to get a bit of air, but I ended up going outside because there was this orange thing. I'd asked a couple of other people, in the sort of spiritual spaces, but they didn't know what it was either. But there was this orange thing just floating in the sky, just floating. This big orange thing. I don't know what it was. I have seen wee orbs and stuff, just wee clear like type of orbs, but this was a massive orange thing just floating. Haven't a clue what it was, and then it just vanished. Any clue as to what it was? Anybody? It was like a ball of fire, because like it was orange, but there was like yellow through it. Excuse me,
Yeah.
yellow through it.
I'd look at like just terrestrial explanations. I'm not being like dismissing your experience, but I would first foremost look up like possible just like terrestrial explanations like flares, fireworks, things like that. Meteors before stepping outside that, and going into other theories and branching out, and just be wary because there's so many scam artists out there, and there's so many people who push, their own, what would you call it, Logan? Like ideology, is it, or what is it, like their own ideas?
Dogma?
Yeah,
No,
pretty
I
much.
Something like that.
I've seen this with my own eyes.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying you didn't totally, but
But
maybe just
whatever
research.
whatever it was, I didn't feel threatened by it. I wasn't afraid.
So what you're saying is you were terrified by this big orange
No,
orb in the sky?
no, I wasn't frightened at all by it. That's the weird thing. I was kind of amazed, and I kept staring at it. I'd say it stayed for a few seconds, and then it just vanished into the clouds, no, into the sky, like. So I don't know what it was,
Yeah, it sounds like a
but
typical orb. You see them all the
I
time.
definitely intend to find out fully what it was and why it was there. But as far as looking up Google, I don't do that because Google's
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have any luck.
connected to them.
Yeah. No one knows the purpose behind these fiery orbs that appear and fly up.
Could
It's
have been an
it's in
omen
your mind.
or a warning, like.
Could be anything. Who knows? There's no way to know because we can't talk to them. So what are you gonna do?
Hopefully,
Yeshua,
I see
what's
it
up?
again.
Yeshua, you want to do that healing thing?
Sure. My connection is not good.
What do I have to do?
Nothing.
What should I do?
Just relax.
Can I keep talking or should I not talk?
I shouldn't talk.
So he's like a magic healer. I don't know if magic's the right word, but you know what I mean. Like he can heal like long distances, even, right? So I asked him if he did try his power on me like a week ago or something like that. So that's what we're doing now to see if it works. I have like really bad problems with like night terrors, so I've done like everything to get rid of them, but nothing's worked so far. So I thought maybe
Night
I'd give this
terrors
a
is
shot.
in nightmares or something else?
No, I'm night terrors and sleepwalking.
Yeah, okay. I feel you.
Hey, I just had a question, if I could speak.
Please do.
Okay, so the inside the earth, the thing that's burning hot, I think it's called the mantle. Is that a star? Like, is everything, because Jesus says everything's like love and friction, that God loves us so like everything causes friction. So when things become one and become heavy enough and have enough mass, it starts burning at the center point. And I guess if it has enough food and it's burning hotter, it can engulf the whole planet and then turn into a star. If I'm thinking of that right.
I mean, God, sorry. I do think sorry, this question was not for me, I guess, but I do think that all the celestial bodies are kind of like not a version of a star, but like planets have the ability to become gas giants, which are basically small stars, and stars have different phases. So, yeah, maybe.
You know how like a Mexican, you go to like a restaurant, you go to Taco Bell, right? And it's you get a burrito. It's like it's a tortilla wrapped with lettuce, beans, rice, tomatoes, whatever. You go get like a tostada. It's just a grilled tortilla with lettuce, beans, rice, tomato, meat. Same thing. You go get like a taco. It's just a fried tortilla with lettuce, beans. They're all just versions of the same thing with all the same stuff, right? That's pretty much what the planets are like. They're all versions of like the same shit, just kind of compiled differently. You know what I mean?
Totally. As above, so below.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to. Am I supposed to feel anything, like any tingling, or I don't know. I'll just I don't know. Don't eat that. Man, I finally just finished my El Cerrito from earlier. But yeah, that was a long day of eating.
You finished your what?
Oh, right. That's a. Well, actually, you've lived in LA. You remember El Cerrito?
No. What is that? Which
It's
place is that?
like a Mexican restaurant chain. El Torito.
El Torritos? I mean, I know so many Mexican chains, but not that one, no.
Yeah, this is one of like the bigger ones, like one of the nicer ones. I mean,
My God, I guess I'm not an Angelino. I have to take my Angelino badge off now.
yeah. I mean, like it's kind of like an Olive Garden, but like with Mexican food.
I was really into I mean that sounds dope. I was really into some specific Mexican places. I got really bummed. I don't know if you spent much time in Silver Lake, but there's this amazing place called El Siete Mares, like the Seven Seas, and they have them in the valley, but there was a really good one in Silver Lake that closed like 2 years ago. Killed me. Some good trucks too around. Like there was a truck right near my apartment that I would just go to all the time. Get like a $1.50, $2 tacos. Can't beat that.
You can beat the. Never mind. But yeah, I love those, dude. Nothing better than the street tacos, dude.
Yeah, when they're good quality. I mean, obviously there's shitty ones, but these were good.
Oh yeah. I mean, where you live now, do they have like those like how they have like all kinds of food trucks nowadays? Do they have that over there?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it might just be a West Coast thing. Yeah, cool.
Oh well, yeah. In New York, it's becoming more of a thing. Sorry, but yeah. So yeah, in New York, it's becoming more of a thing. It's not the same as it is on the West Coast, though. Not by any means.
Oh, okay. Is that guy still here? Oh yeah, Zootsurus. I thought that was Kimball that was talking originally. I didn't realize that was him. But yeah, I think like a star is like pretty much like a ball of plasma, right? That like generates like energy through like nuclear somethings or other. And
stars are flat. Stars are revolving around the flat Earth. I thought you knew this.
If you know our sun is a dwarf star, right?
What about it?
All right, that was a joke, everybody.
It's a dwarf star. It's tiny compared to the majority of them.
Mm-hmm. It's like it's swim.
And if you ever look at like a picture comparison of the Earth compared to our sun, and that's a dwarf star.
Yeah, you know what? I don't remember like what the next size up in like relative size would be, or like you know what I mean, like to scale or whatever.
I don't know what the next size up is, but I think that after the what is it, the yellow dwarf, I think it becomes a red giant. Isn't that the next step? Or at some point, our sun's going to become a red giant, eat all of us. Gonna grind our bones to make its bread.
Gonna grind me bones to make your bread.
Remember that article, Logan, about that brown dwarf star that passed through our solar system? Like, think of a comet. Imagine a star passing through the solar system. How scary would that be if that's coming towards you? I wonder if that was like part of the ancient symbolism of the snake eating the apple, because it probably looked reddish, in the sky, and the Ouroboros. And, they would have had like the constellations, like even cavemen had pictures of the constellations.
I don't remember that article. I thought you were going to talk about the Sagittarius B system article, but no. What's that article?
Yeah, it was an article about I think it was a couple of tens of thousands of years ago. There was a dwarf star passed through the solar system, and they only found it quite recently, and because it was moving away from us, and they're like, hey, that's pretty close, and they traced back, and they found that it had actually passed through our solar system. So Earth must have been on the other side of the sun or something, or far away from it, so it wasn't like totally thrown out. Because even Jupiter, if it came too close, would could have an impact on Earth's orbit.
Dude, maybe. How long ago did it pass by Earth?
I think it was around 40,000 years ago, but I could be wrong.
That's an interesting time. 40,000 years ago was
yeah,
the Adams event.
The Great Extinction events.
Yeah, that's I've never heard anyone. I've never heard of. I don't remember this ball or anyone talking about it, or like it being related to the extinction event. But that would check out if that was true. Why do I haven't heard about it? You just hear about 40,000 years ago it was just the reverse of the poles. I think that's what Alien Protocols talks about. 40,000 years ago happened. But the whole sun thing or star thing makes sense too, because you look over at like Memphis, like Egypt's capital, and that place is just like it looks like it's just been melted. Like, what's hot enough to melt stone like that? It looks like Jesus Christ. It looks like it literally looks like the sun just went down on it hard, like without like anything to protect it or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And also people think, oh, space is cold, but there's no way for energy to dissipate. There's no true conduction. It's a vacuum. And so plasma discharges and things that are incredibly hot can travel millions and millions of miles and still have incredible amounts of energy.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought like what might have melted it was like some like solar like maximum happened back some time back in the day. Just completely torched Earth, but that passing star could have done it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Like those, like you mentioned, like those solar flares are like tiny little magnetic anomalies on the surface of the sun, of the plasma sheet on the sun. And imagine another star passing close. Like, what could that do? I can only imagine.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up this article, by the way. Hold on. Is Yeshua still here? It doesn't look like he's still here.
I think we just lost him.
Is he still working that magic? Yeshua, I hope I'm healed. Damn it.
They might come back. They might have gotten dropped.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be a speaker for it to work, so hopefully it works out.
Yeah. The vacuum of space terrifies me. I just want to say that you mentioned the vacuum of space. Sometimes I have dreams about just floating through space with nowhere, nothing to latch onto, and it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, like what pushes? Hi, I tonight. What's up? You know the thing about like when people like send you like a message or whatever, I see their username, but your username is not your name. So like Paul, like your username could be like the person who just sent me a message, but I can't tell unless I pull up your profile to see everyone's username. You know what I mean? So it's hard to know who sent me that message. Anyway, what's up, Lou?
Hey, gang, I just wanted to come in and say hello.
Oh, I see you down there, Ed. Hey, thanks for signaling me. And hey, what's up, Lou?
Well, no, if in my perception of things, I wouldn't be here if there wasn't something important to say.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you didn't have something important to say or whatever. Well, why? What's up? Did you want to say something, Luke?
Indeed, I want to say everything because I understand everything in this moment. Everything is in perfect harmony. Everything is calm. You need only look into it far enough and you will understand. Just because they don't hear the music doesn't mean that it's not playing. And the unconscious world will never understand a
Yeah, sorry, buddy. I just ain't got time for your bullshit. No offense.
I think he dropped a couple of DMT pills before joining.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he must have done that when he wrote his profile too. What's up, Ed? Okay, he's not here. I disapproved him, but he disappeared. I don't know how that happened. Okay. It's a shitty app. What are you gonna do? Hey, Paul, you speak Spanish?
I mean, when I was living in LA, I could understand it pretty well. I can still understand like basically what people are saying to me, and I can speak un poquito, but that's it. So no, I don't.
Giant star passed through Earth solar system. Hey,
Why do you?
I was just curious. Hey, John, when did that star never passed through our solar system, right? What did it pass through? Like,
Sorry, yeah, my I lost earbud connection. I think it was 42,000 years ago. So if you Google star passed through solar system 1,000 years ago, it should come up like one of the first few.
I did. It says there's no known instances of a giant star passing through Earth's solar system.
Oh no, it wasn't a giant star.
It's a regular.
I think it was a brown dwarf.
It is currently unknown if any dwarf star has passed through Earth's solar system.
That's so weird. I mean,
Every time I hear
was written years ago. It's like the Mandela effect. I'll look for it and I will send you a link when I find it.
I'll help you look. I don't think you're crazy, so let's see what we can find.
Well, I do know that at some point that our star is going to collide with. What was it? Either our no, I think it was our galaxy is going to collide with Andromeda, right? I haven't heard about a star.
It is? I don't remember that. I know we're currently being eaten up by the Sagittarius B system.
Maybe that's what it was. It's just some kind of galactic thing is going on. I can't remember. And I just want to say that every time brown dwarf gets said, it loses more and more meaning and sounds weirdly racist.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. This is just what's happening in my brain. It's like that thing where you say a word over and over again, and it starts to lose all meaning. It just started to happen with that. I kept hearing brown dwarf, and it started to become funny. I'm sorry.
Okay, I found it. It's called Charles Star, I think, and it was 17,000 years ago.
Yeah, was it with the Smithsonian?
Yeah, I think that was it. I'm not sure how do you post in the top part?
Well, you have to tweet whatever it is you're gonna post up there first. So you post it like in that corner thread, like attached to like the space, I guess. And then once it posts, hit the share button on the bottom of the tweet, and this like one of the share options will be like share to the top of this space. Will be like the very top option you'll see. So yeah.
I finally just got that. I did not know the final step after posting it in the corner. Oh my god, I'm such a boomer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tricky one. A lot of people have a hard time with that one. So 70,000 years ago, a passing star shook up our solar system. Interesting. But I want to be close enough to do any damage. Oh, it said it came within 1 light year of the sun, altering the course of some asteroids and comets.
That's an estimate now as well. Remember that. And they get these things wrong all the time.
Do you remember seeing programs like in the 90s of a black hole just sucking you out of your house or something? I remember being really afraid of black holes as a kid.
They're very interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I'm afraid of black holes. But then again, I didn't watch much TV, so.
All right. Well, E, what's up, E?
Oh, E's here. Shit. What's up?
Have you guys talked about the UAPX latest development?
No, I haven't heard anything.
So you know that the guy that the UAPX, so Gary Borjas and Jerry McGowan, president, vice president, were working with this company that was providing them equipment for their project, whatever. And one of the guys, I don't have his name in front of me, apparently had a record for having sex with a 15-year-old girl. He was 35.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about that story?
Right.
I heard about it. I forget the guy's name.
Yeah. Anyway, so this was like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, whatever. They did a couple shows, did big things about this, saying that this guy's got a record and so on and so forth, and that UAPX shouldn't be working with a, quote, pedophile kind of person, whatever. Anyway, so Gary McGowan, who wrote this long, obviously pretty well thought out letter that we're going to give this guy a chance, even though he's got a record, because that's what we do here. We give felons second chances and so on and so forth. And then now today, or just yesterday, like several hours back, I guess, Gary Borjas, the president, says that they are no longer going to work with this company because they were getting trashed hard for not, separating from this guy. So now they've officially separated from this guy. I thought it was kind of interesting that they got pressured by the community and decided to let this guy go because he's a pervert, basically.
And I'm sure it was basically just like a portion of like the Yovo Twitter community that harassed them only.
Yeah, it was Fart Face that started it all, which no big deal there, I guess.
Yeah, you see him talking more trash about me today.
Are you serious? He's still at it?
Yeah, he posted more pictures of me, and he was like stalking our spaces earlier today, and was like pulling out quotes that we were saying, and like posting them and shit.
Oh shit! He must be bored because he got. I guess he went on that Fessler show for a while, and I was kind of thinking that maybe he found somebody else to hang out with, but I guess everybody rejects him. So when he's being rejected, he's got to lash out at whoever he can find. You're the target now. That's too bad. Who else is he lashing out at? Anybody else?
Yeah, me. I hope.
Yeah, I'm an easy target. I mean, he
Yeah,
doesn't have anything on me. You know, he's just gonna post pictures of me and make up bullshit, which is hey, more the merrier, man. Like just more shit to discredit your own shit with later, because none of that shit's true. So he won't be able to provide any evidence. So it's just gonna make himself look bad.
I sent a message to Lou on Twitter when he and Fartface had that little love fest, bro fest on Twitter a few days ago, and he hasn't replied back. So you would think if I was Lou Honda and somebody was trying to get me to follow him, for example, and I would say, who's this person? And at this point in the game, I would want to know who this person is. I'd look at him and say, okay, this guy's trying to get me to follow him. He's sending me all these lovely tweets. Who is this guy? I'd click on his profile and see what his deal is. And I'd quickly discover that this is not the kind of guy that I want attached to my Twitter feed. But yet Lou followed him and they followed each other anyway. So it's just really strange to me. It's just not good optics,
I find Lou must know about this person's behavior, because I talked to I don't want to say her name, but
I just heard Logan drop out. I don't know if that was just me.
Yeah, I didn't hear him either. I saw him talking and then I didn't hear anything. So
The KMF fucking CIA getting at him. KMF posse.
yeah. Hopefully he'll just kind of find something else to do. Maybe I think he needs to get laid. He needs to get some pussy.
Right? I mean, he needs to find something to devote his life to other than trying to be little UFO Twitter TMZ with his gotcha statements and just trying to dig up dirt on people. It's not a happy existence.
So he's got like fake accounts that he's leaking into these rooms still on. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah, he did. I saw what he posted about Logan. Or I mean, I saw some pictures, just some like stupid pictures of Logan. Or actually, I think Logan posted the pictures that I posted, but yeah, it's just all stupid. I have these guys all muted or blocked, or it's ridiculous. Anyone who's just here to start drama, I don't have time for, and I think they're gonna go the way of the dodo before long. Hopefully, once disclosure proceeds a little bit farther than it has. I'm not saying I expect full disclosure or anything. I just mean like, I don't know. If
Yeah, I
things go,
agree. But half the community will have to get a real life. What are we going to talk about? I mean, shit. We'll never get full disclosure, so we'll always have something to talk about. So we'll see.
There's so much work to do, man, still to history work to pull files and people to talk to and track down still. There's so much work we could be doing. But instead, assholes like this are you scroll through his feed and all you see is just nothing but hate. I don't know, Lou Elizondo could not see that shit. Why would he ever endorse this kind of behavior? It doesn't make any sense. It's really kind of disappointing.
well, I'm confused. He endorsed him just because he follows him, I guess. I mean, KMF, if I'm not mistaken, did post some really okay, at least decent Reddit content in the past. I said that to his internet face. I don't know if y'all have ever seen that, but
this isn't Reddit though. This is Twitter. Who gives a shit about
no, I
Reddit?
understand that. I completely understand. So wait, so Lou is only he's endorsing him insofar as he's following him?
Yeah, they followed each other. Yeah, that's a fact.
I mean,
well, I hope Lou's doing a fucking op on him or something, because
he might
that
pull a
guy,
Jeremy McGowan on him, right?
yeah, that guy needs a talking to. I'll tell. I don't know. So
Yeah,
I'll
get
just
pass
tell
the message around because I'm really nobody on Twitter, so they're not going to listen to me. That's okay with me though. I prefer to be nobody than, you know what I mean?
Yeah, same. I just wanted to say that I have heard of cases of I don't know, of these people actually. like you were asking, someone was asking, I think it was you, E, whether Lou knows about KMF and who he is. Like, he has to know this stuff, and I'm fully convinced that
He's an
certain
intelligence
people,
officer.
exactly, but even people that we don't know, like names that we don't know, they also know who we are and who he is and whatnot. So I'm just saying, like, somebody knows who he is and somebody knows what he's doing, and eventually it's going to catch up to him. That's my
I
opinion.
mean, he could
This is
be
what I was
like,
saying.
yeah. I mean, it's here's how it looks, and I don't have evidence, and I'm not accusing him of this. Although I did just look at his tweet, so he was kind of harassing you and Chupacabra for defending Trump, apparently, right? That was one of the tweets I saw.
Yeah, that's hilarious. We definitely weren't doing that. I was saying how much Trump is a piece of shit and a pedophile. Like, I don't know how that's
Oh,
defending
really?
Trump.
And he's what an idiot. So he probably just heard a little tiny portion where it sounded like you might have been supporting him.
Nah, he's just talking straight bullshit.
What an idiot. Yeah, but just it seems like that it almost appears like it's not beyond Lou or his organization or whoever for them to allow or encourage certain individuals to basically troll certain people or whatever that aren't supporting the narrative. And if that's true, that's just so weak. I mean, a guy like that should never allow that. I mean, you don't need somebody like that out there fucking with people on the sly. That's kind of like hiring some guy off the fucking Craigslist to go beat up your somebody. You know what I mean? It's just fucking weird to me. It doesn't feel right.
I don't think it's like that. I would be very surprised if he was actively being allowed to do what he's doing, people like KMF and so forth. All that I was saying is that these people that are harassing people, just from stuff that I've gathered from people who've been victims of harassment, people know about this. And again, it's not even just Lou. It's like people whose names that we don't know. They know about it and they can take action. So I don't know. I just feel like if things went far enough that it could catch up to them.
No, I know Lou knows about it. Like, I talked to somebody close to him to tell them about this person, to like tell Lou to like give him a heads up about this person, so it doesn't come back to bite him later. And they told me that, like, oh, they were already like very well aware of this person and what they do, and that was it. Like, really, you already knows about all of this dude's behavior, and he's like still just like applauding him and treating him like a friend and following him and shit.
Is that what he did? Is he really applauding him? I missed this.
Well, I don't know. They had like a little friendly exchange, like in the tweets and stuff. But yeah, I just don't understand that.
I mean, Lou's a stand-up guy. I could see him just being polite, but I have no idea.
Well, here's what's shocking to me, actually, is if you go and look who his followers are, Mr. Farface, he's got some very well-known and kind of known people in the community that, blue check mark people, Vinny Adams, for example, Christopher Sharp, UFOB, Adam Goldsack, Occam 11, Brian Johnson, who, by the way, I have a hard time going into his spaces now because that guy can ramble like no guy ever in the history.
He's like a priest. He thinks he's a pastor. I love him, but he thinks he's a pastor. I love him still, but oh my goodness.
And okay, so here, who else is following this fart face? Melinda Leslie. I don't know if you guys. She's been around forever. Science Bob McGuire. Do these people even check to see who they're following back? Are they? I mean, it blows my mind that I don't get this. It just doesn't seem right. This guy's got no credibility, and he's got important people following him. It fucking makes no sense to me.
It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me because, like, for one thing, Melinda and Science Bob are very generous with who they will allow into their social media circles because they're not really interacting with these people. They're not really, super active they're not active on Twitter to the extent that they're going to get targeted or trolled or really.
Yeah, they follow everybody. Like, they follow even me, and I'm nobody, so.
I know, exactly. I'm friends with both of them on Facebook, and they hardly know me.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's still, though, I mean, he's got 700 and some odd followers, there's just, so I guess it's possible that, here's what I'm going to guess is because he's so obviously like a Lou Buttlicker that he's got to, that people see that now. And anybody that supports Lou and he follows them, then they're just going to follow him back just out of habit. Maybe that's what it is.
Did Science Bob, did he join this space a while back? He was pretty cool, wasn't he?
I like Science Bob.
He's cool.
Anyway.
He's an extremely nice guy. I met him very briefly at the conference too. I've seen him all over the place. He can go a little kooky, no doubt. But he's a good guy, I think.
Like, I don't think Fartface, he's not a stupid guy. He's not unintelligent. He's just socially and emotionally disturbing. And it's so unless somebody takes the time to kind of follow his rhetoric, they may not recognize that, because I don't know. If you look at his fucking tweets, you can clearly see though the guy's fucking got a loose screw somewhere.
Yeah, see, normally, sorry, I just want to say, normally I would say, like, let's not give these people, enough of our attention, but I truly think that KMF and his ilk are dangerous, because I think that he actively harmed the second New York City, conference, and I think that his presence has created, I would have to talk to Jay King about this, or James, like, as to what their feelings are about having certain people attend their events. But I really think that by just allowing anybody in, like these fucking bastards, I think that I think he's created a fucked up situation, or at least I worry that he has. Maybe that was
anytime it just deteriorates into ad homs, like, especially throwing general labels with zero evidence at people, like it really closes everything down. It closes conversation down, and
exactly.
Linda Thompson is another one that's following him. Linda Thompson, who's we'll see how this goes. It's going to be interesting, because eventually these people are going to know or will be very clear that they know. And then if they continue to support them, it's like then there's something strange going on. That girl Holly Wood, that UAP girl that's done some things with the Shane and his Roswell group, she's following him.
Hell, I think I'm still following him. I need to go check my.
You guys weren't letting me say anything. Jesus Christ, let me say something. So it doesn't really matter who's who's following him, right? It doesn't matter. How mad are you? How mad, if someone that you don't like is being attacked by someone else, even though they're attacking someone you don't like, so you're like, fucking, this is awesome, right? This person's attacking someone I don't like. I don't got to do shit. Just sit back and enjoy it, right? So that's why no one does shit, because he's usually attacking people that we just don't give a shit about, right? But now he's kind of going off the rails and just attacking people with zero evidence of anything, and just making up complete bullshit. So I don't know if he had a stroke recently, or what the fuck's up with him, but I don't know what's up. Maybe he's just gone full psyop at this point, because remember UFO Twitter Week? Remember this kind of all started at the very start of UFO Twitter Week. But the funny thing is, what he put out, he had actually been holding on to for weeks, and he waited until UFO Twitter Week started to drop it, which screams fucking psyop to me. Why did he wait to the start of UFO Twitter Week to cause all that drama to fuck it all up?
Now wait, I heard that he just got some of the information the day before. So, do you know that he was holding on to it?
Yeah, I do know. He had it.
Okay. No, I believe you. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else then.
I mean, maybe he had some pieces of other information as well, but I know the majority of what he had from the Discord chats, which he's mainly using, he had all that weeks ago before it started. So.
Okay, I totally believe you. I saw something.
Yeah, part of one of the people, part of his crew was I can't believe she's I knew about. I can't say it because it might give what I know. But what's up, Eric?
No, I'm just saying we could have fun with this if we wanted to try. Where the headline, the Mexican toilet ain't no joke one you got on there now. We just start putting Lou's true and we love Lou, or just you know, you know what I mean? Just totally like supportive Lou headlines. So, and then we should always make an effort to talk very highly about Lou throughout the spaces every now and then. Like this is the Lou report today in the Lou news. I'll even do that. So we'll just like totally support and prop up Lou, and let's see then how if anything changes. Because maybe if he's convinced that we're all in love with Lou like he is, that he'll back off. I mean, we got to start using some psychology here, guys.
Do you think he's really in love with Lou? I thought he was being ironic.
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. That's what I think we need to figure that out, though. We don't have to, but that's definitely on my mind.
What do you mean by ironic? As in, like, he doesn't really love him?
Exactly. That he's essentially creating a
fake narrative.
Straw man. Yeah, a fake narrative that he's essentially satirizing the people that he perceives to be Lou cultists or whatever. I think he's
Really?
satirizing people.
Wow.
That was my impression. Maybe
No.
people disagree.
It is the complete opposite. He is going full gay on this dude, like seriously heavy. Like, I really love you, Lou. Like, I would marry you, Lou. I would kiss the
Wow.
ground you walk on, Lou. Like, he's not joking. He's not joking.
That's so weird. Then he's having like a manic episode or something. Then what the fuck? That is bizarre to me considering his behavior. It seems counterintuitive somehow.
It just made me think he wanted to get, like, he was just doing anything to get close to Lou, and when he got close enough, he was trying to I don't know, pull something off to like turn Lou to something, try to like, I don't know, do something, some kind of psyop to fuck with Lou and everybody else.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not looking at his profile right now. Sorry to interrupt, but isn't it like a joke about Lou? Isn't it like Lou is the best, Lou this, that, the other thing? You really think he's being totally unironic?
Yeah, I know he is. I've known him closely for like the better part of this last year, pretty closely. We have the exact same birthday.
I'm sorry to hear that. Just kidding.
Yeah, it was a travesty when I found out that all this was going down with this guy. I was like, wow, we share the exact same birthday, year, and everything. And this is how you do me, brother? It's fucked up.
That's fucked up, man. Like I said, I liked his stuff on Reddit, but as soon as I interacted with him on Twitter, I knew that he was a troll. That's I don't know what to say. I will say this though. I don't know if it's the best thing to imitate what he's doing with the pro Lou stuff, even though it will probably draw him in. I just don't. I don't want to feed the trolls, even though we're doing that right now. I don't know.
Yeah, best not to give him too much power. But yeah, I thought I'd give you like a heads up about that thing I found out. I mean, I knew that they had the. I was told they had the stuff weeks ahead of time, but for some reason, I think with all the drama, I didn't have the clear enough headspace to put the two and two together about them waiting to UFO Twitter week to drop all the drama. Like, then when I was thinking about it, like today, I thought, like, why didn't I think of that sooner? Like, what the fuck? That's what all this psyop shit's about, probably. There's a few other things going on that kind of make this seem more plausible, like some more pieces to add to it that could be like, oh shit, but I can't say it here. But
That would be fucking wild. You know, like the way that he approached Jay in that video. I guess there was another video too, right? So I didn't see the whole thing, even though I was at the conference. I wasn't outside. It just seemed so weirdly rehearsed and malicious.
Yeah, something's not right. There's no doubt about that. This is just a random misunderstanding of a situation.
And come on, who makes their name King Milkfart? I ask you.
yeah, I mean, they're purposefully like, so there's a plan, like, even if it isn't like an official intel op, it's still like an intel op. You know what I mean? Because they're like an organized group of people trying to divide a group of people, like strategically.
There's a bunch of useful idiots for sure. I was joking. I want to make a documentary called "Who Is Lou," but just Lu about Lou Angeles, just as a parody of "Who Is Lou" about Lou Elizondo. All of those people, it seems like they've lost their fucking minds. It's really something, right?
That would be funny as fuck, dude. I'd chip in $100 if you want to do the who's Luke minutes. I would laugh my ass off for that one.
Oh my goodness, maybe.
It's sad what happened to that guy, man. Like, it seems like there's like some curse among ufology, man, because we always seem to eat our own, which is so bizarre. So bizarre. Oh, El Surreal's coming back up. But yeah. Is it like some kind of curse, or do you think there's something like some kind of like psychotronic warfare at play, like just fucking with like all like the anyone that kind of like gains any kind of notoriety, or is like an up and coming person in like the field that's doing work, and it's like they always seem to get squashed.
Yeah.
By something.
I have no idea beyond community. Communities will always have a toxic element, and the more fringe a community is, the more niche, the more likely it is that you're going to get a really bad vocal minority. But there's probably more to it than that.
Like, well,
before Fartface, the guy Stephen Cambion, who's still out there banging the drum hard, he was very hated, and he attacked way more people than Fartface has. But he's still standing tall. He still does his bullshit on YouTube, and he just attacked that guy Tony Rodriguez recently. I don't know if you guys saw that that other super soldier guy, Tony Rodriguez. You should check that.
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, this is what I don't like about Cambion is when he was going after these super soldier people. I said, you should interview Tony Rodriguez. I mean, I'm not saying I believe his story, but he's got the best story out of all of them, and just if you're going to like really go after people, at least interview him first. And so he said, sure, yeah, I'll interview him. So I gave him all the contact information. I called Tony and says, this guy's going to contact you. He wants to interview you. And he said, sure, I'll do the interview. He wasn't afraid to talk to the guy. But then Cambion never called the guy, never tried to talk to him, never even asked him to do an interview. And yet he goes on his YouTube channel and bashes the guy without even talking to him. So that's his style. It's kind of stupid, but whatever.
Yeah, that's not great. I mean, GMO enhancement makes perfect sense for military applications of soldiers, and like soldiers even talk about how they were just given medication. They were part of medical experiments. They were not even told. They didn't have a choice. They were just jabbed with whatever, and it's like everyone's like, oh, look at Corey Good here, but the reality is, or at least there could very well be a reality of this going on. And if there were, people harmed, they're less likely to look into it if it's just being ridiculed so much.
Here's the thing about this guy we're talking about, right? All our friends are getting their accounts suspended for like basically nothing for some reason. Like, we don't understand really why. Like, this other person's going around to actually like doxing people, like for real, and like harassing them and stalking them and saying like all kinds of crazy nasty things about them publicly, and nothing's ever done to his account yet. All these other innocent people are having their accounts suspended over nothing. Like, that's what it's just like raises red flags for me as well.
Yeah, that's very disturbing.
Yeah, Elon is not the man, in my opinion. Elon's not the man. You look at something was trending. Anytime you see like a top trend of like thousands and thousands of tweets, maybe even 100,000 or more tweets about a certain topic, like today, I always look at what's trending. I don't know if you guys do that. I recommend you do that. Like yesterday, UAPS was trending, and then today, Daddy
X
was trending. Yes, that's what I said. And then today,
Wait,
Daddy
say that
was.
again? Say X?
No, S as in Sam.
What UAPS? No, it's UAPX.
Well, UAPs with like instead of just one UAP, UAPs as if implying more than one.
Oh,
anyway.
I thought you were saying the UAPX, the company, was trending. Oh, my bad.
No, S as in Sam. Yeah, no big deal. So then anyway, today Daddy was trending. And I thought, why the fuck is Daddy trending? So I clicked on it, and there's just all this fucking porn on this thread. I mean, just hardcore fucking gross porn, right? Dudes and shit, right? Doing shit with dudes. I'm like, oh, no offense, but I'm just saying, it was just, I didn't want to see that shit. right? I don't see any kind of porn on my feed unless I'm going to go look for it myself. I'm just saying. But anyway, and Elon, I sent him the tweet. I said, Elon, I says, is this something that's okay? I mean, you've got people porn spamming your trending hashtags, whatever. And fucking crickets, man. And nobody even commented on the tweet. No one even liked or disliked the tweet. No one retweeted the tweet. No one did follow-ups with Elon. So it's almost like it's accepted. It's just strange to me. I mean, I said, Elon, you've got kids. I said, if your kid was to pick up a phone and see this porn on their Twitter, on your dad's Twitter, well, I'm just wondering, how can a father? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Something's not right.
Isn't it so funny though? Because Twitter's always been a great place for porn. It's just the truth. There's always been porn on Twitter, and I've always found that really bizarre. Just considering how big of a platform it is, that in and of itself.
Trending for me is racism.
It's not even people. It doesn't. These aren't even people that are paying money to Elon. So Elon's getting no money. These are mostly just private people that are out there, just fucking weirdos, or they're trying to promote some sort of go Patreon account that they got that you can go on and buy pictures or videos or whatever. But I don't see how he's going to make any money off this. It doesn't make sense. It's annoying, actually.
I think the bots, people running the bot farms, they just had a counter, and they just took advantage of the blue check mark thing to spam, to bring up spam, and it just filtered into the trending section. Something like that happened.
Yeah, the blue checkmark thing was a massive fucking fail.
Whoops.
Like Klaus Schwab is trending right now with 74,700 tweets. BlackRock, who you guys, if you really want to know what the fuck's going on about the world order and finance, BlackRock, if you haven't looked into that, I recommend it, because I was told through sources that a lot of the black money that goes towards secret programs, whether it's military or UFO related or whatever, it goes through this BlackRock group. And they're fucking got like $8 trillion. And Klaus Schwab saying that BlackRock and he's kind of been patting China on the back, are going to be that America will not be the world leader in the future. That it'll be people like Bill Gates and BlackRock that'll run the world. He literally said that. This is not like bullshit I'm telling you right now. I told my friend who I've mentioned before, I said, have you done the deep dive into Klaus Schwab? He says, no, not really. I said, man, we need to do that. I says, you need to know this, because if this guy's, we need to track this guy for like going back 50 years and see what he's trying to do. And I would have to think that your people know this. And I'm just wondering what their position is on it. So anyway, I'm going to do the deep dive into Klaus Schwab and really find out all the way back 50 years going forward to now, what his whole pattern. And it's reported that he's part of the Rothschild bloodline, even though his name is Schwab. He's Rothschild bloodline. Yeah, I've already done some looking into the guy. I fucking dude. He is a hell of a speaker, though. He's very hypnotic. And he's got so much fucking money. I mean, think about it. If look at the people that he's inserting in these cabinets all around the world, including the United States. These are people that maybe didn't have much of a chance to make much money in their life or have much success, but then he gives them powerful positions where they can make, $100,000, $200,000, whatever the payment is on their. But then they're open to being bribed too. So once you're in a powerful position, and a lobbyist comes along and wants, has a certain agenda, they could bribe these people. And if Klaus Schwab says, yeah, go ahead, this is a good deal, we need to promote this, and he's the one that gave you the job to begin with, now suddenly you're tied into this guy because your lifestyle is just totally shifted, and now you're rubbing elbows with all these important, wealthy people. It like becomes, you know what I'm saying? Am I making any sense?
I mean, he's certainly a fucking creep, Klaus Schwab. His videos too are so fear mongering, It's just, it seems like he's just very happy to be like, yes, in 10 years, the world will end. all of the bad things will happen, and you'll be very happy about it. That's kind of the message I've gotten from him, but I haven't paid too much attention, admittedly.
So yeah, I suggested to my friend that let's write a book. We don't have to write a 200 or 300 or 400 page book. Let's write, even if it was 100 pages or 80, it wouldn't matter. Let's just do a concise, like Reader's Digest, and just sell it for $5 or whatever, $10 cheap, so that everybody that's interested in learning about Klaus Schwab, that doesn't want to spend 10, 15 hours researching him on the internet or whatever, they can just buy this little book. And because if people like this, the people need to be aware of this movement and understand what's going on. I see Peaceful's agreeing with me. Anybody else want to comment on this? Because I'll change the subject. I'm not trying to be Mr. fucking whatever.
No, you're saying stuff important. I don't have much to add, but the WEF and all of that stuff, it's super important. So yeah, AXR, go for it.
Yeah, you're right, E. So you've got Vanguard and BlackRock are both like sort of
He said
financial
go for it.
companies. Can you hear me?
He's speaking now. I hear you. I don't know if Logan hears you, but I hear you.
Can
Oh,
you
yeah,
Vanguard.
John,
Yeah,
sorry.
Vanguard was another one for sure. Yeah, those two, like fucking New World Order banks.
If I can get a few waves, can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yep, I hear you.
All right, cool beans. Yeah, so you got Vanguard, BlackRock, both financial institutions that lend out money. They're very heavily invested into the housing markets and whatnot. They've been buying that up as of late because obviously when the financial system eventually goes by design, they're going to try and sweep up all that real estate of everyone. So then they can control it, get you to sign a piece of paper, eventually getting onto like the digital social credit ID type system, and then give you your house and stuff back to you, but they own it. They'll own everything. But anyway, so Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum, you're right on the money. Over the years, they've insidiously embedded themselves into governments through just the pay-to-play systems. That's what the government systems have been for a long time. They probably start out small, as you said, initially buying off certain politicians, giving them a little, money under the table here and there. And once you get your foot in the door, they've got that blackmail over you. So then it just becomes what's the right term? It just becomes an ongoing thing. Like, you can't really get out of it. If you do, they'll discredit you. They'll, it could always kill you, but they can just make your life hell and whatnot. So it's been happening for many years, happening throughout lots of governments around the world. And yeah, it's just, it's a fucked up thing. Their ultimate goal is, pretty much total control of people. Everyday facets of life. They'll live the high life doing whatever they want to do. If you're part of the corporatocracy, the banking elite type thing, and they'll live their lives all happy-go-lucky, while the rest of us will be mitigated to this small little niche of existence type thing.
AXR, can I ask you, you're Australian, right?
Yep.
Is any of what you're saying, like, what is this like for you in Australia? Because I've heard that a lot of these kind of new laws and new systems are being rolled out in Australia. Is any of this is any of what you're saying informed by your being an Australian citizen?
Oh, for sure, mate. It's not just like what's happening in America is an American thing. It's happening across Europe and other countries. It all starts out with small laws getting implemented, and it just sort of steamrolls and gets bigger and bigger. So just as the same as you guys having the gas stoves, and they want to try and eliminate that because of climate change bullcrap. We've had that being talked about for the last couple of years, and they're starting to try and act on it a little bit. They're shutting down a gas station off the southern coast of Melbourne, the bottom of Australia. And we've got plenty of resources in that regard. It's cheap energy. We've got an abundance of it, yet they're shutting this down to, get on board with all the climate stuff. So Green New Deal's rolling out here. They're trying to do the whole solar panels, the whole kit caboodle with all that type of crap. It's lots of people can see through it, but there's still a lot that don't. So it's just the type of thing where we're looking at ideological changes being implemented at the highest levels. They all seem to be on the same bandwagon. And when we go onto like the politicians' Twitter profiles when they post certain things, there's heaps of comments coming out against it, but yet they just still continue on, not listening to the people or not hearing any other side of the story. They will steamroll their agendas, and they know they can get away with it.
Thank you. I was just curious as to your perspective down in Oz. If anyone else wants to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a conspiracy theory. I call this a conspiracy reality, and it's unfolding pretty quickly, and it's time to. I mean, we all love UFOs, and we don't have to talk about this all night, but it's time that people start paying attention, and I'm just going to make it. That's going to be an equal priority from now on for me for a while, at least, along with UFOs and shit like that, but. Because we might have they want to take down America, man. These guys do not want America to be the world leaders anymore. They want this. They want a system, and if they take down America, we will not have the freedoms and the privileges or any of that shit. I mean, I don't know, 5, 10 years, 15, 20 years, I don't know, but if they're allowed to continue, eventually they will succeed. In my opinion.
Sounds like Richard Dolan up in here. Yeah, if no one else wants to talk, AXR, go for it.
Oh, you're right. Like, America's always been in the world sort of mindset, like the bastion of freedom, built upon ideals of freedom, and have certain laws into your constitution in regards to that fact, and the ability to, bear arms and the right to free speech, very important things. And if you take out America, ideologically, socially, culturally, then you can weaken, the rest of the world's resolve into, fighting against this type of stuff.
Hey, so you know how the Speaker of the House vote took so long, and for the U.S. and does everybody kind of know why? Or because I was going to go off on it for a little bit. Yeah.
What vote are you referring to? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, any of the 20-odd, 18-odd votes that they took for Speaker of the House and that power.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize.
The power struggle and why. Probably your estimation is like Marjorie Taylor Greene being super fanatical and the what is it, 13 or 11 holdouts that were responsible for keeping the vote dragged out. And all of that was to put, let me see how to phrase this. They were trying to ensure that rules could be put in place that the Speaker of the House couldn't continue retaining ultimate power. And to be able to put rules in place to kind of, because Kevin McCarthy is WEF. And so all he would need to do was go in and keep the same rules where the speaker can't be removed. And,
That's a good point.
Get all the
Very
control.
good point.
So, but when you watch the media, all you see are these fanatics holding out for their special interest groups. Oh, they're holding out they're holding out so that their special interest groups can get in. Well, their special interest is to make sure that there are caps on the rules of power.
And Matt Gaetz got in his little holdout maneuver, which from his perspective was pretty smart. He got given a very kind of important position in the government where, in my opinion, this guy's not the kind of guy that's really even qualified to have that position, but it gives him more money, gives him more power. And these are not the kind of people, in my opinion, that we want as leaders in our country. I'm not saying I love Democrats or Republicans. I'm just saying you can just judge a person individually by their actions and what they say and what they do, and know that that's the kind of person that you want leading your country.
There's no actual political divide when you speak to somebody who's a Republican or a Democrat and you're thinking, oh, well, they're on the opposite side of me. There is not a political divide at all.
I love that. I feel like we have so much more in common with each other than we think. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, it's all good. I want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything's a rich man's trick. I mean, you guys heard me say that at least a dozen times. Everything's a rich man trick. I mean, it's kind of like a cahoots deal. It's a club. I mean, these guys, it's same. Yeah, they're actors. Fucking most of them are acting. I wonder how much Trump is acting. We'll see what happens with Trump in the end because, apparently these guys commit crimes. Obviously, all of them do. And Trump's obviously committed crimes, and they seem to think that they've got the goods on him. So what's going to happen? I mean, what's the chances that Trump will slide out of this deal? I mean, we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm going to head out. I just want to say bye to you guys, and I'm right with y'all. Good, important convos. This has been a really nice space for the most part, and I particularly enjoyed talking to Ken Adams earlier, and yeah. So, is it possible for co-hosts to make someone else co-host, or is that just a host thing?
Yeah, that's just a host thing, man. That's all good.
Okay. Just want to
make
sure.
Paul. Have a good night,
all
Paul.
Right.
Good morning.
Yeah, take it easy, brother. Catch you tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, peace out, guys.
Logan, I have a few hours I can contribute.
Did you get my invite?
I do not see an invite.
Yeah, I've sent out a couple invites, and you guys didn't respond, so I guess it's not sending it for some reason. It says it is.
Yeah, but I got like maybe a half an hour left in me, and then I'm going back to sleep. I went to bed early, and then woke up so I got 5 hours of sleep. So I'm having a beer and just smoked a bowl. So I don't know how much more time I got. So I'll hang out for a while. I like these late night
5
conversations.
a.m. beer and bowl.
Yeah, this is the best. These are, to me, the best conversations happen like after midnight because people are just.
Good morning.
Art.
Oh yeah, just mulling over the Speaker of the House thing. I take an interest in a bit of the world politics and what's going on because I figure, shit, as you talked about before with the World Economic Forum, it's probably high time we all start paying a bit of attention to what's going on, what sort of moves are being made, what sort of policies are being pushed forward, and what's being rolled out in general. Is it actually in the people's best interest? Is the government doing things in the people's best interest? You can laugh at that one, but there was an old saying. What was it? Whether it's left or right, the political spectrum. They're both just cheeks of the same arsehole, really.
I had heard wings of the same bird, but I really like cheeks of the same asshole better.
That you just gave me an idea for like a T-shirt. We'll have like the red side of the cheek and the right side of the cheek, and then we'll put fucking Klaus Schwab's head right in the middle where the asshole is.
Oh, you know how it goes? So, like, the Democrats and the Republicans are just, are each one of the ass cheeks, and we're all the asshole in the middle of both of them, and just getting covered in shit.
It's clowns and jokers, right? Hey, Big E, I think that you need to look into a T-shirt shop near you because you're just cranking them out. You need to have, like, an open portal at the T-shirt shop where you can just download ideas.
I thought, my plan is to, once my friend gets back, to do some sort of radio thing. It'll be covering all sorts of topics, but then, so we're going to want to have like a Patreon deal for $5 or $10 or whatever. But then anybody that joins, that supports the show, they're going to get free T-shirts or free books. So they're not really paying, they're not just giving away money for nothing other than content, but they'll be getting so I don't know. We'll see. It's like a marketing plan I'm trying to develop, but I'm not in any kind of hurry. I don't really, need to do this right away, but I am interested in doing it because if I need to try to step up and say more about this World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and other things, just like right now, there's only about 20 or 30 of us in this room. It's not going to really make much of a difference, right? If I'm just sharing ideas with 30 people. We need to share ideas with a lot of people.
Well, no, 30 people is the reach of 90, right? Like, I know at least 2 other people.
Some of these spaces, though, they've got literally hundreds and sometimes thousands of people in their space. And I go in those spaces sometimes just to hear why there's so many fucking people. Why are there 462 people in this space right here? I want to just see what they're talking about. And a lot of these other spaces, man, these people they're kind of trippy. I mean, they just like to get in. It's weird to me. I just can't get into their vibe usually, though.
Yeah, it's a jumble of overlapping and unintelligible accents, and like, I don't even understand why. Like, that's the main. I don't even understand is like the number one thing that I hear in this big giant jumbled rooms of all of the influential journos, like Mario Norfall and
Grant Cardone, and there's that black guy, I can't think of his name. And
Ian Miles Chong.
And Shiva's now doing spaces, and Dr. Drew. I mean, just they've got a agenda. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not sure exactly. But they got a lot of people that want to talk about the agenda, and sometimes it's interesting though, because there'll be a room, like I've gone in these rooms and they'll never fucking let me in there. I don't know, whatever. I don't care, but it would be nice to just comment. And then they've got people, usually, you know what I find, which is kind of trippy actually, is some of these more politically oriented rooms, the men are one-minded, generally speaking, more one-minded and kind of absolute in their position. But the women that usually come in and comment, most of them, bring it back down to reality. They always are willing to challenge the man in their viewpoints. And so I think that's interesting when I love it when a woman challenges a man, because as a man, if I'm fucking wrong and a woman points it out, I don't have a problem with that. I don't give up. I mean, fuck it. I was wrong. You nailed it, right? And I like that about women, actually.
Yeah, stick around because you'll love me.
I think the reason I'm just going to speculate, but I think the reason why you don't like those spaces where it's a shit ton of people is because you're an individualist. You're a creative thinker. You like to think for yourself, and you like to learn for yourself as well. So, when you go into those bigger spaces, you got to ask yourself, is there another motive to having these big groups where only like a panel of like 5 or 6 people can chat? You can't have like just a regular Joe go in there and add their comments, as you were saying. Is it just another form of, gatekeeping and controlled opposition to pump out a certain narrative to people, to not go deeper into these things? We're only seeing maybe a superficial account of that topic or subject.
Oh, and also they frame them as if they're like these balanced, like we're going to have a balanced discussion on this topic. And then they fill a panel with like, for example, 7 people who are echoing the same thing, and one oppositional character who's ridiculous. Like there's one ridiculous oppositional character. Nobody else can oppose. And when I'm in there, I generally tend to like agree. Yeah, most of the stuff that you're talking about is somewhat normal, but then there's like crazy social ideas that start seeping in, and everybody's like, yeah. And then there's one opposition who's like, opposition is ridiculous.
There's a milk fart or a Mick West in all these chat rooms, but just in a different form, talking about a different topic. It's a type of personality, and it just likes to challenge people. I don't know. It's weird to me.
I think that MF is not, I don't know. I came in on the tail end of you guys discussing the PSYOP, and I tend to agree. Logan was talking about it, I think, and I tend to agree 100% that these people are acting as if they're morality police going around and trying to catch you and I think that it's like they're playing short on these people who have things to say, are intelligent, are well-spoken, and could potentially gather a following of listeners, which is what we have here. Yeah, and anywhere multiple people are gathered to talk about ideas, that's really scary to those who would want to control. So I think that they've got to go through and shut down anyone who has potential, or maybe not even shut them down, but just gather potential future collateral.
I got another
There's
T-shirt
been
idea. Get a picture of Jack, the old Twitter owner, and make a T-shirt that says "Bring back Jack." Just all the
Yeah.
people that don't like what Elon's doing. I mean, Elon's doing good and bad both. He's not all good, he's not all bad, but it's just that for me personally, as a Twitter user, he has not been good for me. He's been bad for me, way bad, way bad.
Well, and noticing that there's a whole lot of folks jumping on the boat of love Elon. I don't know. I've taken a step back. I don't think that this is a savior, or that we don't need to be idolizing the person. That's for sure. But also, it's not evil. I'm still. It's over a month in. I'm still prepared to give good faith.
To be fair, when you look at like he posted like percentage politically of which party over there in America that the staff donated to, and it was like 99.99% nearly donating money to the left-leaning party. And so, I'm sure in that environment, people who consider themselves on the left would have felt more comfortable in that environment. But Elon is one of the only big tech entrepreneurs to talk about free speech and actually try to implement it. I'll just point that out because all the other ones have not. It's all been about censorship and clamping down and taking away your potential. And I believe that just looking at what's happened and just some of the anecdotal comments of ex-staff and engineers from Twitter, and it just seems like they're sabotaging. The staff are deliberately causing trouble, many of them. And that's the reason. It's not Elon per se. I mean, he's not personally programming all this stuff. He has to find engineers who are competent and if they're like activists, like imagine like 1,000 milk farts operating as engineers in your company, triggered by any little thing, and then they hate the boss and they want to bring down the company. I mean, to me, that pretty much puts it in perspective.
Well, if that were the case, which it could be, then Elon would not be the brilliant, man that we would some perceive him to be, because he's got to be this. Here's the deal with Elon. So I know him from the very beginning when he first took over Twitter. I watched all his tweets. He promoted free speech. He actually made tweets about sarcasm is okay again. He would do these polls. And so it looks to me like what's happened is that whether it was intentional or not, they were able to figure out what people are team Elon and what people are not. And if, for example, like I'm just not a fan of Donald Trump. Okay. He did good things as a president. I'll admit that. No problem. I'm just not a fan of him personally. And I'm not a fan of some of the things that and so if you're not a fan of their ideology, you either get your account suspended or permanently suspended, or you get shadow banned. And when Jack was Twitter, I said the same things then as I used to say when I was Awakening Man, but suddenly Awakening Man gets shut down. And so that shows me that they're trying to maybe weed out the voices of certain people that are going to go against the ideology that they're trying to promote.
100%.
So that could be a psyop of sorts. I mean, Elon made himself look good because, the Twitter files and the FBI and Jack did this and all these fucked up things were happening and they were listening to you and the FBI and the CIA. But I'll be willing to bet you that the same shit's still happening right now, but it was all the optics of Elon Musk. So he's our savior, and then everybody. But trust me, these fuckers, NSA, CIA, FBI, they're watching every move all of us make. And if we start saying the wrong things more times than they like, we go on a list. It's just the way it is. We
Yeah.
do not know about that list, but there's lists.
It's hard for me to imagine all of the intelligence being extricated from the company in the course of a weekend. So, yeah, and there is. There's intelligence, and they're actually doing the things that we said that they were doing 2 years ago, which is flooding out propaganda. That's all it is, and it's legal.
Yeah, I find it interesting. Like, love him or hate him, I do very much appreciate the status quo shake-up at the moment that Elon's producing. You don't always have to agree with everything someone does. As he just mentioned, he can even admit, Trump did some great things, but yeah, personally, he's a jackass. That's fair enough to say. I can agree with that. I probably think he's probably got some narcissistic tendencies and whatnot, and he'd be a hard person to have a decent conversation with because he'd probably railroad you and, try and direct the conversation to however he would want. But the same thing with Elon, it's throwing out certain things that the general population did not know about, or it was maybe spoken about here and there, but it was never really given any credence. And now we're seeing that these certain things are getting thrown out, like Twitter files and hopefully Fauci files and stuff like that. And for me, the amount of censorship that was happening, especially around COVID and whatnot, it was really next level. You could not speak out, and as soon as you did, you just get banned. And all you wanted to do, like a lot of people here, just wanted to share their thoughts and views and opinions on the topics and things that were going on in those COVID times in Australia, yet they would just get banned. And it's like, well, they were just silencing the other side of the argument or debate, or there was no debate though anyways, but it was just like, so for me, with Elon, I do appreciate what he's doing. I will never trust it. Like for me now, I will never trust anyone like that 100%. Not for especially people in government stuff. My worldview's changed a lot, and I'll keep an eye on him. But if it's sort of just generalized topics, talking about things with polls, yeah, okay, that's fine. But if he starts getting into some nitty gritty things, it's like, oh, is this worth looking into? Whether it's money laundering or, the misrepresentation of information, censorship, and stuff like that. I think we all need to, have a look at it all.
Well said as usual. I always love when AXR talks because he breaks it down very well.
And in like a super cool accent. I wonder if Aussies think Americans have like super cool anything.
Super cool.
Sure. I
Super cool
appreciate
bitches.
all countries.
Super cool bitches? Is that what you said?
Yeah, super cool bitches. I'm being sarcastic. And super cool Logans and Raffies and Caseys.
Oh, I thought I was in the first category. Super cool bitch. That's me.
The women
Well,
definitely
bitches-
love the American accent, that's for sure. That boosted my number over there a lot.
That's just your voice. If I had to bet, it's just your voice.
Okay,
your
here's my
particular
next.
voice.
Here's another T-shirt. Bitches run riches. If you think about all these rich guys, like they're susceptible to. They're still susceptible. They got prostitutes over there in Davos right now with the old this whole thing that's going on. They're $2,300 a night, $700, $800 an hour. They flew them in, 3,000 of them. I did the research. There's interviews. These women. It's legal. It's legal. legal. These guys can fly these women in, put them in a hotel, all expenses paid. Have them come into their bed at night, $2,300, bing, bang, boom, you're out of here. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. That's the truth. That's what's happening.
Well, I like to tell you that after a hard conference, I like to get down and boogie.
I like a boogie. Boogie.
The boogie, oogie, woogie.
Yeah. Where are they flying in from? North America?
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna guess these women, the really good ones, the high. Well, I'm not saying good because I wouldn't know, but I'm assuming they have, you know, they make a name for themselves because they keep their mouths shut. I mean, the woman actually said that the only women that ultimately succeed in this business know how to keep their mouths shut. They don't talk about, they don't give out names. They go in, they do their thing. They're incognito. They collect their money. They get flown home, and they got $2,300 cash for one night, and they didn't have to do shit. You know, really, they get to but you know, and you figure what, like guys like Schwab and Soros and these guys are in their 80s and 90s when they die. You know, these bitches are going to be writing books about these people. It's going to be great. Like what's her name? Who was that girl that porn star that Trump was with? What's her name? You know what I'm talking about,
Stormy?
Casey? Stormy, yeah. You know she's going to have a blockbuster book one day when she doesn't have to worry about Trump putting a bullet in her.
Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about sex work, but you're right though. There are probably some stories, but then I don't know if I care to hear them. Like, do I care about who someone wants to have sex with? I don't think that I do. I think I just want leaders who make good decisions, and I don't really care what they do with their penis.
Yeah, but for me, it's a morality thing. It's like it's part of their character. It's maybe only a fraction of their character, but if you've got elite people that are flying to, let's say, Epstein Island, for example, and their character is
Oh,
such that
that's a hard line.
that's what I'm saying, though. Who knows out of these 3,000 girls, women? I mean, the woman that they interviewed was 35 years old, but who's to say that they don't have, like, you know, we don't even have to talk about this anymore. I'm just saying, to me, I'm a man. I've never paid for sex. So other guys have, whatever. It's cool. I'm not going to judge you for it. I've never paid for sex. I won't pay for sex. I mean, this is not my nature. But I look at how other people, like in political positions, it's like they don't even give a fuck. The fuck, it doesn't matter. They got no morals, and so that's character to me.
Well, funnily enough, you mentioned, what they have in certain areas, they've got high-end escort agencies, and some of the ones that I dare say these political figures use and certain people and corporations and whatnot, they would sign NDAs for that escort agency, but you would get paid an absolute shit ton for your work. So, you know, that's why you don't hear as many stories coming out about such things. Like, you know, if there's secretness, corruption, blackmail, like all that type of stuff at that level, then there's also escort agencies that require NDAs and the next level secrecy to what their work is as well. Anyways, that's probably we probably should move on. It's a bit of a bummer topic to talk about sex work and stuff like that, I suppose. But it doesn't hurt to bring it up, you know, the more you know, but yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, discuss it. It's one of the just factors. It's important to think about. Like, obviously, I'm speaking about, you know, protect sex workers from a perspective
So
of
I
like
got banned from Twitter. Hey,
decency.
wait, I don't want
Oh,
any
really? Was it for
sex
interrupting
workers.
and talking over somebody
Okay, go
else?
ahead, do sex workers for a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sex workers as long as I want.
All right, make it hot.
Is someone talking? Because I don't hear them. I hear you responding to something, though, Casey. Were you responding to something? Can you give me like a hand wave? Okay, yeah. It was the test, wasn't it? Was he being an asshole? Should I kick him? Okay. There you go, Detest.
Yeah, why don't you maybe just wait for a natural break in the conversation before you start talking, buddy? But you're up. Go for it. What's up? Good morning.
What's up?
T-Test, yeah, we'll see what you got, bro. We just realized that we got a quick trigger tonight.
Morning.
I guess Second Thoughts by Mr. Detest. He looks like a boxer. Quit eating. Eat bugs.
Only bans. Got banned from Twitter. Tell us about it. Hey, unmute your mic. Perhaps you're just talking into a muted mic.
He sounded like he had a handful of Quaaludes when he first came in here, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah, he was doing the thumbs down sign over and over again when you guys were talking, so he probably wasn't happy with whatever you were saying.
Are you serious? This whole entire time I wasn't saying anything? That's craziness.
Oh, hey, I remember you,
Here I
Detest.
am.
You're the guy that sounds
Here
like
I am.
InfoCypher.
No, man, I'm like a good guy. I didn't mean anything, any trash or anything like that. I like to pick on people. I hope people don't take it too seriously. Minus all of that, what really did happen is someone fucking killed my account. I got booted, and then I talked to some girl on Twitter, and she like let me have one more chance. So everyone, just let me have one more chance. And so basically, what she did is like I have all my followers, but I don't like the people aren't following me, or they don't show up at least. So
Yeah, and then your tweets are probably not getting hardly any likes, retweets, or even any
I don't care
comments.
about
I'm
that.
going
I
to
don't.
guess.
I don't really actually don't care about that because I just use it for kind of like just being up to date with like data and stuff like that. Like I don't like use this unless I get really drunk and I want to talk to you guys. So like other than that, like pretty set.
I've heard of these type of things before where, if someone did get banned and they come back, that I don't know if the term's like throttling, that you can't get throttled to the amount of people that can see your posts and content and vice versa, the amount that you would see.
Well, I didn't do anything wrong. I think like the thing is like the first 2 times that I got banned is because I was talking shit to Elon Musk during like the crypto like extreme thing, I just jumped on Twitter. I was like, "You fucking asshole," and I got banned twice for that. And so I got banned officially for being an asshole to somebody just recently. But I actually don't remember doing that, and so I thought it was like their fault, and they're.
You were kind of drunk at that night.
Shut
probably.
up! Shut up! Shut up! No, I don't remember.
Dude, you know what? The same thing that you
I
just
was
said is.
hacked.
No, you weren't hacked. The same thing happened to me because I used to talk a little shit about Elon.
Bro, I was hacked.
You know what? I'll tell you what it is. I figured it out, bro. I'm gonna.
Bro, I was hacked. Right.
Okay, prove it.
By yourself.
Nah, just help me.
You got Jack hacked.
Help me out right now.
It's cracking me up. Hey, E, you know who InfoCypher is, right? You probably don't, huh?
Yeah, break it down. Give me like a briefing because I'm not familiar.
InfoCypher is that guy that comes in here occasionally. He's like, he sounds just like this guy, but imagine him, but like sober and like more angry sounding. That's exactly what he sounds like, and he usually like breaks down information like really well, and he knows a lot about like Ukraine and Russia.
I'm like not angry, but I'm like.
Yeah, I know. Wait, are you saying you're InfoCypher now?
No, I'm not. No, you want
I didn't say you were
something
angry. I said
about
InfoCypher
Ukraine?
was
I
angry.
love mustard.
Okay, tell me about Ukraine.
Oh shit, that's funny.
There's a whole bunch
No,
of
I hear you.
cops
Yeah, this.
Discipline pretty soon. Watch out. We won't be having them in 2024. No, we weren't supposed to have them in 2023. Here we are. Whispering through the reeds. It's going to be good for us. Or is it?
I'm going to head out for a ciggy. I'll be back in 5.
Well, just smoke them inside. It's about time.
It's about time.
Smoke
What do you
him
mean?
inside. It's about time. He's like, all right, hey, mommy doesn't like it when I smoke him inside, so I gotta go outside. So just smoke it inside. Just
Bro, I could smell the liquor on your breath from here.
Oh, damn, Rappy, you just woke up?
Yeah, bro. That's liquor on my beer.
You've been up here this whole time.
I
All
made
the
it,
way up.
yo. All the way up.
Smoke this liquor on my beer,
I
bro.
think the test is just a bit depressed by the crypto decline, is he?
No. What? Mm-mm.
Hey, Casey, do Ocean more. I love that. It sounded just like her.
Thank you for acknowledging.
I'm all the way up.
Sounds just like her.
We're all the way up.
Hey, D-Test, do you have any UFO experiences there?
No, I don't like to indulge in that stuff. Sorry. I know
Have
it
you ever
might be spectacular to some people, but I just don't agree.
Mr. Detus, have you been probed by an alien? You're just still in the closet about it.
No, I
That was
haven't.
Buddy J, right?
Tell us your truth.
No, I just like to in fact, I'd like to go ahead and slice you guys up a little bit and tell you how it's so ridiculous. But
Go
I'm
ahead.
over here just allowing you to go ahead and live your truth, and that's what it's gonna be
Oh man, no,
right now.
slice this up. Slice this up, baby doll.
No, man, I'm not even trying to right now. That's what I'm trying to get at.
But we all about it.
Are you about to go all fucking milk fartish on his hair
I
right
don't
now?
want to nuke you guys. Pretty much, you're
Nah, he
gonna
couldn't.
say that
He's too
the
drowsy.
world is flat and everything, and then I just want to beat your fucking ass up.
Nah, we don't believe it.
God, I wonder why you got banned. That's
You know
it's
damn well there is
unimaginable.
flat.
I can't even imagine.
But it's supposed to be funny. God damn, a lot of people.
Hey, Detest, is it true what I hear about people who are deep into crypto?
What do you mean? Yeah, a lot of people do have mentality, what is it called? A mentality where they find a crypto very gosh, I dare to say almost.
Yeah, I'm
But
not looking to buy. You don't have to preach it to me. I'm just curious.
no, I don't want to say the term, but ritualistic or it just loses me right now at the right time.
Are you gonna fall asleep right now?
No, who's falling asleep right now?
Sounds like you're falling asleep.
Dude, how much heroin have you had tonight? Is it good heroin? Or?
Man, heroin? God damn, you guys are just little girls. I'm sorry, little ladies. Or
my mind on my money and my money on my heroin.
I
this ain't
can't tell
no
if he's drunk or he's
babies.
nodding out.
You're fading away like this, and then you just whole bunch of bullshit. A whole bunch. If you wish list like this
Rolling
is so
down the
if I
street,
could have just
smoking endo,
slipping
sipping
on
on
weed,
gin and juice,
lay back.
laid back.
My mind on my money and my money in my mind.
Rolling down the street, smoking endo, sipping on
Sipping
gin and
on gin
juice.
and juice.
Shut the fuck up before I fucking put you in one.
Sipping on beer and indica, bud.
Don't sing this, bro. I'll fucking kill you.
We have such violent words for you, say.
Did somebody just do a Rob impression? I heard Rob. I swear, I just heard Rob.
I didn't hear one.
Who's Rob?
Must have just
What Rob are
been
you referring
overlapping
to?
voice. Rob Wood.
Oh, Rob, yeah.
Yeah,
I like Rob a lot. I think Rob and Logan are going to vie for the 2023 Twitter Space God of the universe. I'm going to just announce that right now.
Yeah,
Rob,
my boy.
I think
Rob's my
maybe
boy.
Rob could come back next year and get it. Maybe not this year.
It's a new year.
Damn, Casey runs a tight ship.
And Screen's got to be in there too. I like what I like best about Screen is he's not afraid to pull that trigger. It's like, bitch, shut the fuck up, you're out. Boom, bang, next.
Yeah.
So the whole reason why I actually looked at my phone was because I couldn't tell if this was to test or what was the guy's name that was on the other night, Dinesh.
You know what's interesting is it's not hard to do, as you know. I could go in, I could change my profile, I can change my name from E to some other name, and come in here and just like what's his name does, Fred, and with all his characters. It's not hard to do. You got to figure some people are coming in here having a good time trolling us occasionally.
There are like 10 different Fred accounts. Like one's like Fred Not Shirley, and other one's like X_Fred or something.
Creed. I like the Creed the best, I think, though. That's my favorite one.
Mr. Rogers is the best.
Yeah.
Creed is like I don't know, that's like B-roll to me, I think.
But the accent he's got the accent down pat. The Rogers, I love the Rogers, actually. That is the best, but the Creed is more hip. I mean, he's a rocker. Rogers is more of like a 60s, 70s icon.
Yeah, the Mr. Rogers is like it's like the original milk chocolate. And Creed is like the symphony, like Hershey Symphony chocolate, you know.
With almonds.
Yeah, with almonds. Okay, time for the doggy to eat.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Oh, I hear the kitty. How cute.
Meow, meow, meow. Is my mic open?
Of course it is.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
it's
you guys,
fine.
I'm sorry. I plugged in my
No,
earbud.
I like it because I like animals.
Yeah, I fed the animals. Meow, meow, meow.
So, Rafi, are you going to get yourself a little pet cat?
I don't know yet. I have to make some decisions and speak with my landlord.
So
Update the lease.
I have a couple pieces of cat equipment that I should have just bought straight out of the gate. One is the automatic scooping turd box, and the other is the automatic feeding of the turd face kitty. And the only reason that I go in there and dispense them is otherwise she'll just meow and meow. But the rest of the time it feeds on its own. And
I've got an indoor-outdoor cat. Those are the best. I put that little cat door in there, and he can come and go whenever he wants. And he takes his shit outside, does his thing, he lets the neighborhood cats know that he's running the show here. And he comes in at night. He's a good cat. It's Zuni. Came right off the Zuni reservation. Swear to God.
Yeah, we had an indoor-outdoor cat when I was growing up, and she was like the best kitty ever. Man. Her name was Kitty. She was so kitty.
my kitty's name is Maleficent, but she goes by Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Everybody's happy now.
I had a cat, Cutie, cute face, then Cutie, and then Pootie with a P. It had to have that Ootie in it. Just change the letters around.
My ex's cat I got really close with him, with Oliver. I've missed him. He used to fetch. It was the weirdest thing.
I love that. Ours will sometimes not like the goodest boy. She's too sweet. She's more of a cuddle bug.
I love when like you get home from not being home for a while and the cat like seriously knows it, and you get like attacked with meow when you come back. You know, they're like meow meow. They freak out.
Or they meow while they're running to you, and they're making little meow sounds while they're running, and their little bell.
Yeah, mine, it's like if I walk down to the street, like there's a donut shop, like less than 100 yards away from my house, and I'll be walking down this long driveway, and he'll come out and he'll be following me, and I'll turn around and say, "You need to stay. You're not coming down to the road. I don't want you to get run over by the car, so just stay right there. I'll be right back, all right?" And then I'll start to walk. I'll go about 10 yards. I'll turn around, and he's just sitting there, right? I'm waiting to see. And I'll run another 10 yards. He's still sitting there. So then, so then I'll turn the corner and go into the donut shop, get my donut, my coffee, and I'll come back around, and there he is, right at the edge of the driveway, like waiting for me. He kind of bolted down to the edge of the. So then he'll start running and he'll start talking to me. It's like he's all excited, just wanted to make sure that he could track me down to the donut shop, but he knows better to run into that street. He knows better.
Did you get me a curler?
He likes the milk. Sometimes I'll get a milk, and so he likes. I don't really feed him milk because it's not really good for cats. But I'll give him like a little tiny capful, just a few little licks of it, and he fucking loves that shit.
Happy cat noises.
I had this one of my favorite cats. I called him Billy the Kid. He was this black and white cat, just total freaking lover boy. And I don't know if he had something wrong with his vocal cords or what, but he literally could not meow. It was like this little tiny sound would come out of him occasionally, but never did he was never a vocal cat. He was just really trippy, but he was just easy to be around with because, I've had cats that are loudmouths. I mean, the fucking. I was like, what the fuck? Relax. There's nothing wrong here. Shit. Chill out. I love you. Everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, my cat has started hollering from the other room. She has half the house, but it's separated from the dog's half. And so she'll just be back, and it's the kids' area, the kids' rooms, bathroom and room and another room, and one kid singular. And she's 19, so she comes and goes a lot. And when Maleficent's alone, she just meow, meow. I'm lonely and probably hungry.
How about when you bring them to the vet and they know they're going to the vet, and the whole way in the car ride there, they're like, "Meow."
No, she just hides in her carrier and shits.
It's like they become different, like cats.
She pants with her mouth wide open, and then at some point poops.
Oh, she's totally one of the dogs. You have to let her on that side of the house.
I travel with all my cats, and one time I had this cat, and I swear it was so embarrassing. We're in the car, and I was with this girl I was dating, and I had the cat in the back seat, and he's making all these sounds. I'm like, what the fuck's your problem? And he jumps up on the front seat. He's sitting on my lap, and he literally took the biggest fucking shit right on my lap as I'm driving down the freeway. And my girlfriend's laughing. She thought it was so funny. I'm going, what the fuck? This isn't funny, man. This fucking dude just took a shit on my lap. Swear to God, man, it was this cat. And then it had done it more than once. It did it like 2 times. I'm like, fuck, there's a cat litter in the back seat too. It just was pissed off. Maybe it didn't want to be in the car. So he fucking shit on me, man. That was weird.
It's just really nice that your cat feels comfortable enough to do that with you.
Yeah.
I had something funny, but it just totally pieced out. I don't remember.
I ruined it for you with that cat shit story, but it's a true story.
No, it was in the midst of your story. Let's see. You bring your cats on with you. Oh, did you scruff the cat and like throw it out the window? I think I might have done that. No, I wouldn't have, but that's my
I
imagination.
picked him up by the scruff and kind of, I didn't throw him, but I just kind of put him back quickly into the back, and then I pulled over and fuck, that was just a nightmare. I got really pissed that this girl was laughing at the lot. I guess looking back now, it is funny, but it wasn't funny at the time, man. It's like, it was just weird.
Was that the second time in the same car ride?
No, it was a whole separate time. Yeah, this cat didn't like to be in the car. I learned that female cats. This is my personal experience. Female cats have a harder time being in the car than male cats. I've done a study on this literally, and so male cats are much more chill. They don't freak out. But you put a male cat in a car for too long, man, they go sideways. That's just the way it works.
I once brought my cat when I was younger to my friend's house when I just gotten him. I was like, look at my cat. She's like, he's a cat, not a dog. And this cat like stayed in the corner the whole time and like knew there was another cat in the house. It was like, I'm staying right where I am. I'm not doing anything.
Last year I was driving back from Utah heading to California. I pulled over at this gas station, and my cat was able to somehow sneak out. He was like waiting. He was waiting for that moment where he can just jump out. And so he jumps out, and he runs out across the street, and there's this massive cornfield, like a really fresh green cornfield that was like stalks were 7, 8, 9 feet tall, huge. I mean, we're talking a lot of cornfield. And had rows, and this fucker ran out there, and he ran into the cornfield. And so I'm like chasing after him, thinking, fuck, I just want to go, man. I don't want to fuck around with this bullshit right now. So I can hear him. I can hear him in the cornfield, but I can't see him. He's going, meow, meow, meow. And so as I try to get closer to him, he just keeps fucking going deeper into the cornfield. So I said, fuck, he's not going to come back. I'm just going to have to go sit in the car and wait for him to like reemerge out of this cornfield. And I literally sat out there for like an hour, man. And finally he starts to come closer towards where I was, but he's fucking with me still. He's still meow. So I can hear him. I know he's close by, but I can't see him. But eventually he got tired of fucking with me, and he got close enough where I can I had this little, I bring this like fish. If you've ever gone fishing, they got those fish nets on these giant poles that you just kind of bring your fish in with the net. So I keep one of those with me. So if I have to catch them, I got like this long pole with a fish net on the end of it that's about the size of a basketball hoop around. And so I got really close to him. I had this thing hiding behind my back, and so I trapped him. Got him back in the car. It's like, fuck, man. That was a nightmare because I wasted like 2 hours out there. I got tired of smoking weed. I was just like, I can't smoke anymore, dude. Just quit fucking around with me, man. Get in the car.
Oh my goodness. And you could have just got a cat treat bag and
I'm just picturing the farmer sitting back watching all this on his tractor, just get out of there, just laughing his ass off. Just
Actually, you know what? You brought up a good
fucker is
point.
chasing a cat through my corn.
And the farmer did come out. I forgot that part. So this dude and this two Mexican guys in a red truck, they come from behind the cornfield. I guess you can't see their house because it was way the fuck behind the cornfield. But I'm on this little road, this little dirt road, and so I'm just parked out there waiting for the cat to come out. And all of a sudden, here comes this red truck, and these guys pull up beside me. And at this point, I hadn't got the cat yet. He was still hiding in the fucking cornfield. And he's like looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? He's got this look on his face like, why is this gringo in my fucking cornfield? But he didn't want to say shit. he just was like trying to figure it out, and he goes, "Is everything okay, Holmes?" or something like that. I said, "Yeah, man, I apologize." I says, "My cat, he jumped over, blah 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 blah. He's in the field." And then he's like, he's talking to his friend and Mexican, and I don't even know what the fuck Spanish. I don't know what they were saying. I said, "Look, and as soon as his cat," I said, "I promise I'm not here to cause any problems. As soon as I get my cat out of here, I'll leave." And then he just said, "Okay, no problem," and he just drove away. So I thought that was really cool. It was like he was sketch, or he had a right to be, but he believed me that I really had, because he didn't see the cat, he didn't hear the cat. I could have been making that whole story up, and he wouldn't have known. But he believed my story, so he let me hang out in the cornfield. Oh, it was a fucking weird story.
Strange guy with a 8-foot pole and a trout net talking about El Gato.
I could have told him there's a chupacabra in there, or fucking the alien landed in this crop, and I'm the gray alien hunter. That would have really fucked his head up.
Oh, I was waiting for like, if you
You should have just turned around and looked at him with the net in your hand and been like, 7 days.
Well, I was on his property. I mean, technically, I was trespassing. That guy could have said, "Get the fuck off my property," or he could have said anything he wanted. I was technically not supposed to be there, although there was no signs. I mean, it's like being on somebody's driveway. You know, you don't just hang out on somebody's driveway. But I think the guy could tell that I was seriously concerned about my cat that was hiding in his fucking cornfield. That he just had a feeling that I was telling the truth. So he goes, "Okay, I can understand, SA. So go ahead, do your thing, bro." You know, one of those kind of things.
I feel like at minute 15, that's somebody else's cat now. I'm sorry. I hope you have a long, wonderful life. No, that's not true. I would wait forever, probably.
I had a cat stolen in 2017 at a UFO conference in Boulder, Colorado. My cat had, I'd let him out. This was a she, and she always stayed nearby, and so I always trusted her not to just take off forever. And so she ran over and was smelling the bushes or whatever, and I was talking to some people, and then the next thing I know, she's not there, and I'm like, wonder what happened. So I'm trying to find my cat now. I fucking spent literally all day trying to find my cat. Turns out that I find out like 2 days later, true story. I even made I had a picture on my phone of my cat, and I went to the office because it was at this conference center. I said, somebody's taking my cat. I don't know who, but so I put up posters all around the area. So people would come up to me throughout the conference and say, "I think I saw your cat. He was over there. I just saw him." So I would run over there and I'd be looking, and I would find a cat that looked like my cat, but wasn't my cat, because for some reason this little area, it was up in the kind of the forested area, and there was lots of there's people that lived in this little community. It was like it was called Sunrise. I can't remember. Sunrise Ranch, I think it's what it's called in Colorado. It might have been. Let me think about this. It wasn't Boulder. It was anyway. So the last day comes. The conference is over. We're all in this little cafeteria area where we eat to get our food, and my friends are saying, "Did you find your cat yet?" I'm saying, "No." I says, "Man, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to leave." And then so I go out to my car just to do whatever, and then to get something, and then I come back like 15, 20 minutes later, and my friend says, "Oh my God, this lady, she was just here. She had your cat." I go, "Are you serious? Are you sure it was my cat?" She goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm positive it's your cat." I mean, yeah. And there's like several other people sitting there at the table. "Yeah, she was just here. She had your cat." And I'm like, "Really?" So I run outside. I'm like looking, and I don't see any lady with my cat. And then somebody comes up and says, "The lady, she had your cat. She just drove away with your cat." I swear on my life, I'm not making this up. This is 100% true. The motherfucking lady kidnapped my fucking cat, and she knew damn well it wasn't her cat. She stole my cat. That fucking traumatized me for a long time, and that is a true story. I have a fucking crazy life, man. That's just part of it right there.
I'm sorry. You lost your kitty.
Yeah, I was fucking heartbroken for a long time because that cat was fucking great. But I've had great cats. The cat I've got right now, Zuni, he's the best ever. He's like a combination of all the cats I've had. If like I was going to clone and take DNA from all the cats I've had and put them together into one cat, this is the dude. So he's like, I'm protecting him with my life, man. He's not going to get out. I'm not going to make sure he fucks up because he's the bomb.
Make sure you teach him how to memorize his address.
Yeah, we got Fred. What's up, brother? Fred's got cats. Fred's a cat lover. I bet you Taylor needs a cat. If she don't have a cat, she needs one.
Cats are very, very special.
I think they're psychic, and I also think they can see other dimensions. And I'm not being silly right now. And, for example, let's say you were having an alien visitation, and the alien had not presented itself in a physical form yet. It was just their cloaking. The cat can early warning system, right? Am I right or wrong?
Oh, very much. I agree. The cats are able to see things. If you'll notice, unlike if you're in the middle of nowhere or a creepy place, the cats will often be like the early alert sign. They see it. They see something, and you're like, kitty cat, what are you looking at?
Taylor, do you have any cats? Do you have any pets, Taylor, other than like reptilians and shit?
Yeah, I posted my cat. Maybe it's not posted right now.
What kind of pussycat do you have, Taylor?
It's a ragamuffin. It was like, she was $3,000. Or almost
Wow.
$3,000.
Damn. I didn't know you were that rich, Taylor. I apologize. I've been playing this wrong all along.
Wait, what?
I'm just kidding. You.
I'm like really fucking tired, and I don't know. I feel like maybe it's just I've been working too much and I haven't slept, but I feel like I'm really tripping balls.
I
I'm
have
on nothing.
I have a question. What you just said was very important. Has anybody in this group been having very strange, number one, sleep patterns, very strange sleep lately? And also, has anybody been feeling, when they're trying to rest, some kind of heat, but you're not sweating from it? It's almost like your place could be a normal temperature, but yet for some reason you feel like internally, your body, you feel like you're hot. Your heat is coming from inside. Like
you're
you can't be
hot.
rested.
You're so hot right now.
I definitely, in the last month and a half, my sleep patterns have been really fucked up, but I blame Logan for this mostly. I'm just going to blame Logan.
Yeah, that's fair.
You guys are all like my boyfriends and girlfriends, like the ones that I like talk to right when I wake up in the morning. Like, I wonder what my boyfriends and girlfriends are doing.
Dude, don't call me your boyfriend, man. I get a little jammed up with that kind of stuff at this early. This early.
Zim, you're not my boyfriend. You're my bae, okay?
Oh, bae Zim.
You're not
Fred,
his bae.
I noticed a couple times, and I joked about it because I was on the elliptical, when it's tracking my time. But I swear, I fell back 2 minutes instead of going forward, and I had to run longer, But 2 different times, you had brought it up last week or a couple of days ago. It feels like time, like hiccuped.
Yes. Yeah, it's strange. And it's very strange that there's been like something going on, and I can't yet pinpoint it. and I know it's difficult at times to take me seriously because I'm talking as Fred Rogers, but I'm very serious. And something's happening where sleep in time has been really fucked up. Like I will fall asleep I'll be suddenly very tired, randomly, and I'll be like, oh, I'm just gonna sit and lay down, and I'll fall right asleep, and then I'll wake up an hour later, and I'm wide awake, and this strange repeating pattern.
What happened to me, I think I went to sleep at 9 o'clock tonight, Pacific time, woke up around 1 and I felt awake. And so then here I am. So I've never been a guy that stays up all night and then goes through the next day and then goes to bed the following night. I'll usually, but yeah, lately, again, I'm blaming Logan. I'll just fucking power through.
This is my third night in a row of staying awake.
Jesus, I don't know how you do it. People have been, I'm just going to be very honest with you, Logan. People have been sending me DMs and they're not accusing you of this, but they're concerned that you might be like a cokehead or a crackhead. And I'm like, I don't know. It's none of my business. I'm not, whatever Logan does with his life is his business. So don't try to drag me into that drama.
You think that's only in the DMs? People just tell me that to my face, bro. Yeah,
I
know.
didn't
People
know
say
that.
shit.
I wasn't aware of that.
But
I can tell you're not on. I could tell you're not on coke or crack because you don't display those characteristics. So I know you're not. That's my opinion.
I wish I was on it. That shit would be fun.
It would be methamphetamine, probably, but
yeah, meth. That's
Yahweh
another world.
joined.
It's
I got a lot
very
more work
steady. Logan is very steady. Now he'll get 2 hours a day. You'll hear him get a little tired.
Logan alien. I think he's a one of those Arcturian, like beautiful blonde aliens, but he just dyed his hair brown because he wanted to fit in.
I don't want to call anybody out, but I do know that bipolars require less sleep. Not saying that Logan's bipolar, I'm just pointing it out.
How dare you even imply that? That's horrible of you.
Yeah,
right.
I'm not bipolar, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I wish I was. I could just take that medication then, right? There's
God
medication for that.
forbid you suffer from a mental illness.
Right, you could just take, yeah. Taylor, I haven't seen your cat post.
I'm just naturally crazy.
Check.
I don't think there's any kind of cure for my kind of insane.
Yeah, I can go and post a picture of my cat right now.
If I had to put money on it, Logan, if I had to just pick one, I would say you're a vampire. That's probably what. When you live in LA, there's lots of vampires in LA.
Like literal people who suck blood.
I don't know
what type
about
of insanity, Logan?
They call me the Count of Montgermain.
Taylor, can you post the picture of your pussycat?
Yes.
Aren't you a lord, Logan?
Yes.
He's a man of ancient wisdom and magic. I can tell you that. Very special. I believe Logan was sent here for a reason to bring us all together. And I think Logan stands for something. I believe it's a code name for something.
Let us all suck Logan's metaphorical piña.
Okay, let's not go there. Okay, let's not.
Yeah, Rappy, I know you're comfortable here, but just you need to chill out with that kind of shit.
Yes, it only happens.
Long Organ goes all night.
Thank you. But yeah, I was saying this earlier today, funny enough, what you just said, Fred Rogers, because our group has a lot of weird coincidences with it. Like, Casey was there too. Oh, well, yeah, she knows what I'm talking about. So, I was saying, we were doing the My Mayan, what was it called? Like My Mayan birth chart or something like that.
My Mayan sign.
Yeah, my Mayan sign, and mine said I don't really remember something about being charismatic and a leader or something. And Tiffany said that sounded like mine fit me right. What if that's my role is to bring everybody together?
What was your tone? Do you remember?
11.
11?
Yeah.
I got my mind on my mind and my mind on my mind.
You guys
I
should
got
do
my
that.
mind.
See what you guys
Yes,
get.
agree. My mind
Go to.
is sign.
Mhm. It's really fast. All you have to do is put in your birthday on the first page, and it tells you right away.
In 18 minutes, it's going to be 4:20. I just want to announce that on the Pacific coastal region.
Oh yeah, my watch goes off automatically. Yeah, at both 420s.
Do you have a computer watch, Logan?
I do.
I just want to ask anybody that's a listener right now if they are 18 minutes away from 4:20 Pacific time, just to give a thumbs up. I'm just curious who in here other than me is on 4:20 time. Jeez, nobody. Unbelievable.
They're all
It is for me.
sleeping. Yo, this many people fell asleep.
Oh yeah, Dale. It's for Dale right now. It's like 8 p.m. I think.
You know,
Something
Chris
like that.
down there, he looks like that guy, what's his name? Daniel List that runs, what's that show called? The on YouTube? The Dark Journalist. Doesn't Chris look like the Dark Journalist, like on crack down there? See him?
Oh,
The
wow.
listener?
His face is covered. I don't know.
No, he's got the little goatee with the purplish black hair and the dark eyes and the little mustache, thin face. Chris, the listener,
Oh,
right
that
next to
one.
Marianne.
Yeah,
And
you're right.
and Benno, Benno's disappointing me right now because he's not talking. I need my Benno fix.
Yeah, me too.
And Dale too. I need my Dale fix.
Me too. They've been Dale's been not as active lately. We miss the old Dale.
Where's Randy? I worry about him.
I worry about him too. He's been sending me some messages, and he's very sensitive. Sometimes, as you know, he'll try to repeat himself like 3 or 4 times in a matter of one statement that he makes, and it's like, bro, I love you, I feel for you, I support you, but I don't need to hear it 3 or 4 times. It's like, you said it once, okay, say it twice. Then he gets all sensitive about that. It's like, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just saying that we hear you. We don't need to hear you tell us 4 times in a matter of 2 minutes and then come back 5 minutes later and tell us all over again. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying it's just,
I know. I worry because it was not too long ago. It's only about a year ago when his son passed away. So I'm a bit worried about him. I want to make sure he's okay.
Yeah,
you have to
we've
worry.
all had our bad days, but that's a bad day, and I do feel for
That's my
him.
birthday. It's my birthday.
I know. I mean,
It's weird.
He's like you said. I think he's vulnerable that way, and we got to be aware of that because we got to pick each other up a little bit too, and we got to get past what gets on our nerves about it a little bit. But we also got, like you say, you got to steer them into better interaction.
I've never had any really. I don't know why. I've never really had major issues with Randy. Somehow I've kind of skated by.
Well,
There's a very rational side of him. I agree. I'm friends with him. I consider him my friend. I'm not worried about him as far as how he is a friend to me. But I hate the idea that people targeted him. And again, with Sue as well. It's the same thing with Sue. Sometimes you go, oh man, the conversation could go differently, but man, we don't have to walk in their shoes, and they're tough shoes to walk in, I would think.
Well,
I do
Randy,
feel bad. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
he says he's I mean, you guys know this, I'm sure, that he says he's been a.
You cut out after he's been
Yeah, he's
Oh, I
been
thought that was
abducted
me.
multiple times, he says, and if that's true, which I believe it probably is true. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know Randy, but if he's actually being abducted or has been abducted, that's very traumatic. And then you blend that in with his son. I mean, yeah, I can see where he's going through something tough. I don't know that I can help him with that, though. I guess I could try, but it's hard sometimes.
Yeah, it's not really the place to do that.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
He can't. I don't think it's fair for us to feel. Well, I'll just talk for myself. I would be happy to try to talk to him and counsel him in whatever way I could, but you can't use Twitter Spaces as an opening counseling platform and expect everybody to provide that kind of counseling or whatever support. I mean, occasionally I'm cool with it, but I just feel awkward that I feel like he puts us. Well, I'm just going to shut up right there.
Well, question. Aren't these things I keep hearing about, like UAP Medical Coalition, aren't those supposed to be some of the resources that could help?
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's been plenty of resource and excellent advice offered, a lot. And there's been plenty, a lot of resources and support offered.
Well, yes, but maybe a friend of his needs to just kind of toss a line over to UAP Med and be like, hey, are you able to maybe help my friend?
That friend has to want help. I volunteer with UAP Med, and I know for a fact people have been trying to put him in touch with Opus and other things like that.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, and then another good example of offering advice that isn't taken is engaging with persons online who are just on a mission to discredit. And then Logan, I'm gonna send you a DM.
Yeah, I sent you a DM too, Logan. Check that out.
I didn't realize it was like, whoa, that is.
Yeah, I came in on the wrong conversation.
Sounds like people need some cheering up.
Yeah.
It's Friday. Wah, wah, wah.
It's my Friday.
It's Freaky Friday.
Guess what that means?
You're
Slumber
freaky
party tonight, you guys.
It means after I work 8 hours, I'm going to come home and sit at my dining table for a weekend.
Yeah, and then the only time you're going to get up is for meals and bathroom breaks. And that's it.
Yeah, I have a little bit of good news to report from this morning, but it's not 100% good news. Just keeping y'all in the loop, in the poop loop.
Oh, yay. We have regularity in the house. How are you today?
I knew when that cat poop story came up earlier that Casey her ears would pop up and she would listen.
How you doing, Carl? And Dale, how you guys doing? You guys came in at the same time, I noticed.
Carl and Dale.
Yeah, I'm good. It's late. It's like almost 11 p.m. So yeah, but Sydney's cool. I'm cool. Participating less. Just I'm focusing on some business and other stuff. Skies are cloudy, so not so much action in the sky, which I dislike. But yeah, I'm really good. So I've just been listening more rather than talking.
Ladies and gentlemen, did y'all hear what Dale said? He actually mentioned it twice. It is okay to actually take a step back from Twitter Spaces and get some personal things done.
I don't know, but Tupa had a really good a good way of saying things last night. He's like, you just got to keep busy, and like, my house is so clean because I sit on Twitter Spaces and I just listen and I clean while I'm on. And I'm like, that's the best idea ever.
Oh, did he say that when I was vacuuming?
I don't remember when he said it, but he said it last night.
Yes, he did.
Vacuuming is a waste of energy if you can pick the items up one little speck at a time with your fingers as you listen. Then you
Yeah, I
can
don't have
listen all
that.
day.
Yep, I prefer tweezers.
I prefer my Dyson.
Things only ADD kids say.
Hey, Logan, I just tagged you in this pretty amazing video. Check it out and see what you think about that, because that looks very unique. It's definitely not the fucking the satellites that Elon sends up.
And it checks out. Eric is ADD.
So my mom and dad have come up to stay for a long weekend, and I've said before they're sort of like the Costanzas from Seinfeld. And I was asking my mom about her experiences. She's seen a ghost and had some different stuff. Then I started telling her about the remote viewing things I was doing. I was showing her the exercises. She goes, "Yeah, she goes, you're just trying to find similarities."
Hi.
Lady of the night, what great gifts do you bring us this evening, dear?
Well, I posted it in the nest, dear. I had a very strange experience this morning with a man.
Logan, give me the
Putting a
power.
very large penis through my letterbox. And apparently
I saw that.
Was he
That's
a reptilian?
weird.
Was he a reptilian man? Was he reptilian? Did he shapeshift? What did he do exactly?
Yeah, I know she's a troll, but I thought I'd let her have one crack.
Where'd she go?
I wanted to hear Zim and his punchline of what his mom said, and that was so stupid. I'm pissed. Get that person out of here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's
already been
I thought
done.
it was really my mom coming in.
I would love
Dude,
to
I did
interview
too,
her.
Zim. I was like, did she just show up and start talking to him? Like, I thought she was saying what you were trying to say. It literally tripped me the fuck out.
Well, hold on. I want to make a comment in semi-defense of her, because if you go on her account, I believe it might still be pinned. She's got a Spaces that she did that was 3 hours and 47 minutes with a lady, and they're talking about some pretty incredible stuff. And I don't think that they faked that for 3 hours and 47 minutes. So maybe before we judge her completely, we go listen to some of what she's saying. And she could just be somebody that has information that's quirky, like some of us are. So anyway, that's my...
And a broken clock is right twice a day.
I can conduct an interview with her and
I
get to
would
the
pay money
bottom
for
of
that.
it.
I'd pay money for that right now.
Me
Yeah, there's like two types of Eric. The Eric that believes everything and the Eric that believes nothing. And it depends on which time of day you get which one.
You're exactly
that's the
right.
same with Casey. Yeah, Casey's the same way. Can confirm.
I think we
Lady
should
in
bring her
white,
back up. Logan, let's
step
bring her
up to
back
the
up
stage.
and let the man interview her.
Yeah, I
I
can't
still want to
give
hear the
out.
punchline.
I can't give out co-hosts. Like I was sending them out earlier, but I don't know, just glitching. It won't let me send out more. They weren't working anyway the first time.
You have to close the app out. It'll fix it. But since you don't have another co-host, I don't know if it'll stay open.
But no, it will.
Lady in white, can you press the request speaker button again?
Zip it.
Lady, I stood up for you, lady. So we're bringing you back up. Don't disappoint.
Yeah, lady, just don't do it. Please don't do it.
That's fine. I'll just go shower early. I don't have to listen.
Well, didn't Lionel Richie write a song, Lady? Something
In red.
lady.
You're my lady.
Yeah, you're my lady.
You always want to say you saw penis in your mailbox. You know that it's really funny. Yes, you really do. Lady in white, Please come up to speaker.
You once, twice, 3 times a lady.
Doesn't she always say there's a penis in her mailbox?
She does. Or there's some reptilian lady fucking her with an anal
Can I
dildo or
just say,
something.
she's so jealous of me, isn't she? She just follows me in and out of different rooms and starts spewing venom. Come on. Behave yourself.
Yes, I
Hello,
agree with
lady.
you, lady. I think it's very rude of Casey
It
to do
is,
that
but
to you.
it's
It's very
normal
rude.
for her to be like
I'm
that.
fairly certain only Moon Pie ends her
Don't speak to
statements
me,
with
dear.
"come
I
on,
don't
come
wrestle
on."
with roaches.
Lady in white. Lady in
Oh,
white.
Casey's about to go all Eric on everybody right now.
My name is Fred
I've
Rogers.
been missing all of this. Wow, I can't believe I've been
My
missing this.
name is Keith.
My name is Fred Rogers, Lady in white. I'd like to welcome you
It's
to
a
this
lady
interview.
in
So what,
waiting.
Lady in waiting, what happened with this penis?
Well, it was in the posted tweet, dear. You should have read it.
What are you waiting for?
Plot
Lady in
twist, it was
waiting
their own
is my
penis.
position that I hold within the British royal family, dear. Google it.
Oh, that's right.
That is absolutely
You
right.
have tea and strumpets every morning.
But yes,
I
this man
remember
did
you
put a very
now.
large penis through my letterbox, and lo and behold, apparently it's common practice around Belgravia right now. So it is something I'm looking into. It's not an isolated incident at all.
It's
Yeah, and over
interesting.
there, it's common practice to
But
call
my
a
question
vagina
is it
letterbox.
exploitation after he did that for him to then proceed to give me £500? That's what I'm trying to work out
Is
here.
fucking a letterbox exploitation?
Put it in your book.
Oh, absolutely. But it's not to do with the royal.
Save it for the book, lady.
This is a different kind of incident. This isn't something that's happened at work, dear. This is at my own home. You know,
Well, at least your
Oh, I didn't know there
letterbox
was a
is getting
difference.
action. At least your letterbox is getting action. And that's important because who wants that crusty hole? Not many people. But I like your story and I like your sausage, your 13-ounce roll of sausage. Can you tell us, was this
So anyway, I think
penis
everybody should retweet
erect?
that tweet and get it out there. Information is power and people have a right to know.
Okay, lady, listen to me.
He
I'm
didn't even
talking
want
to
you to
you,
finish.
lady.
Far, 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 high and wide. Get it out there. Spread it like wildfire.
How high are you?
And put it in your butthole, lady. You stop it now.
Share it far and wide. Just that's what he said. I mean, that's what he was.
Lady, do you have anything else you want to tell Fred?
I don't know who's Fred. There's someone speaking that I can't hear.
Fred Rogers.
I'm your worst nightmare, lady. I'm your worst fucking nightmare.
I think that only person with the red top, they're speaking and I can't hear them, but I'm quite glad because I don't want to listen to them. They're obviously very...
Are you not familiar with Fred Rogers in Mr. Rogers'
I wanted
neighborhood?
to ask
No,
Pete, so what did you take away from that interview with my friend Kaylee who was talking about...
Hey, that's not what I said, lady.
Oh shit! Listen to fucking screen now going all aggro, Eric.
Wait, just testing. Can lady in waiting?
Wonderful day in your neighborhood, lady.
No, I want to. Let me just
Why do you
comment.
keep throwing me
Her
down? You
interview.
can have me up. You don't need to keep putting me up and down, up and down. I know.
Shut up, you old hag. I had to reset your fucking connection. Now zip it. The man in red has something to say.
I don't
What
speak
is
to
it, Fred?
scum, dear. Sorry.
I'm the man in red, bitch, and you listen closely.
Still
I
can't
don't
hear
fuck.
him.
I don't
Still
fuck
can't hear him.
around, old
Still can't
lady.
hear
I
a
don't
word he's
fuck around
saying.
with your old
Can't hear a
holes.
word he's
I don't
saying.
mess around with decrepit old bags, and you will
Taylor Trapp, I'm
understand
not sure.
this.
What is he?
You will understand this, that no man from 5,000 miles will put their
All I can
penis in
hear
your
is
hole,
someone
and
mumbling.
you
It sounds like he's
understand,
underwater. You
you
need to
old
work on
little
your reading
granny slam
pronunciation, dear, because you
bohag
can't
dang
speak very
nabbit
well.
piece of poop head.
Oh,
Suck a
God.
dick,
All that
bitch.
mumbling.
Oh my god. Lady is fucking avian.
All that mumbling.
How can any one individual take that kind of abuse and still be standing? I have respect just for that.
That's not
That
abuse,
is
dear. That's
avian.
just incoherence. That's somebody who doesn't make any
I'm telling you,
sense.
bro.
Lady in red is Jules.
Lady in waiting.
Yeah, lady in waiting. I need you to say this sentence for me. I'm not drunk. Can you please say that in your accent?
Shit, all this commotion. It's 4:22. I fucking missed it. I missed it by
You
2
old
minutes. You
bag
guys.
lady,
Fucking-
you made people miss 420.
That's
That's
okay. It's
And what happens at
4:22.
4:20, dear?
oh god, you're so what the
420 psyop. She just brought in the 420 psyop.
Oh,
These are
bro.
all
Now that I know
crazy.
for sure
This
that's
room is
avian.
just total insanity. It's not the place for a lady. I'm leaving. Bye.
you're not a lady. My old ball sack wouldn't get
Dude,
10
that's
feet
fucking
from you.
avian. That's fucking crazy. How have I not noticed that the first 2 times she was in here?
Oh my god, I'm going back tomorrow when the space ends. I'm gonna clip that whole segment. That was fucking Space's gold right there.
Yeah, that was gold. I'm gonna love that clip.
I think we
Watch
pushed her
avian roll in
away.
here.
Well, looks like
I
she's
missed
Wait, what
avian
is
already.
avian?
I've
You
never
don't
heard
know
Queen troll anybody that hard
avian?
before.
I have no clue.
Brad is down there dying right now. I see the.
He must know avian.
I've been laughing so hard that I've almost had a fucking climate change heart attack.
Better get Greta on the phone.
Dude, that's so funny though. As soon as I said that was avian, she decided to bounce out.
It's too early for this shit.
What time
It's
is it,
okay,
Fred?
Miss Fred. I would hold you tight.
Wait,
Wait,
Fred, what did you
what is
say? My
avian? Is
boss
avian a
sack would
person?
come 10.
Yes.
Yeah, avian is someone that gets like way drunker than anybody that comes into our spaces, and he's always yelling about like gutting a pig or being drunk or something. And he's an acquired taste, but that lady definitely sounded just like him for a couple of seconds.
She sounded like she could be Jules' flatmate.
I've never heard.
I gotta take my blood pressure medication. Too old for this shit.
In 35 minutes, the donut shop's going to open. I can go down and get my fucking almond-filled donut with my coffee. I'll be all dialed up then.
Bro, you didn't do a good job sliding that in there. I heard you call it a dill donut.
A dill donut. Oh, Tuba lives down there, by the way, in Portland, where they've got that donut shop. I forget what it's called. It's like a pedophile donut shop. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not kidding right now. I can't think of the name of it. But next time you come to
What?
Northern, yeah, I swear to God, I'm going to Google it right now. I can't remember the name
How
of it.
would you know about it?
Because I went down there and I was doing some research to find out if it was real or it was a bullshit story. And I went in there and saw the pictures on the wall and just kind of observed. There's a strip bar literally right next door to a donut shop. And then it's fucking weird down there. Let me just tell you, it's fucking weird down there.
How much
Did
did
you
it cost to
find
get in a strip
anything?
club?
I didn't go in. It was daytime or something. I think it was closed, but I'm sure it was pretty seedy. It's like these buildings were connected too. The donut shop and the strip shop was seedy as fuck. I'm surprised Tupa hasn't made like a little mini doc about it.
Do they sell pepperoni pizzas at the donut shop?
Shadows of the Invisible Myth.
Yeah, you got to get the health department in on that. That's a bad mix if the kitchens back up to each other, you know.
A dill donut is the.
Is it true that you
I
have an
think he said a
egg-shaped
cream dill
penis?
donut.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Okay, it's called Voodoo Donuts. That's what it is. It's like a satanic donut shop. It's got these kind of pornographic donuts. Some of the donuts are shaped like dicks. Some of the donuts are shaped like titties. Some of the donuts are.
Is that
I'm not
not a
making this shit
chain?
up. I am not making this shit up. You go in there, it's got like a chocolate donut, and it's got a little crease in it. It's kind of peeled back. Like, you use your imagination. It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah, I thought that was like a donut chain for some reason. Like there was more than one.
Voodoo Donuts.
A little crease in it.
I got my mind on my money and my money on my donuts.
All the donuts have holes in them.
What a ripoff.
They're all cream filled too. They're pre-cream filled.
Pre-cream
Fill
Oh
it
my
with
God.
cream. Do they have? Is it a thick cream? What kind of
Pre-cream
cream? Is it?
They're like
donut.
they're like $69 for a dozen of those too. It's like, why the fuck are these donuts so expensive? What are these people doing?
Well, I can tell you.
They must have fun with those molds.
Money laundering.
Question for people. And I know it's a recorded space, but it's an important question, and I'm serious about this. Has anybody noticed that when they blow a load or have an orgasm, that it is like so intense lately that like it's almost like they feel their fucking eyeballs falling out of their face? They're like, whoa! Like it's just like over the top.
I think Taylor could speak on that.
I haven't done that in like a year.
Damn, that explains it all right there. Thank you for sharing that.
Let's leave the ladies alone. Eric, I'd like to hear more about your orgasms.
I don't know why, Taylor, that just like when you said hasn't been a year, it made me all like, made me really hot.
What does that mean?
Well, because it's like it means it's been a long time, and I don't know, as an alpha, it makes me like, you know, it's like nothing should wait that long.
Yeah.
I think she might. Did you have a bad experience, Taylor? Let me ask you something, Taylor.
Never.
If you were with a man, hypothetically,
Never been abused.
have you ever been with a man?
Of course.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been with a man and then you didn't, let's say you decided you didn't want to get pregnant, so the man came up out of you, for example, and then got it in your hair? Have you ever got it in your hair before?
No.
Oh my God.
I got it in this girl's hair one time. She got so pissed about that. It was like the end of it. She says, "Why did you do that? You got it in my hair. I fuck it. I couldn't help it."
It's like super cream.
I would have been like, well, at least I finished. Have a good night.
I think we just lost some people. Taylor, question. When you've been with a man, do you maintain this serious, stoic type of mood? Like, are you just like, get it done with now? Get it over with? Like,
No. I'm pretty, I don't know, but I've never had any complaints.
So do you like it for like about 10 or 15 minutes? Or are you like an hour or two minimum, or like what's your
I mean, it's good to keep it going. It's like
It wouldn't even. You're giving these guys way too much credit.
I'd brag about 10 minutes. I'll tell you that.
If I could last a whole like 10 seconds, that'd make my year.
This is like massaging shower head fuel right now.
I have some videos of Dr. Fred plowing it deep. and they're actually pretty good. They were taken on an Arlo, and oh, don't give me that thumbs down. Dr. Fred is much more athletic than people would think.
Dr. Fred the Fluffer. Were you a fluffer once, Fred?
An Arlo is a security camera.
Hey, I don't think that Eric. I don't think these guys know what a fluffer is because of Viagra.
Fred knows what a fluffer is.
I do. I was not a fluffer. I did live in Los Angeles in the Valley for a while, but I knew some guys that were fluffers. But I did have a house that I became good friends with the neighbor. I ended up living in Pasadena next to a man named Max Hardcore, who is a porno actor who grew up in Wisconsin. His real name's Paul Little. And he's very old now, and he uses a fake penis in his films because he's old. But he taught me the ways of the land. He very hardcore. He went through a trial in the 2000s era for indecency because he was doing mail order pornos, and one of the attorney generals got one of the tapes and kind of did a whole 2 Live Crew type prosecution against him. But I learned my ways from him, and he is notorious in his movies. He does this sound. He goes, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like very, and he does a great intro to his movies too in the beginning, where he always has a cowboy hat on, and altogether a good man.
That's a fascinating story, by the way. Seriously, that's probably a true story. I think you just told us the truth, right? That was truth.
It was truth. And when I then lived in Hollywood, off of Highland and Hollywood Boulevard, up off of Franklin Avenue, I was a young man, and my neighbor who had AIDS, named Armando, he's had this idea. He said, you know, I know you're broke, young man, so why don't I put some ads on Craigslist, and you can do massages for men. And so I was like, well, if I can make some money, I don't have to do the dirty. And he said, yeah, you just do massages for old sad men. And they called me Sean. And he would put these ads on Craigslist, and then I would give a massage. And it got to the point I was like, this is weird. And I ended up through all of it. One day I looked around, I realized I was in a house in the Hollywood Hills that was a cam house for guys jacking off their wieners. And I was like, what am I doing? I'm in this weird room in this mansion, stroking my meat pole for a cam.
Bro.
And I jumped out the window in the back and I left.
It's amazing when you realize, huh? It took that long to realize it was a little weird.
Well, it was weird because the guy who managed the cam house, he was a big black man, and he was like, Sean, I know you want this. And I was like thinking, I don't want this. And so I was in my cam room and I opened up the back window and I ran out the back and I jumped into, I had a 1988 Mazda RX-7 that I got for $500 in Encino. And I jumped in that car and I was like, I am out of here.
Isn't that a scene in Boogie Nights?
It's interesting you say that because I haven't seen that, but that's a very true story. It's that I just told. And
hey, Boogie Nights is a great movie if you haven't seen it. It's very
classic.
It's about porn, and there is a scene where they're fleeing in a car, but it's a little bit different of a setup, and it's probably very realistic, you know.
Yeah, that was a trippy movie. I might have to pull that out of the hat one day just to watch it again. But I'm wondering,
Marky Mark. Heather
Yep.
Graham, Burt Reynolds.
Yep. So Fred, I'm kind of wondering, is this about the time that maybe you'd first met Kent? Was he like in on this this cam room with the lady boys and all that? Was this Kent's first attempt to try to recruit you into the lady boy capital? No, okay.
No, this was way before Kent, way before UFO sightings, way before all that. Just a young buck, young Rogers in California, and I miss going to driving down the PCH and enjoying all the beach towns and going through Topanga Canyon, and I miss it. But
Going down Ocean Avenue.
I've got that book about the Topanga Canyon sightings. They wrote a whole book about all the UFOs that were being spotted in Topanga Canyon back in the 70s and 80s. Do you remember that, Dr. Rogers?
It sounds familiar. I mean, I wasn't too much into the whole ufology back then, but it's an interesting place. One of my favorite memories in LA was driving out to the valley, taking the 101 going north there, and then getting out, driving through Chatsworth. If you go to the end of Chatsworth where you get towards the edge of the mountain there, that's the area where the Manson family rented the stayed at that old man's farm right out there in Chatsworth. And I remember walking around there. It's interesting.
I stayed in Topanga for like 5 weeks with my ex-girlfriend, and yeah, that whole scene there. And then there's a place called a townhouse kind of community called Pacific Palisades. It's down. You go down to Malibu, go left, and I'd hang out there, and she worked for this dude, and I'd hang out in the hot tub outside in the pool, and then I'd go down and get a sandwich and wait. She'd be like doing her 8-hour thing. And Ted Knight, Ted Baxter from Mary Tyler Moore, he lived in the community, and I saw him 2 different times. Getting a corned beef sandwich, he comes in. That guy that the lady, my girlfriend, was working for, they're the ones that ended up writing Chicken Soup for the Soul and all that shit.
That's crazy. I don't know if y'all see Benno down there. Everybody's thoughts and energy to Benno while he's recovering. I know he probably looking forward to us keeping him entertained. So get better
by the
soon,
way,
homie.
That book is called, it's TUJ, the Tujunga Canyon Contacts, written in 1980. Shocking true accounts of the legendary UFO counters known as the Tujunga Canyon Contacts. So I'm going to find some little excerpts in here, and then I'll come back and read a few little excerpts from this book. This book's 43 years old.
Yeah, I need to go through all my grandpa's books. There's probably some good ones in there. Some Masonic ones for sure, but maybe some other stuff. I saw some in there that I wouldn't have expected him to have.
So chapter, I think this is the last chapter in the book, page 291. It says current research on UFO abductions, 1978 to 1988. And it says when we first began work on the Tujunga Canyon cases, I guess it's this guy and his wife, Anne, didn't know where our research would eventually lead us, since popular interest in the UFO mystery only dates back to the 1940s. Anyway, I'll find a good story in here and come back and tell you guys. I got to read this first.
What, you're going to do that right now?
I mean, I could read it, but it's like it could be like boring for some. Okay, I'll read this page here. I found this here. Okay. So between 1972 and 1978, those of us grappling with the UFO mystery knew that something strange and extraordinary was underfoot. What we didn't know was that the CE4 phenomenon, see, for some reason, this is interesting, they called it the CE4 phenomenon, and then Greer later patented or whatever the CE5. But anyway, so the
I heard
CE4
somebody say CE6 today. What is that?
Well, it's probably some hype bullshit. You know,
I don't know why
Do
it's
y'all know
not
about the CE4
CE7.
research group?
Anyway, so I'll read this. It says we
Yeah,
didn't know
so
what.
basically they just say, like, you know, that's about, like, the abductions ending in the name of Christ. So, yeah, that's CE4.
Okay, so here's what it says. So
Okay.
Thanks to a core of diligent researchers, ufologists have come to realize over the last decade that such experiences do not represent rare events, but seem to be remarkably common. The breakthrough came in 1981 when Bud Hopkins, a highly respected New York painter and sculptor, published his initial research. His seminal book, Missing Time, and I have that book too, by the way, included 7 previously unpublished cases. Most of them were typical time-lapse encounters. Anyway, it has the Andreessen affair. It has Raymond Fowler in here, Bud Hopkins. So let me pause. I'll find an actual story that will be interesting. So I'm gonna have to read this. I'm gonna pause.
Dude, I have so much information. I'm thinking about, like, putting together, like clips of different information, like in a movie or, like, something like that. Like, where basically I've been, like, screen recording, like, super cool, and telling, you know, sections of these, like, you know, interviews with ufologists and stuff like that. And yeah, they're pretty revolutionary. It's not the same bullshit, oh, we think this happened. You know, it's like, it's some interesting meat of what's going on. I'm so tired of hearing that there's a million species. Like, I don't know how many times I've heard that, but I am so tired of hearing that same stuff. It's, like, old.
Taylor, I think you're teasing me about pictures of your cat because I don't see it. I think you're just joking. Like, I really, I would just want to see the kitty.
Okay, let me go get her.
Okay, so here's a little section here. It says sexual aspects of UFO abduction cases. Working from clues suggested by the Tujanga cases, Anne Druffel is the name of the lady, suggested that in 1978 that UFO occupants could be interested in reproduction and human sexuality. And then it goes on to say that some of the Tujanga subjects were openly lesbian, although Sarah Shaw, who didn't share their commitment, I initially disagreed with my colleague. I had the thought that lesbian connection was purely coincidental and that the Tujanga cases resulted from some sort of chain reaction. Anyway, so this is about, here it is. The captors placed a cup over, I didn't realize. So when Betty and Barney Hill happened, apparently Barney Hill reported that their captors placed a cup over Barney's groin and inserted a needle into Betty's abdomen. So they basically I guess they kind of probed Barney and sucked out some of his goodies and then whatnot. I didn't even remember that part.
Have you read the UFO
Right?
report?
Why they gotta take it like that?
It
I'd
was
much
like in
rather just supply it.
1969.
Yeah, you just have to ask.
Yeah, sweet talk me a little, Mr. Alien. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, not even though, right? Like I've always thought about like what is the secret that's so big, that they would be keeping it, and it would be that they were studying us like that. But I would much rather just, it's my month. Okay, here's your sample, rather than being taken from my fucking bed and shit.
Did you know they
Where's the
ran an
fun in that?
experiment where they just, like, pulled normal people off of the street, and asked them if they've like had UFO encounters. And they originally said no, but then they underwent a hypnosis therapy session, and then all of them were able to recount the same events about the same abductions. So through hypnotherapy, you can basically implant things into people's mind, and they really believe it happened. That was like a scientific paper.
You can implant it, but that doesn't mean that's
that.
always what's happening.
I think I remember reading about, like, not disproving, but like just moving some of the relevance of regressive hypnosis. Like, it's not always as set in stone as we used to think.
Now, here's a part in the book that talks about Whitley Strieber. So this is interesting, actually. I'll read this to you guys. Strieber talks openly about his personal life in his book. This was Communion, including his rather disturbing relationship with his father. He was never intimate with him, a lack that obviously bothered him when the parent died. This conflict played a key role in his abduction story. Before going further with my discussion on the Strieber case, however, let me explain a little about dream psychology. The desire to be more intimate with somebody will often give rise to sexually explicit dreams. We tend to equate intimacy with sex, and this fact can be confusing to people if they experience homosexual dreams, especially involving people they know. Such dreams don't indicate that the person is becoming gay. They probably symbolize that desire of the dreamer to be closer, psychology and emotionally, to the subject of the dream. In light of this information, anyway, so then it goes on to say that during the first regression session conducted March 1st, 1986, Dr. Klein helped Whitley Strieber recall what occurred on October 4th, 1975, when Strieber and his guests saw the brilliant flash in his cabin. Strieber recalled being abducted and being confronted by an alien creature. It was small and possessed a huge head with large slanted eyes. Strieber's next memories were confused, but the being apparently withdrew a series of images from the writer's mind and then forced him to re-experience them, perhaps in the same manner in which Sammy Desmond was forced to watch episodes from his past sexual experiences. Wow. The images focused on the death of Strieber's father and the psychological pain that resulted from it. The being subsequently explained to the writer, Whitley Strieber, who was apparently lying on the table, that they had to perform an operation. The prospect terrified Strieber. The operation represented little more than a form of homosexual rape. Did you guys know this part of the story?
Dude, how did they show him memories of his father and stuff?
Well, I don't know. You're the expert.
Fuck no, I'm not. What the fuck is that?
It could be just like mental imaging that we don't understand yet.
But how the fuck can they do that?
Could just be like mental imaging that we don't understand yet.
Bro, that's some next level shit.
Yeah, I'm
That's
going to have to
like
read this book. I've had this book for a while. I've never read it, so I'm going to have to read it. It looks very interesting.
That's kind of what I think about whenever I hear something that sounds really like possibly plausible, but still so outlandish. Like, oh, it's just science. I don't know yet. That's all.
Yeah, you know what I was just thinking? We talk about like the Men in Black, and they have that, well, in the movie they have, whatever it's called, where like the memory wiper. Well,
The
Casey brought
neuralizer.
up, yeah, the neuralizer, that's it. It was Casey or Taylor? Somebody was talking about, the regressive, hypnosis and how you can implant memories too. So what if the Men in Black weren't like making people forget that they saw aliens, but they really were seeing government, and they're making them think they saw aliens instead, like a reverse implant?
Bro, that's clever.
Yeah, that
Bob
sounds
Lazar.
that sounds probable as fuck.
Damn, that was a good one.
Scream, I think you're onto something with that.
My labs is the only thing Doty doesn't like to touch.
Did you say my
And
lab?
Phil Schneider.
He doesn't
Yeah,
mind
and I
touching
was
Phil
trying to.
Schneider. He says Phil Schneider is a complete joke and a hoax.
Of course he does.
Or himself, I'm sure.
Is my
But
lab acronym?
let's see. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say that I've been trying to figure out like the correlation between, you know, the government and the extraterrestrials or the whatever the F you want to call them. And then I started like thinking like, and I was just kind of questioning, you know, and then I got this revelation, like this answer, like, and I was like, wait, you know, there is no difference between the two at the highest levels, like. At the highest levels, like the deep state, like the high military officials, probably the ones that get to go in Area 51 and do the shit down, you know, deep in the underground military bases, like they are probably not human already in some way, shape, or form, you know, and that's just my theory, hypothesis, whatever you want to call it. But I was like, you know, what if they are, there's no difference, you know, and they can portray themselves to be anything.
That is interesting because there's people that have said, like they see the aliens like actively changing. Is that like a stealth on their part, some type of technology, or is that the way our mind is viewing them? You know,
What do you mean actively changing?
like say you're looking at a gray, but then he turns into a mantid and then a Bigfoot and back into a gray.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think that they shapeshift, but I don't know because I think that there are also like these gray worker, like clones kind of thing. And this is definitely a, you know, conspiracy, whatever. But yeah, I think that there are the clones and the ones that are like cyborgs or something. And I'm actually kind of torn between that and just a vessel for a spirit to ride in, basically, like in the teachings of Aleister Crowley, in the like head of Lamb, you know, that basically if you can astro project in the head of Lamb, then other beings can probably astro project in these lamb looking beings as well, you know, so they could be like a suit for something to be riding in. And that's kind of what it seems like. And from people's accounts with them, like, even Richard Doty said this actually on the last interview. He was like saying that like his friend died, but he didn't understand what death was, and it was just like a suit, you know, like just disposable. Like it's okay, he's still alive. Like he said that Doty said that he basically couldn't understand, the alien could not understand like what death was, and yeah, so that's where I'm at.
You know, you can't use Doty who, on one breath, say, "Of course he said that," like he's disinformation, and then the next breath use him to like bolster your point. You know what I mean?
Right, right. I understand. But I mean, something like Phil Schneider would be something that would be touchy for him, you know, because I don't know if he played a part in it or whatever. But if I guess I'll just discount Phil Schneider and stick with my theory that I already have.
Almost like infiltration is easier than outright invasion.
100%. First you divide. Well, I guess you infiltrate first, then you divide, and then you take over if you have to.
So imagine you have one race on the Earth, and you want to conquer them, but there's too many of them. You have to separate them all and make them look different from each other, breed them to be all different from each other and speak all different languages. And then they're all different. They're a lot easier to conquer that way.
Unless you're not trying to conquer them, you're just trying to grow a better weed. so you're you infiltrate by inserting little storylines or genetics or whatever it is, and you slowly expand them till you get a better form of average weed.
We don't have average weed.
This is Gregor Zimdal over here.
I think we're all being slowly changed. I mean, mankind is being slowly changed. And I think the technology aspect of it is part of it. It's a spiritual thing, and the technology part of it is how we're going to grow as a race. So that spiritual part has to be connected to the technology as well.
Bro, I have watched some crazy videos on Rumble recently of like, you know, people who said that they were snipers for Area 51 and like they left the thing open one time and they got to see what was inside, and there was a couple other people who had the same exact account. Bro, they had some fucking crazy stories. Like this dude had some crazy stories. And then there was another one as well that you just reminded me of. So yeah. I should have probably like taken the link down, but I could probably find it again. But there was some crazy stuff that dude said. I'm not sure if you would give it any credibility, if it's worth my time. But basically just he was talking about like clones and stuff. Like he saw multiple clones in there in Area 51, and he said he saw like these beautiful women lined up, but they were all like a clone of one another. And man, it just gets weirder and weirder. And he said like
Wasn't it like 7 of them?
Huh?
Wasn't it like 7 women?
Yeah, something like that. Like, and
I think I know what story you're talking about, but
yeah,
I haven't heard it in a long time.
Yeah, was this the same guy who said that they were offering him one of the women, but they gave him like a box, like it was a hologram or something like that? That was at the end of the video. It was kind of a long video.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember that part, but yeah, it definitely reminds me of the one I'm thinking about. It reminds me of the dude like Randy Kramer. You know, like his story was so crazy. It's just like almost unbelievable. I mean, it is unbelievable, but it's so crazy that like it's like no way I would believe it, you know? But I don't know, those stories. It's weird, right? Because like, why do people just straight up lie like that? What's the point? I mean, I guess money if you write a book or something, but I just don't relate. So when people straight out lie like that for no reason, it's hard for me to figure out.
So you think he's lying?
Yeah, I think a lot. Well, I don't think he's lying. I think a lot of these guys think that that stuff is happening, or it is actually happening, but in their head, just like a dream does. You know, how does it, like, maybe they just don't know, like they're in such an intense dream state or overlapping dream state, you know, that they don't know. I can't rule that out because the only reason why I know that I'm dreaming is because I wake up.
Do you think the alien abductions are the same way?
A lot of them, yes. And actually, maybe all of them. Like,
it's hard to tell with that many counts of it. With that many counts, even if it is people psychologically having issues, and there's something to pay attention to there, even if it is all people telling themselves it happened. You know, it's like, why do human beings have that experience? It's something worth digging into.
Oh, for sure. And I'm not even saying that, like, it's not happening at all. I'm just saying maybe it's not happening like they think. Like, maybe they're dreaming the whole time and they think it happened one way, and a craft still landed, still took them on board or whatever, you know, but they just didn't, like, maybe go to another planet or whatever it is. You know, that's what I would have the easier time believing something like that, because a lot of people will say that, like, uh, their husband or wife just turned around the corner after they couldn't find them, and they were standing there like blanked out. You know, what were they doing the whole time they were blanked out? Were they dreaming? You know, but some of them have marks, and then you know they can go back and find where the craft was. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like something physical isn't also happening in some cases. It's just it may be less physical than we think.
Yeah, well, that girl I posted a video of the other day who was like levitating above her bed said that she was like having bruises, you know, and so she set up a camera and then she saw that happen. And like people claim to get pulled through their walls to go into an alien spacecraft or whatever. I don't really believe that that's possible. People can spout, you know, technology all day long, but come on, bro, like, come on.
Yeah, that's what makes me think that's like their astral form, you know?
Come on, what?
No.
Yeah,
Faith,
with tech,
a rag, whatever.
with technology, like there's literally nothing that can't be done.
Bro, there is stuff that can't be done. I'm sure.
Like what?
You're only limited by your own
I
limitations.
mean, it just depends because
darling.
you can spout that technology can do anything, but I just don't. I'll get back with you. Give me a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine like it wouldn't make sense that anything couldn't be accomplished with enough time and you know, smarts. Why
That's
not?
the same shit that everybody says, but yeah,
Yeah, why not? It makes sense. It's true.
no.
I mean, we just had the first demonstration of energy teleportation.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not pulling people through walls
Not yet.
But maybe
and walking through walls and, you know, talking to people through their minds and.
We're doing that already.
You're just not very imaginative.
I think that it's very close-minded to say that everything's materialistic and technology, and that's that. Like everything that's supernatural or defies the laws of physics is just technology. That's pretty materialistic and close-minded.
Magic is science we don't understand yet, and that's not close-minded at all.
So science, materialism, that's all like closed-minded, atheistic thinking. That thinks that just we're
Not
it,
at
and
all.
the material world is all that there is.
You're thinking of
No,
scientism,
not
not
at
science.
all. I'm not saying that at all.
You're both correct.
Okay,
You
well,
both have
technology
minds.
cannot.
If you embrace one of those thoughts and not the other, both are closing their mind to the other possibilities. And I
No,
brought
not.
it up last
I
night.
think
That
supernatural exists. I would never discount supernatural. I know it exists. I'm just saying that this same stuff can be done that's very similar with technology as well.
because we're understanding the mechanics of it. There's always mechanics to something. If we have the capacity to understand what we never used to understand, and we can keep digging and digging, that doesn't make it not supernatural. It's just it's tools. That's how I look at it, though. But that's because I'm trying to embrace both sides, so I don't have blind spots. But I do.
And there's a huge misconception between like having a name for something and actually understanding how something works. So like, you know, as y'all know, we don't even understand 95% of the universe. It's dark matter and dark energy. What are they? They're literally names put on a mathematic placeholder. We don't know what the actual F they are. But people think that just because something has a name for it, like quantum field theory, or for example, or dark matter or dark energy, that means that we automatically understand it, and that's just a huge misconception.
God gave man the power to name things.
But just because you name something doesn't mean you understand how it works.
That is true, and everything that we understand now isn't the same as what we understood in the previous generations.
I was just going to ask, Screen was talking about abductions, and has anyone noticed that there's quite a similarity between what people say when they've been through abductions and DMT trips. And there's like there's sort of a spiritual element to it, and there's a physical element to it, and sometimes, depending on the person, a religious element to it. And it's sort of like there's the lines between the different elements, depending on who's having the experience, are quite blurred.
I'm walking out in the yard, so I'll probably drop back to listener because I go between signals. So it's like 30-mile-an-hour winds and 50-mile-an-hour gusts and another new fresh snow up here.
Thanks for the weather report, Zim. Let's get back to those hands. AXR, I see your hand up.
Hey, Zim, before you go, I just want to say, has anyone ever said to you that you sound like Morgan Freeman when you speak? It's pretty cool. I just wanted to say that to you, bro.
Except for Morgan Freeman and
Clean your ears out, David.
aggressive.
What's that? What was that, bro?
He said
I
clean your
said
ears
that,
out.
Oh, bro.
John Walden. How may I be able?
I couldn't hear anybody talking just now.
John Walden hadn't started
That's
talking
why I
yet.
was laughing.
Yeah, nobody was talking. Me and
Nobody
you
was
kept
talking?
talking at
Oh,
the
it says
same
Casey's
time
a
and
speaker.
stopping.
It says Casey
Yeah.
is a speaker.
So, John Walden, would you like to go ahead and please speak your mind? Speak your truth, boy.
Can Taylor hear me?
Yes.
I just dropped my grapefruit.
I don't think she can.
It's all right. I tried to speak earlier when Fred was there. He had some questions, but that's long past. But Taylor, there's been quite a few whistleblowers about psychotronic weapons, and that would be related to your field of, at least you should be aware of that, the technological applications. I think I did say it before, maybe in another space a couple of weeks ago, but you should be aware of that.
Oh, I am aware of that.
Hey, what's up, Seska? How you going? Haven't seen you in a minute. It's good to see you. Beautiful. What's up, Axer?
I was just going to comment on what Taylor was talking about earlier with like the phasing element of abductions and whatnot. So I sort of look at technology and I think about like
Please
the idea
explain
of
it.
yeah, I just like the Philadelphia experiment, whether, that's a true thing or not, to what ends people talk about time travel and how the ship, materialized and dematerialized and people actually materialized into the bulkheads and stuff like that. So I sort of look at technology. I think the possibilities out there, like we don't even know what could be possible with technology and what can be done. But I also think there's also, implanted memories and a consciousness element to some abductions as well. So I entertain everything when it comes to that. I don't become, I don't just think it's like one thing or the other. I think, depending on case by case, there's probably merit to all different stories in some way, shape, or form.
That's a very typical Australian response. That sounds just like Kent. And no offense, but My response to that is just that, like, okay, so materialization and dematerialization. Please explain how that works. Because I was super fucking pumped when you started talking. Because I've been looking that up in the past few days. And if anybody can tell me how that works, like, kudos to you.
Well, honestly, I couldn't tell you exactly how it works. I don't have any real knowledge about that, but I don't discount the possibility of it either. But who knows, like whether you pump enough energy into a wall that you can, at certain frequencies or ratios of certain things that you might be able to achieve such effects. But, it's not something I've seen, so I can't say for 100%, proof or truth that it is what it is, like it's out there. But, I don't discount it either just because I haven't witnessed it.
What are we talking about?
Have an open mind, Taylor.
Witness what?
Don't be so close-minded. Come on, John. What's up?
Cheers. I just find it very strange that my Bluetooth seems to bug out every time I try to talk when Taylor is also talking. I just find it very, very strange. But yeah, Taylor, did you hear me before when I mentioned that there was such a thing as psychotronic warfare?
Taylor, are you able to hear John Walden?
Taylor dropped out, by the way, John.
I can't hear anything. Is anybody talking?
No.
Okay.
Can't hear anything.
Okay. My phone died, but it like came back on immediately when I put it on the charger. So that's fucking right. Yeah. Just like, wait, no, wait, no, be quiet. Whenever you just mix a bunch of scientific words, that doesn't really mean that you understand what's going on. Like, just because you say frequency and whatever, like that's not really an explanation. And I really do have a thing, like I hate when people do that. So I do apologize. I just hate when people do that.
Okay, let me break it down for you. Dematerialization and rematerialization. It's what are they? They break down particles of an object, right, into energy. Then they use that energy to reconstruct it like in a new location, right? And it probably requires like a ton of energy to accomplish, and we probably can't do it at this time.
But wouldn't that be
But
like
one day
nuclear
maybe.
fission? And that would be like an atomic bomb?
Are you a nuclear physicist?
I've studied nuclear physics. I actually was
That's interesting. Go ahead, John
I was
Walden.
going to actually switch my major, but I decided not to.
Oh, sweet.
Hey, Taylor, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So I think there's a couple of different threads here getting crossed. AXOR was talking about something else. But in terms of psychotronic weapons, they're like weapons that can be just using electromagnetic broadcasts to target some individual or target an area that will be inducted in the brain. And whistleblowers have openly talked about this, that they were used in the first Iraq war, and essentially, from what I understand, is that the broadcasts were made to make Iraqi soldiers think that Allah was talking to them. And it worked. They apparently dropped their AKs and fled.
Yeah, it's like I actually looked at that. Basically they hear a voice like right in front of them. It sounds like something's talking to them, but not necessarily in their head. Like they heard a voice. It wasn't like in their head, right?
Yeah, but it's the same thing. I mean,
I mean,
if you
not
hear
really.
something,
Like, dude, talking.
I can't hear Taylor right now, but that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, she glitched out.
Taylor's funny.
Yeah.
It's like you introduce a topic to Taylor that she studied in a class that probably lasted 3 months, and suddenly you present some information to her, and rather than research the information, she just lashes out like, "No, dude, you don't understand. It's not like that. I'm an expert on this." But we all know she's not a fucking expert. Getting tired of her bullshit.
Bro, it really annoys her, like, when you use the words, like, bullshit, because I don't think you really understand what it means, and it's just a pet
Or
peeve of mine. I'm
frequency.
sorry.
Yeah, frequency of bullshit.
So, John, did you have a rebuttal?
I don't think that there is a rebuttal needed. I mean, when you hear something, I guess there's a difference between auditory stimulus and um, like a stimulus that is triggered in the brain's auditory cortex, because our internal monologue, I guess, I think that's where what she was trying to say, from what I understand, is that there's a difference between the two. And I'm no expert on psychotronic weapons. So I'm not going to rebut, like I'm not going to deny what she said. Like there is a difference when someone uses a directed laser to create plasma to initiate sound. There, like you can look up YouTube. There's videos of companies advertising these as alternatives to flashbangs or sending troops out to an area to give like auditory warnings to people or to confuse an enemy. But what psychotronics is are electronic directed energy that will affect the brain in some way, either through auditory, making them think they're hearing things. There were documentaries years ago where not electronic, like mobile phone signals being broadcast out, but directed audio acoustics, and these were used. They were operational, and the psychotronics were operational in the Gulf War, which is like 30 something years ago. So you can only imagine the level of sophistication of these weapons currently.
So you can direct sound, yeah. You can focus sound. You can focus stereo sound, and you can shift the
So,
focal point
Casey
using. Can you hear me?
and Scream, did you get my invites?
Yes. I will
No,
help
still
out for
not.
as long as I can. Just kick me whenever. I was dozing off.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure you guys can see him this time. Cool
I have
beans.
not.
If only, yeah, never mind. What happened to Casey? Oh, Casey.
I
Yeah,
don't think
anyway.
Logan can hear
Anyone
me.
got, hey, David, what's going on, David? Anyone got anything to say yet? Where's Veritas?
I don't know.
He was just here.
Oh, really?
He comes and goes as he pleases.
Yeah, he came up to speaker and I accepted him, but I don't see him now.
Is this Veritas we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I saw him too. He was been in a couple of spaces that I've been into. He's a good guy. Yeah, it would have been good to hear from him.
Where are you from, David?
Oh, Australia. I'm from where AXR is from. Australia.
Why do your accents sound different?
Oh, I must have had a sore throat or something earlier on. But yeah, I'm from Australia. I'm from
None?
Queensland.
Oh, what part?
Yeah, Brisbane, Queensland. That's where I'm from.
Oh, I spent like a lot of time in Brisbane.
What's that?
I spent a lot of time in Brizzy. I lived in CBD above that one hostel / bar. I forget what it's called. It's
So
really popular. And
So you lived in Brisbane before?
yeah,
Oh, how's that? That's awesome.
yeah, I lived there for 3 years.
How did you like it?
Yeah, I didn't want to leave. Loved it.
Yeah, Australia is lovely. It's a lovely place. I'd encourage everyone to visit if you haven't been. It's a good country. A lot of Brits loved coming over to Australia. They're like, "Oh, we want to live here." It's funny that way. Like Australians love Brits, and Brits love Australians. So yeah.
And I've never had the impulse to say like, yeah, America's great. You should come visit. I really wish I did.
Whereabouts did you work in Brisbane? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm trying to remember the name. It starts with a T, I think, like Tootsies or Tweltsies. What's the name? It's like a sub, like a
What are you trying to remember?
You wouldn't know. It's a hostel / bar in Brisbane CBD. You know what I'm talking about,
Hospital
kid?
/ bar. Is that what you're saying?
No, hostel /
hostel. Was it near
/
the train
bar.
station?
Yeah,
Was it near like Central train station?
yeah.
Oh, I think, and it's got like a hairdresser's or like a barber. It's got like a barber shop there.
No.
No.
No, but they do serve like food and have like a patio and they have like a pool and
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think I know.
it
Yeah,
starts with a
that's
T.
good.
I can't remember. Oh fuck.
Did you live there too?
Yeah, I lived at the penthouse floor. It was like an apartment, so I lived and worked there.
Nice. We should come back.
Yeah, I wish I could. Yeah, one day.
Maybe you should get, if you see a UFO, just say, "Oi, can you just take me to Brisbane?" And then hop on the craft, and they'll take you to Brisbane.
Oh man, I love Brizzy. I mostly was working in Brizzy because there's so many farms out there to you can work for. I picked pineapples in Caboolture, and where else?
It's so weird how an American who lives in America has been where I've been. You're saying Caboolture, it's like their towns I grew up knowing. It's like this is awesome.
Yeah, I lived in Caboolture for a while, like 6 months maybe. It was cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll love to have you back here. It'll be awesome.
Yeah, I loved it, man. Like, but yeah, visas don't last forever, you know. And mine was only for like a year, and I stayed for 3. So
Did you
I
try
was
and stay here permanently?
well, yeah. I mean, I tried to like, but to do that, you have to go like work in the mines or get like sponsored, you know, and do shit like that
Yeah.
to be able to do
Or I
it.
think you need to work in like the farming or something, like do some farm work. Did you do that?
Oh yeah, I did that for sure. I did a lot of that, but I don't know. A lot of the farmers don't want to like really pay you. They just kind of want to like you work just to be able to like pay for like accommodations and food, you know.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's
like on
cool,
my days
man.
off from the farm, I still had to work to like make money. So it was like a fucking ton of fucking work I had to do.
Hey, Logan, I got a question for you. You ready? Logan, are you American?
But yeah, man, that's like the most beautiful place on earth, bro.
Well,
I don't
well,
know.
let me
I
ask.
think
Let me
it was
ask
like
you this.
you guys probably complain a lot about like the way they like kind of crack down on you, like control you guys there. But I don't know. I still loved it.
Well, I've been to a lot of countries in
I
Europe,
don't know. It's
and
I think it's a lot worse here than it is there, as far as control goes.
as far as control goes, it's interesting. I've been to Europe, and I've never seen any country in Europe with like a little America. Here we have
One
Chinatowns,
time
Little
I
Italy.
passed out drunk in the middle of a planter, like in the street in Melbourne, and these cops like came and woke
You,
me up, and they drove me home. They didn't even like take me to jail, which is what they would have done here, like in a heartbeat.
yo, Logan, I don't think that you can hear John Fisher.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'll bail out of the room and come back in, see if that unglitches myself. Hold on.
All right. He said
I
he's going to
think he
bail out of the
hears just fine.
Is someone talking?
room. Logan, can you hear me?
There was a bloke in here named John Fisher, and he was trying to engage, but I don't think you were able to hear him, Logan.
Can you hear me, Logan?
Oh yeah, I saw that guy. No, I didn't hear him at all.
Can you hear me now? Can you
Maybe I
hear
can
me
hear him
now?
now.
Can you hear me
What's up,
now?
John?
No, he can't hear me either.
John, you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Still don't hear him. Oh well, I'll reset my connection. It's probably me. Oh, it's too late. He left. And the Australians came to party today. Hell yeah. Oh, there goes David. Now we just need to get Benno up here.
Benno's probably taking it easy, bro. I just got done giving him a shout out, telling everybody to, keep them in their thoughts.
Yeah, I've been a little queasy thinking about the pictures. That's I needed a warning next time. That was pretty brutal. What's up, John?
What's going on, brother? Can you hear me now?
The moment of truth. Will I hear him?
Awesome.
No, you won't because he's already talking. So yeah, I already booted everybody and tried to bring them back. So now you gotta go, bro.
That was
Yeah, I'll be back.
that was a glitch I've never seen before. I was hearing myself echo back to me everything I was saying. That's a first. But is Logan? Logan, can you hear me?
He's gone.
Oh, all right. I was gonna ask him. I've been to Europe and I've been to many countries in Europe, and I've yet to see like a little America town. Here in the United States, we get Chinatown, we get Little Italy, we get Little Haiti, little Havana, and all the ethnic groups will group up. I've just never seen an America town anywhere where expatriates from America have bailed and formed a little town. Has anybody else? I guess the answer is no.
Could you end up hearing John then, Logan?
All I heard was, I guess the answer is no.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Logan, can you hear me now?
Every time you do a voice, it cracks me up.
Logan, you got to let me know if you can hear me, or I'm going to go into my long dissertation again, and then it'll be all for nothing. It'll be useless.
Logan hears you.
Okay, Logan, my question.
The process of dematerialization and rematerialization is a highly advanced technology that manipulates the fundamental nature of matter and energy on a quantum level. The following is a more precise way to explain it. So, first you got to scan the object, right? That you're going to dematerialize the object or the guy that's being scanned at the molecular level to create a detailed map of its structure, including the position and spin of each subatomic particle. Now, for the dematerialization, you got to use a highly advanced energy sources. The object or being is got to be broken down into its fundamental particles, such as protons and neutrons and electrons, which are then converted into energy. And then this process also involves the manipulation of quantum states like superposition and entanglement to ensure the integrity of that object or being structure. Then you got to transmit that shit, right? So that energy's got to go through space or some kind of pre-existing network via some kind of device using techniques like quantum teleportation or wormholes. Then you need to like rematerialize that. And at the destination, the energy's got to be reconstructed. You know, the being or I guess object or whatever it is you're doing, you got to put it into the exact same state as before, reverse the process of the dematerialization, and manipulate all of them quantum states of energy to reconfigure those subatomic particles back into their original structure. Now you got that reconfiguration to go, so that object or being has got to be reconfigured to this whole new location to take into account all these, minute differences in the environment like gravity or atmospheric pressure. Then this final step has got to be to stabilize the object or being to ensure that it can function as it's meant to be, in this new environment by adjusting any quantum states that might have been affected during that whole process. And that's how you get dematerialization and rematerialization.
So does that mean that Scotty can beam me up to the Starship Enterprise?
See, this is the problem.
See.
Yeah. See, John. Okay.
John, please go.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Don't worry about it.
No, Taylor, I wanted to hear what you had to say. Let it rip, girl.
I was just.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Well, I was saying, how could they break things into subatomic particles without there being, like, huge reactions? Like, that would cause, like, multiple humongous explosions. So I'm wondering how that happens just naturally.
I don't know about you guys.
Yeah,
but
ripping
Taylor's turning
apart
me on.
atoms doesn't go well, as we can see from atomic bombs. But then also for the rematerialization process, okay, well, also, if they're moving through an object, then how aren't they going to be bonding to that object? Because if you have loose protons, neutrons, and electrons, they're not very happy. They want to be in a normal atomic configuration. For example, protons and electrons are going to attract. So, like, why aren't they forming bonds? And then lastly, like, how does it know which reconfiguration, like, how does it know, like, how to go back to its original form if it just broke apart into subatomic particles? How does it, like, reform and know where to reform? So I don't know. I just saw a bunch of, like, mainly just the dematerialization. I guess both of them, but I don't know.
I'm still trying to figure out what this all has to do with the Mexican toilet.
A lot, dude. It's everything to do with the Mexican toilet.
So basically, when you eat Mexican food, what would normally be a solid state within the stomach turns into a liquid state, and then it materializes in the bowl, and then It just sits there, and we're trying to discuss how we can reconstitute that so we can have proper turds when we eat Mexican food.
Aha! Jalapenos would help with that. Put some jalapeno peppers down, and that would help with that. Easy. They're Mexican.
And how does this affect the environment? Does this cut down on the ozone layer? Does this thin the ozone layer?
It does.
Actually, I just heard recently that the ozone layer is getting thicker now. Thicker.
In some parts, that's correct.
Is that because we've cut down on the cow farts?
It's just because I stopped farting. Okay, John, let's have it.
Can I real quick? I just popped up to sit.
Johns.
Can anybody? Can I not hear someone? Damn it.
Yeah, I can hear you, Casey. I don't
Damn
know.
it, is it now Casey? I can't hear. Fuck.
Casey's got a sexy, sultry voice.
Thanks, man. I have 2 earbuds in, which I very rarely use both at the same time. I wanted to say, and if there's someone who can't hear me, just relay it to them because I'm only going to say it once. But it makes more sense. It makes less sense to dematerialize and rematerialize. It makes more sense to manipulate the environment around you in order to reach a destination. Pull a wormhole or vibrate the solid states in order to move through them. Create a field around yourself which vibrates particles around you, and then you just move through them. That would be just much easier than dematerializing and rematerializing. Thank you.
I'll take rematerializing for 100, Alex.
And moving through things would be much easier than phasing or teleporting.
Treat us like we're ChatGPT, Logan, and just ask us what the easiest solution is.
E.T. wanted to phone home, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Ask ChatGPT if there were no technological limitations, what would be the quickest way to travel?
No, I mean, treat us like we're ChatGPT. Ask us, Logan, the speakers.
I think it's pretty cool that Elon is doing the tunneling thing. And if he's going to connect all the states with tunnels, that'd be pretty cool. And with a high-speed train, what are we talking about?
Dude, that's exactly how you would get through space, just through wormholes.
But a wormhole, are you sure we can survive that? And like, you can't just create a wormhole without like anybody being able to see it. If you think about the light refraction and the energy needed to create one, you don't just create one out of thin air.
I've got a good theory about the tunnel Elon Musk's making. I don't know if he's like an agent of the deep state or whatever. I don't know if he is or not. Maybe he isn't. But maybe he's building these tunnels preparing for us for like an alien invasion or something. Because the Pentagon released a report about the 2022 findings, and maybe the Boring Company, Elon Musk's company, like building these underground tunnels for transportation and everything like that, because it's part of their greater plan of preparing for this UFO phenomena that's going to hit the world in the near future when the Anunnakis return, according to the
or
Pentagon, because they're waiting for their
or
return.
some other catastrophe. Because if they're an advanced alien species, building a couple of tunnels isn't going to protect anyone.
I'm
Yeah,
waiting on the Anunnakis to come back.
yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It was just a thought, like maybe that's one of the reasons. They probably don't. They probably don't know that the aliens could easily destroy them, so they're just like, oh yeah, let's just plan ahead. Let's plan ahead. But then when they get here, that's it. It's destroyed. But yeah, maybe. Who knows? Just thinking out loud.
Kind of thought that earthquakes would be the bigger threat to his tunnels, and I saw listened to an interesting interview where he touched on that, and he says that his tunnels are earthquake proof. Category whatever the largest, biggest number of most powerful earthquake, his tunnels can survive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tunnels and
like
arches are awesome.
yeah, like look at buildings. Like even school students in Japan, they have because they get a lot of earthquakes, and they teach them in engineering or whatever about how to add dampeners and things. And it's not just about being hard, it's about being flexible. It's like aircraft. They're not.
I'm hard and flexible, thank you.
London had a tunnel that went under the Thames River in like the 1800s.
It's interesting somebody brought up aircraft. I was on a flight a couple of years ago. The worst turbulence I ever experienced in my life. I mean, there was dust coming out of the cracks. People were crying. It was terrible. So I waited for everybody when we landed, everybody to get off the aircraft, and I was the last one out. And I stopped at the cockpit to talk to the captain, and I asked him, I said, that turbulence we experienced back there was the worst I've ever had. I'm curious, does this aircraft have to be checked out, after all that trauma to the aircraft? And he laughed and he goes, yeah, that turbulence was bad, but believe it or not, the way that they build these aircrafts, the planes are able to withstand 100 times worse than that. The wings could virtually go up and touch each other and then come back down. And I was like, thanks. I needed to hear that.
Is Casey talking? I see her speaker icon, but I can't hear.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody. I think this room is full of glitches.
I'm not saying. I wasn't saying anything. Did it say I was open?
Yeah, it says your mic is open.
It's open now.
What I have to know is why you're so jealous of Waiting and Waiting, Casey.
I was serious about treating like ChatGPT though. Like you can ask me anything about technology.
Anybody here from Florida, South Florida?
Who said that?
Looking for a booty call?
Occasionally.
You sound pretty American for an Australian.
Who, me? Who, me?
Who, me?
Who, me?
Whatever. I was actually born and raised in New York and then came down to South Florida in 1982 and caught a lot of grief from my New York accent. And I've worked to dilute it over the years, but I know I still have it, and I still catch grief.
Who's talking right now?
John Fisher.
Fisher.
Yeah, that guy, John Fisher.
Who's on first?
Oh.
By the way, is that brave or stupid to use your real name on Twitter?
Probably a combination of the two. I'm ignorant enough to do the same. So.
Yeah,
you mean Fisher isn't your real name?
No, it's not my real name. I just played John Fisher on TV.
I just play Logan on Twitter.
Logan Max.
Max Logan LeBlanc.
Oh shit. Max Logan. I fucking ruined it now.
You know he's a lord, right?
Do you have 1 square foot of land in Scotland?
You're talking to another lord.
Do you also have 1 square foot of land in Scotland?
It's not a castle.
Did you say that was a castle, Daddy?
No. Logan has a castle. I have a tree.
So you're
Is this-
saying you've got a tree, Daddy?
Or a tree castle?
Well, the start of it. So the start of a country song. Logan has a castle, and I have a tree.
Well, Logan got a castle and I got a tree.
And KCB coming in, she's freaking out me.
What's the next line?
And she's going up, and she knows just right. Baby, and my KCB will be sleeping all night.
Thank you for the Deliverance flashback.
Rob, I was trying to do your voice last night, and I was like, "Hi, it's Rob. How you doing?"
Yeah, it's a tough one to pull off sometimes.
Tough one to pull off sometimes. I'm getting there. One voice that I don't think I could ever replicate is Eric. Yeah, guys, I can't.
Well, you pick up your feeling, you pick up your bow, you take off your shoes, and you throw them on the floor.
I think I could maybe nail Eric's voice if I tested it enough and gave it enough practice.
Rob, you probably do a good Tupa.
Tupa? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not good with impersonations. I'm just good at being Rob.
Not even that.
Who you, Rob?
If you want to hear a really good one, Jim Carrey does Clint Eastwood. Unbelievable. It is amazing. And especially with the facial expressions that he makes with the voice. It's, yeah, good stuff.
All right, y'all. I know I just got back, but I forgot I have to go into this stupid meeting. Why do people have meetings on Fridays? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Bye, Rappy.
And when you say you're going into it, you're just
Bye, Felicia.
logging on.
What happened?
Knock them,
Revy had a meeting.
knock them dead. Go into that meeting like you're the boss.
But he is the boss.
Don't hit me with logic. It only confuses me.
Says
He'll go in there
Google
and
laid
remind
off
them all.
12,000 employees. One of my friends just got hired by them, so I wonder if he lost it. And Microsoft the other day, 10,000 employees laid off, let go.
Yeah, because, once you have one social platform that, gets rid of its bullshitters, then you've got to get rid of them all, because otherwise you'll notice, you'll be able to tell. They'll be like, we're already seeing the difference between Twitter and other social media.
Yeah, and when you look at them all losing money, it's funny that they rag on Elon Musk because of what he's losing, and what a big loser he is, that Elon is. And then you hear about all these others, and it puts things in proper perspective.
Exactly. Who's the
It'll-
bad guy at those companies? Name them,
Once you get rid of the bullshit, like just reward actual talent and not all this political bullshit. At the moment, like they're just too biased. They just need, just focus on the work rather than and like all these other countries, they don't respect free speech like in America. You Americans don't realize how valuable that is. Every other country, they claim they have free speech, but they'll just, if they want to shut people up, they'll just pass a law. They'll just make it illegal to say something.
Funny you should say that. 4:30 this afternoon, I'm going to a conference on the First Amendment.
Do you have to be anonymous there, or can you actually use your name without being doxxed?
Well, this is not really a Zoom meeting or anything online. I'm actually going there. It's a building, with a room in it that I'll be a part of that. Getting back to Elon, you know what I find interesting about him? It's not about money with this guy. I mean, he overpaid obviously for Twitter, but it was not as a business. It wasn't a business deal. I mean, this is my impression that money means nothing to him. So whether he loses 20 billion, 30 billion, it just doesn't matter to him. He's in it for other reasons. Everything that he does, it's not about making money. Reminds me of, I think it's Sam Walton from Walmart. That guy was a billionaire, went broke, billionaire, went broke. He did it like 3 times. And even at the height of his wealth, he drove around in an old beat up pickup truck. I thought that was pretty cool.
An acquaintance friend, his father was worth $50 million. He was killed in his old beat up pickup truck crossing a lane. But that quote reminds me of Arnold Schwarzenegger at one point said, money is not, at one point it's not important anymore. He goes, I used to have $49 million. Now I have $50 million. I don't really notice the difference.
Exactly.
It's a nice problem to have. John, I'm just wondering, when you go to this First Amendment conference, are you going to be wearing your revolutionary outfit? Because that would be awesome.
The thought never entered my mind, but now it did. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to do that.
As long as it's a room of honorable men, should be all right.
Manly men.
I was just surprised in the fact they still had buildings with rooms in them. It shocked the shit out of me. Or the people still congregated in such places.
This is true. They're becoming a scarcity. They are.
I know, right? Third, what's going on, brother?
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today?
I'm good, but I think I'm losing some of the speakers on and off, so I'm going to re-enter the room.
Go for it.
Yeah, get out of here.
I'm gonna head out here shortly and go to my mother's house. So we lost my grandfather last night, so
My condolences.
deal with that. Thanks, Sarah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I'm very sorry to hear that as well. My condolences. Hope.
Yeah, he would have been 90 next month, so he lived a long, fruitful life.
I'm sure wherever he's going is a much better place than where we are at. So you guys were talking about Elon and about how his actions don't correlate exactly to financial gain sometimes. Yeah, when it comes to individuals like that, it's really not necessarily the money anymore. And at that point, it's pretty much impossible to go broke. You're just at a different level. Money at one point does not even matter anymore. It's more about influence and whatnot. That's the real value of wealth isn't money. It's influence and time that you can allocate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But what else have you guys been talking about? Anything cool on the news? Anything worth mentioning? I've seen some crazy videos that I can't make out. Maybe you, Logan, can tell me because I seen you post a couple of them. There's this video of a UFO. There's like two of them. There's like one that's a sphere with a square in the middle, and they're flying on a plane, and they're zooming in on it. And there's another one which is like an electrical orb that's just like floating over a railroad. I'm just like, what?
Yeah, I
is
saw
this?
that railroad one. That was weird.
Yeah, that's a fake. And the orb one is just CGI, and the first one you mentioned is a balloon.
Oh, what a bummer. Yeah, I figured it was like flying a little bit too slow for it to be a UFO. I mean, then again, who knows how they determine how fast they want to go. I just, I really have a hard time with, I was having a conversation yesterday about this. I have a hard time believing the whole UFO, not that I don't believe it, I do believe it, but if this technology is so advanced, they really you would never even know that they're here. The fact that they make themselves visible at times shows you that either it's intentional or it's an error on their end. Because based on I'll speak on the archaeological historic side, there has been supposed crafts that have been found, and that's how we first came across one. Apparently, it was in an archaeological dig of some sort. Somebody told me, and I thought that was really fascinating. So.
Earlier, we were talking about dematerialization and rematerialization, and Taylor doesn't think it's possible. What do you think?
Can you repeat that? Dematerialization and what was it? That was quick. Dematerialization?
Yes, and then rematerialization.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Let's just stick to. I'm going to speak on the science aspect of it, and then you guys can infer from there. We have to state the obvious. E equals mc squared. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can be displaced and reappropriated in a specific entity, whether it be something based on gravitational pull, or something in terms of chemical or particle reaction, if you will. Perfect example is the Hadron Collider. In theory, if I'm understanding what you mean by that term, it means that in theory, we can have one person or object teleport from one location to another without the means of a vehicle or a vessel, if you will. Is that what my understanding is for this this term?
That was my interpretation. Like, beam me up, Scotty, to the Starship Enterprise. And
Okay, perfect. So we're on the same page. In theory, from what I've read and from what I've heard from other people, specifically physicists in the field that I come across at these museums and different conferences, apparently they had achieved this. They at about maybe 5 years ago to 10, I heard, and I don't know how true it is. I'm willing to believe it's true to an extent. Apparently they tested this with a eraser. I don't know why they chose an eraser. And then they chose a mouse, and apparently they were able to teleport the mouse, not the mouse, the eraser, 20 miles distance from one site to another. I don't know how true that is, but I can speak on the hypothetical probability of it, which is, in theory, you can, according to E equals mc squared. Now, have we done that? I don't know. But in theory, yes, it's possible. If indeed we go off of E equals mc squared and we take into account Einstein's theoretical proposition of the Einstein-Rosen bridge and theory of relativity, then yes, it is theoretically possible. But that's a really difficult one on its own to really explain, because
Well, that would be manipulating the environment around you to
correct.
bring the place to yourself.
Correct. You can do that, and that's a form. To say that you can destroy energy and then I mean, think about it from this perspective. The moment that you dematerialize something, if you're talking about deconstructing and completely obliterating it at a molecular level, and then having that reappear somewhere else, or repurposefully put it somewhere else, that no longer is the same entity. In fact, it's something else. So, and that's something that organically wouldn't work. So there has to be a misplacement. So in theory, you can create or destroy energy. We're all a form of energy or a byproduct of it. So it wouldn't work. But if you're talking about misplacement, yeah, you can have. That's when you get into the paradox theory, and in terms of the alternate dimensions and different levels of the multiverse. I'll just use that term. That is plausible, but how to achieve that is a whole nother ballpark. But I think eventually we'll probably get to the point where we're able to do the beamed up Scotty. I really do think we'll get to that point. Technology will advance, and we will one day, maybe 1,000 years from now. I think we have to enter at least a type 2 civilization in order to achieve that. Currently, we're at a 0.8. We would have to solve the issue of gravity, and that would automatically classify us into a 2 category type civilization. So it's in the realm of possibility based on science and hypotheticals.
I agree. And there's a whole lot of other things you probably would have to tackle before you get to that point as well. And it's just mind-boggling as far as what the future holds. I mean, when I was a teenager, whoever thought we'd be walking around with a little a metal box in our hand where we can talk to anybody in real time all over the world, and
Correct.
Take photographs.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
Star Trek.
exactly.
The microwave, the cell phone, the iWatch, all of these things, infrared technology, all these things were once science fiction, and they became science fact because of the pioneers that came. It's not just people like Elon, but it's other people that are pushing the envelope and boundaries of what human capabilities is possible. So, 100, think about this, it's the crazy statistic. We went from riding horse carriages in the 1870s to landing on the moon in the 1970s. That's a 100-year time lapse. No other time in history, except when we get to the about 3,000 to 5,000 BC range, do we get an emergence of progression in terms of evolutionary advancement. We just don't see that. We see If we're going off the mainstream historic accounts, places like Egypt were built in 100 years, given from the first reign of the dynasty 1 pharaoh into the 3rd dynasty. So if we're going off that, which mind you, I don't believe that, but we're just having a more casual conversation. We evolve in 100 years, but we went from a society that was from hunter-gatherers apparently to sophisticated a culture that was able to engineer and irrigate and in medicine, mind you. They were performing surgeries in ancient Egypt. So we fast forward to the modern times, which 1900s, early 1900s is still relative, and it's a blink of an eye in terms of history. If we look at that advancement, we go from riding horses to automobiles, both gas and electric, mind you, because the electric vehicle was built way back in the day. People don't actually know that, but it was. We get submarines, submersibles. We get the flight, the airplane, and then we get.
What's mind blowing to me. Conversely, take it reverse. Okay, they still can't figure out how they built the pyramids. There's no modern day technology or modern day machinery that can do what they did in building the pyramids today.
To be fair, Don, I mean, you look at all the sand there, and they had the Nile, and so if you have 10,000 slaves, digging canals and putting baskets of water into something as a counterweight, there's a lot that can be accomplished.
Yeah, so I don't think you guys are familiar with me, but that's what my whole page is about, and that's what I talk about. That's one area that I can speak about. You are correct. I don't know. I'm not familiar with who the voices are because I'm new to this, and I don't know you guys.
This is John Fisher. And I gotta walk that back. I said that there's no modern day technology or machinery today. There is, but there wasn't back then, is what I was trying to say.
Well,
one word: aliens.
I've already mentioned that building the pyramids in modern day would be a massive undertaking, and no, there is not technology.
So I know what you guys are trying to say, and I'll say it for you in the politically correct way. We cannot, conclusively, we cannot replicate the Great Pyramid of Giza itself. That is correct. We do have modern technology today that's relatively modern for us. However, there's no indications that prove that there was any, supposedly, according to the archaeologists and historians at that time, that they were able to perform or structurally build that structure given the parameters in place, which is using copper tools and chisels. I don't talk in absolute. I don't like to talk in absolute because that's not a scientific way to do things. But in this case, I can say with a high probability of like in the 90s percentile range that they were not using copper tools. They were not using chisels and stuff. And this is what I talked about yesterday when we were talking about religion and old texts and stories. It's the same concept. You have to look at contextual clues, and they're not done subconsciously or purposefully. They're just there because whenever something doesn't add up, just like in a mathematical equation, you have to look at it and observe it and then find the errors. And in this case, in ancient history and archaeology, you have this notion that copper tools and chisels were used to make the pyramid. However, if by those standards, then I have to look at the record and see that the first dynastic Egyptians who are credited for building the pyramids themselves were not a Bronze Age civilization. Therefore, it's a complete contradiction and paradox. For that case, you might as well just say that they had microwaves because it's the same principle. They were not a Bronze Age civilization. They were pre-Bronze Age. So therefore, that's thrown out the window. The same historians and archaeologists that propose this just contradicted and shot themselves in the foot because that doesn't add up. So two things have to happen in order for this to be validated. The chronological timeline, which I have mentioned several times, has to be modified and adjusted to allow for this circumstantial building of this structure to be plausible or probable, or we have to reevaluate what was actually there at the time and not reappropriate or culturally accredit it to the wrong civilization. That's science. That's a fact. You cannot dispute that. If you do, that's biased and not science-based, not evidence-based driven at all.
Yeah, third eye's pushing P. It's a fact. Anybody ain't with it, you can get out.
No. I respect everyone's opinion. Like I said, no one knows. There is no substantial.
I don't respect everyone's opinion. If you ain't pushing P, get out.
That's what I'm saying. Fuck them. Kick them out. They don't even smoke crack.
To be fair, like we know that in the first World War that certain metals were seized and in America, and and in the Second World War there were like rations on the use of certain metals. So if around
Guy,
Egypt,
that was directed at you. Don't take it personally, bro. This is all in fun, all in jest, all in humor. I think.
I'm all good. No worries.
yeah. So
Moon Pies
it's
is
not
a
like
parody account. It's time for the Moon Pie Hour.
it's not beyond the realm of imagination that not a tariff but a reward was made for everyone bringing tools, either bronze or whatever,
Yeah, as far as the
to a
pyramids
central.
go, I was really the chiseling, that using the hand tools and chisels and stuff like that. I was kind of more my mind was boggled about the weight, the sheer weight of those stones, the tonnage, and lifting those things up to build the pyramids. That is still kind of very perplexing.
There are there's over 2.5 million stones that we have accounted for at an average mass weight of about 6.5 tons. Some stones are 2, some are 5, majority are in the 5 to 8 range. And if we're just using basic mathematics, mind you, basic mathematics may not be so basic for certain people. I get it, math is a tough one. But at 2.5 million stones, and we are going to recreate the 20-year cycle that it took to build the Great Pyramid of Giza. That means that 2.5 million stones, 8 tons, blocks arranged in that symmetrical pattern, that is a step. You get, in average, if we're working on a 300, we would have to, in order to meet the expectations for 365 calendar days in a 20-year period, that means every second about 8 stones had to be placed. We know that it's a physical impossibility, especially given the parameters that they did. So mathematics proves otherwise, that it's incorrect. And now I'm not even taking into consideration the laws of thermodynamics, physics, and gravity, mind you. If you're lifting 8-ton stones, that stone is going to drastically increase every meter. So every meter in altitude that we ascend, the weight distribution must be ample to supplement that weight, because there's a specific payload weight capacity via the distribution that is applied at every vertical build. Therefore, just basing off basic mathematics and engineering calculations that we use in modern day, the structure itself does not support that. If you're using anything other than a very sophisticated and advanced lever and pulley system, not wooden, but metal. We know that metal was not something that was commonly found in the Great Pyramid of Giza or in the Giza Plateau. Therefore, we can only hypothesize that the way that they did this was using a scaffolding-like system, which is a complete 360-degree dome around the structure. This means that the dome itself had to be evenly distributed in height and dimension to take into consideration the width and diameter of the pyramid, which is over 299,000 and so plus inches to equate what the actual parameters of the pyramid are. At 440 feet, you take into consideration the diameter, the height, and then keep in mind, they're not just building vertical. Interiorly, the shafts are at 90-degree, 45-degree angles, some going 127 feet in ascension and in a perfect slope, may I add, which is something that we don't even find in today's modern age building or construction practices. Therefore, it does just not add up. The weight distribution should add up. The Grand Gallery itself should not sustain the weight distribution given the methodology that's proposed by archaeologists and historians.
structure that just doesn't make sense as far as having like
At all.
weight-bearing structural internal components to support it all. Yeah.
John Fisher, you're
Yeah.
sitting on your mic.
What on my mic?
Sitting on your
You were
mic.
sitting on your mic.
I heard you, but you were sitting on it or something.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Good. Yes.
Thank you for my mic check.
So yeah, another big elephant in the room, if you will, is also the actual components in order to transfer this weight or the materials. The quarry in which majority of the stones were quarried from, especially for the internal chambers, were said 800 miles plus away. So if you're talking about logistics in terms of transporting it, that doesn't add up. Now, yes, the Nile runs perpendicular in this coastal line. Yes, you could use water as a vessel and route to carry the stones, but 8-ton stones on a wooden log wouldn't really work. It's just too heavy. The Nile itself, the flowing of it does not really add up. So you have to have something to push that up the Nile. It's not a natural current that's going to be going in an ascension from north to south. So the logistical nightmare of that means if the Great Pyramid of Giza was built in 20 years, mind you, I already explained to you the mathematics. That means they have to have spent more than double the time transporting the stones. It was not done adjacent. The construction was not done adjacent with the building of the pyramid. There is a very plausible, I do believe that they did use the Nile as a transportation vessel, but to the extent, I don't know. But sand, wet sand, and stone dragging, that's just out of the equation. That's a completely stupid, illogical explanation for something of a structure that is so sophisticated that we can't even replicate today. You cannot use stupidity, and pardon my French, or I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you cannot use idiotic explanations for something that is so intricately and masterclass genius. It just doesn't add up.
Do you think the people currently living in Egypt built the pyramids, their ancestors?
The actual Egyptians themselves don't actually. So that's a very tough question because the Egyptians themselves are not really too inclined into the Giza. They don't really. It's not that they don't care. It's a norm for them. This is something that you can go to a Pizza Hut or a KFC and sit right across from, and you'll see the pyramids of Giza. It's something that they overlook nowadays. What we do know that's based on factual proof and evidence is that there was an indigenous tribe that still exists there to this day that are the ones who claim that their ancestors were the ones that built the pyramids. And that means that it's not the Egyptians that are modern day Egyptians, nor is it this indigenous tribe. So we're talking 3 generations back.
Their ancestors might have been the extraterrestrials.
See, I'm open to things like that, but I don't want to accredit it to the extraterrestrial origins or phenomenon, because I do believe that we did build these structures. Now, if we're talking about the knowledge base and how we learned this knowledge, if we were to propose that we evolved on such an exponential rate, then I'm willing to be inclined of 2 possible scenarios. The knowledge in which we learned and how to do this comes from an older civilization that had a sufficient ample amount of time to build these structures over a larger chronological but logarithmically logical progression, or there had to be an immediately transfer of knowledge from an extraterrestrial origin, if you will, whether it be through some type of telepathic trance or extraterrestrial intervention. It is within the realm of possibility, but we have to keep an open mind to that. And that doesn't sit well with people. A lot of people, it just does not.
And it doesn't sit well with me sometimes in my own brain, because it's like I can't think in infinite terms. So when I look out into space, I think to myself, there's got to be a wall out there. It's got to end, because I can't think in infinite terms. So if there's a wall out there, then what's beyond that wall? And I'll spend sleepless nights thinking about that. And another thing too is I've heard multiple times throughout my life that for every granule of sand on all of the beaches of the world, that's how many stars are out there in the galaxies. And when you think about it in those terms, that our sun is a star. So there's got to be another Earth out there. There's got to be another, planet with life forms on it and intelligence. So
Yeah,
it's
basic mathematics will prove that on average we are an observance in the visible vicinity of what we have our telescopes. On average, we are in visible light of sight of about 1 trillion stars. So 1 trillion stars can give you 1 trillion various universes, and it's an ever-ending expansion. The universe itself is expanding at an exponential but not infinite rate. I like to add that because a lot of preconceived notions, especially during the Carl Sagan era, were that we are expanding at an infinite rate exponentially, but there is a finite amount of progression that the universe can expand in, because
is
it's
that
based.
black holes? Is that where you're going to see infinite?
Black holes are a singularity event, which is a fancy way of saying when an intensely amount of energy is misplaced within the fabrics of time itself, which causes a supposed loop into another potential dimension, a universe, or another fixated point within the universe. That's something that no one can really prove just of yet. But the wormholes themselves, we don't actually know what's beyond the event horizon, if you will. We just understand that is definitely a door to something, but we can't define whether it's another dimension, another universe, another parallel paradox, multiverse type, the whole string theory, if you will. We just don't have that sufficient data to indicate that. But we do understand that more than likely it's probably going to lead to another, based on the laws of physics and, like I said, the relativity and whatnot, it probably leads to another dimension, if you will. But there's also great theories like, what was used by Christopher Nolan in the movie Interstellar, where in theory, if you create a black hole or a singularity, you can travel through time itself. That's just too much for the human mind to comprehend. We're not meant to think in infinite, but that's why we have AI technology that can do these computations for us, and they can think beyond the limited capacity of our mind, because we are in many ways endless in possibilities in terms of imagination. But even that we do tend to hit that writer's block wall, if you will, or dreamer's wall, if you will, whatever you want to call it. But that's a fun topic. I definitely want to talk more about that in depth on Sunday. But in terms of the structures themselves, a lot of these megalithic structures we can build, and there's a good amount that we can't really replicate exactly, which is very astonishing, because most people don't understand what it takes to build something. That's what I sit here and I always laugh. I'm always laughing at this, because it's like, man, this douchebag is on Twitter talking about how we can build it, yet this guy can't even build a freaking sandcastle. Like, you don't understand how complex it is. You don't understand what it takes.
Yeah, like I feel the same way. Like, when people, like that guy who designed the iPhone, focused a bit on the UI, absolutely no respect given to the previous engineers who created computers and the microelectronics. But everyone worships this guy who just focused on the UI. It's all surface.
Yeah.
Nothing about the depth.
Construction is not an easy field. There's a lot of forget the politics and the permitting process, just the logistics of it. It's not easy. You see houses that are built incorrectly. If you compare a house to the Pyramid of Giza, building a house would be the equivalent literally of you just getting a pile of sand or dirt and just making a little teepee, if you will. Like, you can literally it's not even in a comparison. Like, there's just no comparison. If we compare a high-rise condo to the Pyramids of Giza, building the condo, it's like building a sandcastle next to the Pyramid of Giza. The fact that we're in 2023 and we can't truly understand it still just says a lot. And there's a lot of people that just they're very ignorant, they're very arrogant, they're very naive, and most of these people, majority of them, don't even have a damn clue how to build a simple house, let alone a structure of that magnitude. So I laugh all the time when I hear this because it's completely wrong to think that anyone could sit up on Twitter or on the computer and type nonsense. It's actually really doing it. And when you're in the real world applications are completely different from textbook. Whether it's on a textbook, whether it be physics, weight distribution, all that stuff, structural integrity, all that stuff is nice and dandy until you actually have to have someone build it. We don't have robots that are building things. Yes, there are 3D printers that can print houses, but that's a very small demographic. It's still in trial. But we build it using manual labor, which is our human hands. And there's always the room of error. And that's why there are various professionals that have to be a part of a project, just as simple as a house, project engineers, project managers, construction managers, superintendents, etc., that have to be there because the human error element is real. So I just laugh whenever I hear people say things like that. It's very comical. It's very ignorant to hear people say that, especially
like what you've said. You've said it's very comical quite a few times. Say what exactly?
Oh yeah, so I have a guy that's like, hey, we can build the pyramids. It's easy. I'm like, oh, really? Explain to me. Yeah. So what we did was we actually built it stone by stone from ascension. We would pile sand and elevate it as we went up. The sand would elevate up with the stones, and then we get to the top, and then we have to debris the sand after. And I'm like, wow, that's fantastic. But you're telling me that we're lifting 8-ton stones on sand, and the sand is not going to droop, it's not going to slope down and fall under the
I don't know who this guy is you're talking about. What the hell is this?
This is a random person that I'm telling you that I had a conversation
A
with.
random person. So building a canal.
Hey,
I'm confused.
Third Eye, who are you talking to? Because I don't hear anything. I just hear your voice. Who are you speaking to?
I'm not even sure who I'm speaking to right now. I heard them say something about a canal, and I was giving an example of someone that I was interacting with about a story of how they thought that we can build it, you know? And I started laughing
John Fisher, can you hear John Walden?
I think, they both just jumped out. Maybe they weren't being able to be heard.
Well, anyways, yeah, just expanding on that, something similar is the story of Atlantis. It's one of the most common things talked about now because of that podcast that Jimmy did on Bright Insight on Joe Rogan, and everyone's talking about the Ricat structure and this and that. And this morning, I keep on going back and forth with another Twitter page that they do investigations into archaeology. They're not an archaeologist, but they're an enthusiast. And he keeps on saying that the story of Atlantis it's fake. So I write to him and I say, well, on what basis? Because it clearly is said in the story, in the accounts in the Timaeus and Critias, that Plato specifically states, and Solon states, that this is not a made-up story, it's a factual story. So who is to dismiss the story based on their own personal bias? If you state that the story of Atlantis is fake, the texts are saying otherwise, it's a legit story. The parameters may be exaggerated, but it's a true story. It's literally said. So at that point, what you get is a lot of people that choose to interpret the way that they believe that it should be. And that's not science, and that's not science evidence-based research. That's cherry picking, that's selective bias. So I'm a big believer of the story of Atlantis and the civilization of the Atlanteans. I've also been in the region where this said story comes from, in the Iberian region, which there's plenty of information and evidence that proves to something of this, to this story. Now, I don't know if the capital city was indeed that. Was it an illusion of grandeur? What was it? Was it a over exaggeration? But the fact is that there's no one that can really discredit that story. There's no one currently right now, unless there's one person that discovered it and they're keeping it a secret, that can truly say the story is fake or not. We have to take it within face value of the context. So to say that the story is false, it's not true, is completely ignorant and wrong. And a lot of people don't want to accept that because everyone wants to believe that they're right a lot of times. And that's a false idealization, especially in a field of history and archaeology. And that's why we get so many discrepancies. Archaeology itself, we have been proven time and time again throughout history that just when we try to disclose something and dismiss something, years later, it comes back to bite us in the butt. We saw this with Göbekli Tepe most recently. The fact that scientists, archaeologists were disputing the fact that civilization could be older than the Ice Age itself, like in terms of modern structure or advanced structure building, megalithic structure building. And Göbekli Tepe threw it out the water. It just completely blew it out the water, in fact. And now you're getting the sister site of Karen Tepe that's even older. So if you look at that and you see the trend, the one thing that I can say that's constant is that history has so many surprises in store, and we have to think a little bit more open-minded sometimes when we think about this and this topic, essentially. Everyone's so quiet.
I'm doing tippy-tappy things on my computer.
Oh, okay. I can never tell if I said something no one liked or everyone's
No,
sleeping or bored.
no, I think that you were just riffing and everybody's listening, and you know, it might just take a minute.
Yeah, I'm just absorbing what you're saying. I do appreciate a lot of it. I think it has a lot of merit. Just considering just the physical labor, like you got to take into even just basic physiologically, like lactic acid and stuff like that, like at the speed at which they proclaim that pyramids were built within a certain time frame. And, as you say, logistics, lots of people don't take that into consideration. So, no, it's good to hear a bit of that and, just the phenomenal amount of effort involved just to try and create something like that. It is mind-boggling, like, just to think, well, how many people did you have? Like, just the moving of 8-ton fucking blocks, like, that is just massively heavy. And as you said, like, the idea of putting that onto wooden rafts, it just wouldn't happen. It would just sink, as you said. It's just way too heavy. It wouldn't work like that. So whether there was...
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Please.
No, you're all right. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, in your job, what's the heaviest undertaking you've ever been involved in?
Personally, in my experience.
Oh, I was talking to Axe actually, but because.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I
Go for
know
it.
Axe does earth moving things.
Oh, I work more small scale, so nothing that would even come close to stuff like that for sure. But even just like with smaller stuff, like I build tennis courts. So when just the other day I was removing tree stumps and I've got a 5-ton excavator that I'm digging around, pulling them out, even though the tree stumps, maybe a few hundred kilograms. The machine was still just struggling, even with all its hydraulic power, to pick it up, to roll it, to move it. It still required an immense effort. So, it's just you take those things into consideration when just applying it on a massive scale.
Yeah,
Correct.
and now imagine your machine is sitting on shifting sands.
Well, that's funny, as he mentioned, the guy talking about building up the sand of that. And you go, if you got a little bit of rain, that puts all that shit straight out it'll just start collapsing. It wouldn't hold its form properly. And then you're adding the 8-ton weight of stone plus like the logs that you'd probably use to fucking roll it up the sand dunes or whatever, like to pull it up. Like it just would not be easy whatsoever.
Yeah, I've been a part of projects and I've had to lift some very heavy machinery using cranes up several stories. I've dealt with in the range of about 5 to 15 tons. So I'm very familiar with the weight and the other things to take into consideration when you're lifting these. I've had the privilege to work on several projects, some mega structures, extremely high-rise buildings. And the one thing that we're always taking a crap, especially in my past, we would take a crap is when it was windy. When it was windy and the conditions were so, like, people don't understand when it's 15 miles per hour is, so OSHA standards in the United States is about, I think it's changed to 25 miles per hour where you have to descend from a swing stage if you're doing specific scopes of work like stucco delamination repairs and stuff. Imagine the wind velocity that must take into consideration when you're building the structures. The Pyramid of Giza is in an open plain. The Giza Plateau is an open plain. That area is susceptible to sandstorms, for example. If you had a sandstorm, just one, I don't know if you guys have ever been in one, but I have, and let me tell you, it is not fun. It is very scary, and a sandstorm alone would derail a project of that nature. We know the conditions of the Sahara and the North African continent. So just imagine that. That's why those theories about sand and sand and sand and sand, it's just really just dumb. I'm sorry, it's just really dumb. Like, that's why when I say I laugh because take a look at the video I posted on the group chat in the Nest. That's a modern day machine that we use to lift granite. So this video that I share, it's showing you how difficult it is to lift that stone that is in that video. Is very reminiscent to the size and weight of the stones that use in Giza. And that video alone will show you how difficult it is to really do what they said they did. And they're saying that they did this in a 20-year span, using nothing more than wood, rope, and human muscle. I like the fact that you said lactic acid because that's correct. That's just thinking about working out in the gym. You know, perfect example.
They didn't have block and tackle. They didn't use pulleys, block and tackle. I thought I've seen pictorials of that.
Well, I actually did share that. I shared an image drawn by Leonardo da Vinci, who is a credible source because we know that he has done a lot of his works in the ancient past, and he depicted an actual lever and pulley system that has been used in other places like Rome, even in construction of Paris itself in France. So he depicted a drawing of what was the prototype design for what they used to build the Pyramid of Giza. The same style is used to build in Coral Castle, which I showed images of how the creator of Coral Castle built it. I am a firm believer that it's one of the multiple techniques and methodologies used to build the Pyramid of Giza. However, there's a lot of unexplained hypotheticals. But that video right there shows you that machine is a modern day machine that's made to lift heavy stuff. And look how that stone is lifting the machine, not the machine lifting the stone. You see that video.
All
and
I can hear is an operator going, "Yeehaw!"
Exactly. So that just puts this into context. And still, you'll get archaeologists and historians that are like, nah, that doesn't matter. It's like, are you kidding me? Like, first of all, stay in your lane. Your profession does not have any validity in staying what is structurally and engineering possible, which a lot of people let archaeologists and historians step on them. But a lot of the professionals don't allow for that. Axer, go ahead.
Yeah, you've also got to take into account when you're doing construction, you've got breakdowns of things. You've got breakdowns of the equipment and machinery that you use. So if you're using like these old wooden and rope type of contraptions to try and do the works, especially if it stays out in the elements as well, that you're going to have wear and tear and just breakdowns. And by just working with those type of sheer weights, like you're going to have multiple breakdowns pretty quickly. So that just adds delays, add time factors. They're going to have to reconstruct the mechanisms of which they move the stones and lift them up and do whatever.
Correct. And not to, in this case, if you're looking at the logistics of Egypt, you would have how many people die of a heat stroke, die of compaction of stones landing on them, die of broken, dislocated arms trying to lift those heavy stones. Unless they were on some type of anabolic steroid, I don't understand how you're going to be lifting those stones like that. That's why I propose PCP. That's awesome.
PCP math. Yeah, math. Prehistoric Egyptian math.
Yeah, no, the math does not support it. If they are like us, then there's no way. There's just no way. If we're talking about an evolutionary step back where they were stronger than we were by like tenfold, then maybe we can talk. The supposed giants that helped build the pyramids, if we're going off of these ancient texts of mythological whatever, that sounds more logical within the realm. I would rather believe that we have assistance from an older primitive humanoid giant species than to believe we built it with sand dragging stones. Like, has anybody ever even attempted this? I have to post a video. I have it posted, but it's such an old thread of mine that no one's going to find it. I have videos of people actually dragging these stones. There's actually Egyptians, and they're dragging the stones, and you have the archaeologist on top, and he's just commanding them, and they're all looking at him, and they're trying to pull the thing, and it's like, what? There's people that do videos and demonstrations, and they're like, yeah, you see, I lift something heavy. There's a guy who does it in his backyard. It's a famous video. And he's lifting like an obelisk style thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's great. We can lift heavy stuff using very impractical stuff. But what people are failing to realize is that the Great Pyramid of Giza is over 400 feet tall. At one point, do you just stop the nonsense and realize that this is something way more harder? I'm telling you, it's at 200 feet. Axer, can I ask you a question? So you work in construction. What exactly do you do, and what's the scope? What's the industry type?
Oh, my work's more limited. Nothing on major projects or anything like that. I build tennis courts, so tennis court construction, recreational stuff.
Those are not easy. The setting of the floor, it has to be specific. There can't be any humidity, any water. Yeah, that's a tough one. Okay, that's cool. So I was gonna say, building when you get to like the 200 feet range, that's a very difficult condition. People talk too much out of their ass. Sorry for my French, it's lack of a better term, but people just talk way too much nonsense. The majority of the people don't know how difficult it is truly to build something. I mean, there was a building that collapsed in Florida like a year or two ago. Remember that one? People don't understand, and that was a 40-year-old building.
Yeah,
These
I live in
pyramids,
South Florida, so I know what you're talking about.
Surfside, right?
Surfside, yeah, and I'm a paramedic fireman, and I knew all the special ops guys down there that worked at. It was basically another 9/11 type situation with pancake collapse. Yeah, a deteriorating structure from the sand. There was rumored that they used the beach sand, which is not the grade sand that you need for cement. They actually used the
yes
beach sand.
This is stupidity at its finest. So in South Florida, it's a very difficult environment to build in terms of the properties that require for anti-corrosion, corrosion inhibiting materials. That's why you have a high influx of galvanized bolts and lugs and nuts and all that stuff that are used to build the structures themselves. What we see typically is that the buildings that were built in the early 80s were used with a mixture of, obviously, the cementitious properties, but they're using salt water. So if you're putting that into your cement, rebar is going to decay at an even accelerated rate. And it's stupidity at its finest. And we see that in modern day. So the standards of construction can we really say we're superior? That's human error.
I
You
don't
know,
think
the pyramids.
it's so much stupidity, or it's a combination of stupidity and corruption. That people
Yeah,
they skirt the codes, they break the laws, and building these things in ways that they shouldn't build them. I'll give you another example. When the World Trade Center, the towers collapsed on 9/11, they went in and analyzed all the structural components of those buildings, and a lot of the I-beams that were supposed to be spray coated with a fire retardant to give it an hour rating or 2 hour rating. And those structural components failed a lot quicker than what they were rated for. They
yeah,
noticed that some of those I-beams, or a lot of those I-beams, the fire retardant that was sprayed on them, whoever did the spraying missed a lot of spots. So there were naked, bare components of those I-beams that were not sprayed properly with the fire retardant. So in the old adage, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So so there is stupidity, but there's also corruption and greed involved with a lot of these mistakes that are made in building.
yeah. I mean, look at the way they built it, though. Look how impressive. These guys did not have any safety harnesses. They were just walking amongst these beams. They were. I've seen videos of how they built the Empire and the Trade Center, and it's impressive. They had no fear of heights whatsoever. That's impressive. But yeah, you're right. It's 100% correct. So it just goes to show you how difficult it is to build something. And we go back to the same premise, the Pyramid of Giza itself. Um, look at it, and it's such a massive undertaking. This is, I don't know how people can sit there conclusively and say they know how they did it when professionals like I myself can. I have ideas. It's definitely a mixology of different techniques that they used. I'm a firm believer that at some certain point they had to have. This is a theory. It's an opinion. It's not my own, but I've heard this one, and I've really adopted it. I do believe that the oral traditions from the Peruvians and other civilizations where they talk about channeling frequencies, using sound frequency to levitate stones, I do believe that is probably one of the multiple ways they were able to transport some of the stones, at least place them. Even if you lift something via frequency, if it's an inch, that's a game changer. If you can lift 8 tons, 5 tons, and all you need is 1 inch to levitate it and to place it into put excuse me, put it into place, that is a game changer. And I think more than likely, what it seems like is our ancient civilizations of the past definitely were more holistic in terms of connected to nature. And I think the way that they probably did this was they knew nature, they knew their environment better than we did, and they were able to manipulate the environment slightly enough where they can achieve this, and slightly enough where there would be no real trace of this, because the knowledge is what really drove the innovation. It wasn't the technology. A lot of people talk about why aren't there tools and stuff that are found. Well, hey, simplistic and minimalism is not a bad thing. You can achieve a lot with that. So these are context clues that we have an insight into what probably happened at that time. And at that time, we're definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, looking at a mixed use of methodologies and techniques, both in terms of a technological aspect, whether it's in a more advanced pulley system at the time, and then other things like potential melting of stones, levitation of stones, how minute it is, still substantial, stuff like that. We have to really think about that and consider that is within the realm of possibility. Otherwise, it's just more ignorance and more circles running around, and it'll be years and years later, and it's still going to be the same topic, and it kind of gets old. How many times can you beat the dead horse before you accept that something else is there?
That leads me to my question to you, Third Eye. You are obviously a very intelligent individual, extremely, extremely intelligent. And you made mention before about your frustration with people who are ignorant, people who are stupid, and I could feel a tense frustration in your voice. And that relates to something I've thought about with Albert Einstein. That it must have been very frustrating for Albert Einstein just to go through everyday walks of life amongst people that were basically far less intelligent than him, and how frustrating that must have been, because everybody would be stupid and ignorant because they're not on his level. So do you find that as a frustrating component in your life, to go and get into these discussions with people who aren't on your level? That must be frustrating, no?
I don't, it's frustrating from a perspective. I don't consider myself intelligent. I consider myself observant. And I think my observance to things, to the details that probably are overlooked, is what creates these notions in my mind to connect the dots, if you will. And I feel like I'm just very observant of the things, and I can only control what I know about. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but obviously I have my expertise in certain areas where I'm very knowledgeable, of course. And in those areas is where, I guess in this case, it's a good topic of discussion because it's intertwined. And I look at the most obvious things to me, and I realize it may not be so obvious. But then again, I'm given constant observations from other perspectives that I take into consideration, and then I
And he stopped. You still there, Third Eye?
I can't hear him. Dead silence. And it looked like his mic is muted.
Sorry, I got an interrupted call, and it was a wrong number, and it just takes over on my mic. But yeah, I don't know if I consider myself intellectual or intelligent. I just think I'm a very observant person. I'm knowledgeable in certain areas, and in some others I'm informed. If I'm being politically correct, I'm just informed, and I like to read and learn. And in this case, the subject of ancient history or megalithic structures, I'm well traveled and I'm informed. And then just the aspect of being self-informed, continuing my education, and being a professional.